On the outskirts near the kingdom's capital, we can see our protagonist, Wazoo, helping his fellow villager do the chores as he chops wood per her request. Suddenly, the woman sympathizes with the young man, as it turns out he's constantly compared to his sister, but then does the same and mentions the incredible talent of Wazoo's younger sibling and the godly stature of his childhood friend, who is a holy woman. Nonetheless, Wazoo appreciates the woman's gratitude as he watches her leave, finishing the task he just did for her. Afterward, his little sis, Kagani, arrives and happily informs him about the return of his beloved childhood friend, Arya. Wazoo's eyes light up upon hearing the news, and they immediately rush to the capital, where the villagers are gathered to welcome the hero and the holy woman. As his eyes wide open, Wazoo catches sight of Arya marching in the middle of the crowd along with humanity's savior, relieving the heaven out of him after confirming that his friend is safe. In front of a large audience, the king announces that their country is now safe, thanks to the hero and his party who successfully subjugated the demon lord. Rather than that, Kagani is more fascinated by the beauty of Arya, giving the girl the impression that she's getting really far away from their kind. Ignorant of the commoner's thoughts, the king urges the hero to state the reward he desires, which leads to a bit of reminiscing by Wazoo, who simply watches the awarding. Years ago, the guy and his childhood friend made a promise when they were 12 to stay together in the future, an early marriage proposal for the two children who then practiced being a hubby and wife after that to make their future wedding come true someday. It turns out that Kagani got pretty angered when she first heard it, though. But that's for another story. Unfortunately, the situation goes downhill a year after their engagement when the knights arrive to spread the news of the Demon King's appearance, forcibly recruiting Arya as the saintess for the hero party. Without second thoughts, Wazoo volunteers to go with his fiancée only to receive the disgusted faces of the priests and the mockery of the man who will then become the hero, asking him what an ordinary guy like himself can do to help subjugate the demon lord. Regrettably, the memory recollection ends with Wazoo showing a frustrated face as he goes to the temple to pray for the demon lord. After remembering those bitter memories, thankfully, Kagani is there to light some hope in him as she expresses her genuine wish to go back to their usual days with Arya when they were still younger. Thus, Wazoo gains the confidence that it will surely happen now that the saintess has returned home, but as if to crush their dreams. The hero states his wish by grabbing Arya's shoulder and declaring that he wants to turn the holy woman into his wife. Watching humanity's savior kissing his beloved childhood friend erases all the hope and joy inside Wazoo, and he slips through the large crowd, unable to bear any more of the heartache. On this day, which is also the young man's 15th birthday, Wazoo runs toward his home, ignoring the citizens' confusion, as he eventually arrives at his house and showers their cute drawing with Arya with tears. Ready to depart, Wazoo wishes for the happiness of the girl he loves with all his heart, leaving a note telling everyone not to look for him, along with an aching congratulatory message to Arya and her new man. With a determined look on his face, Wazoo pours all his bitterness, frustration, and sadness to venture into the woods, heading toward a monster-filled mountain. Unfortunately, the next event isn't what this guy expects, as he finds himself passing through the large bushes to run away from somebody. As he turns around, however, Wazoo catches sight of his pursuers close to turning him into their food, as a humanoid cat and fish with bulk muscles are teaming up to make the guy their lunch. This weird combination of monsters continues chasing their prey, with the fish throwing a medium-sized twig toward the pitiful human. Fortunately, Wazoo dodges it by a hair's breadth and successfully maintains a safe distance between him and the pursuers. But this guy might be out of luck, as he then trips on an enormous tree's root and stumbles on the ground. You better beg for some luck from that Kazuma guy. Sadly, there's no time for that because the cat and fish monsters are raring to grab some taste at the human, and Wazoo can't convince them that he tastes terrible, given that their taste buds are on a whole lot different level, and this boy might actually look like some kind of full-course seafood for them. In addition, there's little to no chance that Wazoo can talk his way out of this, seeing that the human-sized furball, which is the only human-sized furball in the world, is a monster-filled monster. Wazoo then sprints for his life toward the bridge that will lead him closer to the notorious dangerous mountain, choosing the unpredictable yet surely life-threatening fate there, rather than becoming cat food or fish feed here. However, his decision to cross the bridge is something delightful for the monsters, and a great surprise for Wazoo, who sees the two destroying the bridge to make him fall. His complaints are ignored by everyone, but Wazoo fortunately makes it to the other side of the path without falling, although the predators are still running after him. To his surprise, the monster is still there, and he's still running after him. A loud bang echoes in the woods, brought by an extraordinary slash from the cat who hits the tree near Wazoo and makes it fall. Even though his partner misses their prey, the fish still jumps in celebration, and that's because Wazoo is back in the corner and has absolutely no way of escaping from the grasp of the weird combi who wants to devour him. When all he can do is clench his fist in frustration, the fish and the cat strangely look above and mysteriously stop approaching their lunch, trembling as they point at Wazoo's back like they're afraid of something. Therefore, the human turns around to see what it is that they're getting terrified of, only to see a pair of enormous wings owned by a fearsome dragon standing before them along with its companion, who has a skull for a face and demonic horns, Neil. The figures of the two are too intimidating even for the cat and fish, who shriek in horror after staring at their faces. Unfortunately for those beastmen, Neil notices their presence, which might be because they look delicious and all, so they hurriedly run for their lives and abort their mission of making a human their lunch. That same man is still in the area, however. And the two conclude just by seeing his appearance that Wazoo is not a rare elf, but a mere human lost in the forest. On the other hand, Wazoo is speechless and can't even say a word to react to the presence of these terrifying entities, leading Neil to assure Wazoo that there's no need to be afraid because they're not the slightest bit interested in him. Sorry, impossible task. Confused, Wazoo asks what they mean by that, so the black dragon answers it by yawning and telling Neil that this tiny human won't fill his stomach, even with how many of him gather for his lunch. Thus, Neil rides the black dragon's back and flies away, leaving Wazoo behind with his life intact, and the thought, so that is a real dragon. Even how unexpectedly all the events turn out, Wazoo learns that he can't cross the destroyed bridge anymore, or else he'll drown, not to mention that the beastmen are still eyeing him as prey and have no intention of giving up anytime soon. On the bright side, Wazoo sees a fruit getting harvested by ants and immediately discovers where the source is, so he climbs up the tree and secures his food. The skin tastes horrible, though. Unfortunately, this prompts Wazoo to reminisce about the reason for his registering as an F-ranked adventurer, which boils down to his wish to stand next to Arya and not lose to everyone's favorite hero. But even with his efforts, Wazoo's stats don't increase drastically, mainly due to him becoming a slightly above-average person who will pale in comparison even to his genius sister. Still, the wish to get along with the two lingers in his mind, although it tightens his chest just by thinking about Arya and the fact that he can no longer leave the forest. Not to mention that this guy can't even fight the two beastmen earlier. He's pretty dejected, but Wazoo sees some hope in the infamous mountain, given that the S-ranked monsters here have no interest in him whatsoever, like the Black Dragon. Thus, Wazoo continues his own expedition only to suffer from the scorching sun, dense fog, raging storms, and the endless changes of extreme weather. Fortunately, Wazoo survives to see another day, but the look on his face says he's questioning if he's in some kind of a shonen protagonist tradition. Training, that's definitely not the case, of course, and Wazoo's hardships go on as he then decides to hole himself in a cave between the forest and the mountain because both places are undeniably dangerous. On top of that, hunger befalls Wazoo, so he needs to go out from time to time and gather some fruits to eat to survive, only to find himself falling from the tree, albeit finding success in getting his first meal in 3 days. Want some dango? After his pitiful attempt, Wazoo looks at his body and learns that he has become so thin that he has lost a concerning amount of weight. After all, willpower isn't enough to put some food in his stomach, and imagining mouth-watering meals will just make it worse. Maybe the writer will drool with you, but sorry, no, nothing to offer. In the middle of his imagination, Wazoo suddenly senses something rising within him, although it's not that shield hero, but the loud growl of his stomach instead. Thankfully, after a few days, Wazoo stumbles into a blessing as he sees the leftovers of a certain beast and does the unthinkable, grabbing one bite after another until only bones are left. It tastes pretty good, apparently, but I think we will pass, all right? To eliminate the bad taste of the meat, Wazoo gobbles the random plant beside him, which successfully does the job. Just ignore that it also inflicts a paralyzing effect on his mouth. Task failed successfully. Suffering from the ailment, Wazoo crawls on the ground and fails to notice that he's already near a cliff, causing him to fall with his face kissing the soil. As he turns around, Wazoo sees a mysterious ball in the night sky and assumes that it is the sun appearing in the middle of the evening. He continues lying down. He doesn't think of the ball that much until it suddenly moves in panic, like it's lost in the forest, eventually stopping and staring at Wazoo before rushing to the adventurer as if hitting him. As a result, the young man closes his eyes to prepare for the impact, but nothing happens, and the eye-like ball simply disappears. So Wazoo assumes that it must just be his imagination and decides to sleep in spite of his paralyzed body. In the middle of his slumber, a dream surfaces in Wazoo's mind, depicting what seems to be his memory of Arya showing the flower crown on his head. To which the boy replies, "It looks great on you." Therefore, the girl proposes marriage when they turn 15. But following that sweet moment is the shocking scene of the hero declaring his wish to make Arya his wife, kissing the girl in front of the childhood fiancé, whose hopes are crushed. Wazoo immediately wakes up from his nightmare and finds out that it is already morning, regaining his will to live despite the harsh conditions he is in. Mysteriously, having that terrible dream improves his physical condition, but that, unfortunately, doesn't change anything. Wazoo is forced to go through the process of eating anything and vomiting afterward, just to determine whether a certain plant is edible or not. After a long while, this lifestyle becomes the norm for the cheated adventurer, and Wazoo starts to wonder if he can even return to human society, given how many months this guy has been living this way. Moreover, Wazoo has no one to talk to since his departure from the village, and his face isn't what it used to be, especially because hygiene might be the first thing to neglect when struggling in a mountain full of monsters. With that said, he puts his red body liquid into the guild card to open it and see if there are some changes in his stats. This function is, of course, usable even if one is the lowest F ranked or the highest S, so Wazoo takes the chance to find out if his numbers have gone up. Unfortunately, his disappointment is immeasurable upon seeing words instead of numbers, saying that he's basically weaker and useless, and the future might not be bright at this rate. Just pause if you want to read all the insults. I don't want to be harsh this time around. Regardless, this strange sight makes Wazoo wonder if he can even return to human society. Wazoo has no idea if his card is broken, so he checks the back to confirm it, only to learn about his unique title of having taste in bad food, followed by resistance against abnormal conditions, and the staggering goddess's sympathy. 1, 2, 3, 5. 5 question marks surface on the guy's mind, and he can't calm down after discovering the shocking title, which causes Wazoo to yell the question, "What in the world is going on?" Thanks to that, the adventurer manages to calm himself and proceeds to read the info of his abilities in detail. Sword skill is literally, as the name suggests, but the other two, on the other hand, are unique titles he received thanks to eating a lot of weird things. However, Goddess's sympathy takes the crown of the strangest, because it is as if the goddess herself is telling Wazoo she'll support him using her powers. The adventurer can't stop wondering what's wrong with his guild card, and assumes that he must still be dreaming because it's the most reasonable thing to think in this case. Suddenly, he remembers the glowing ball last night, and concludes it might be the goddess, and she's somehow residing in his guild card now. Wazoo convinces himself that the omnipotent being did exactly that, but all of his pondering causes the adventurer to ignore a concerning thing in his card, the percentage of him as a pure human, which is still, fortunately, 100%. Wazoo is certain that he's weak, though, but the goddess replies to those thoughts with reassuring words that the adventurer will become happy because he has her protection. Shocked that the text has changed, Wazoo slams the card, terrified by the goddess who can read his mind. Not to mention he should be careful from thinking inappropriate thoughts now. You know what I mean? Nonetheless, Wazoo knows that the goddess's protection is a good thing, as he then returns to the cave and remembers that his stats might be in negative numbers if the word descriptions are so harsh. Still, the skill having taste in bad food is one heaven of a blessing in disguise, as it can increase his stats, and Wazoo already knows how. His face screams insanity, though. Let's ignore that. Brimming with motivation, Wazoo gobbles all the unthinkable foods he can see and repeats the eat-vomit process endlessly, surviving the abnormal status effect like prudence. This is the result of the goddess's protection. Of course, Wazoo doesn't neglect training his body day after day until approximately half a year goes by, and he undeniably gains a better look and strength. In spite of these changes, the description on the guild card is still in words, which makes it hard to understand, but it clearly shows the young man's improvement. Okay, except for the mana. On top of that, his skill evolves to glutton, and the resistance has tremendously increased. But it seems like the goddess's support, which turns into the goddess's encouragement, somewhat makes this adventurer uneasy. Putting that aside, the young man exits the cave for his most awaited big day, Wazu's first monster hunt. That said, it's still hard for him to fight due to a lack of weapons, so he has laid a trap and patiently waits for the meat. He means monster to pass by. After seconds of hiding, the prey shows up, and Wazu can finally enjoy some meat again, but it seems like his luck stats are 0 because what appears in front of him is a slime. Yeah, his day is ruined. Obviously, this isn't a juicy forest livestock like he expects because this is clearly more of a jelly rather than meat. But Wazu's complaints don't last that long, and the guy just accepts that he's having a dessert for dinner. However, it turns out that he's getting full of himself, and Wazu only realizes that upon seeing that it's not just the bamboo that is melting, but also the lizard who's just having a trip in the soil. Poor guy just wants a vacation. Unbeknownst to Wazu, adventurers' usual strategy when facing a slime is using a fire arrow or a long spear, basically long-range weapons to destroy the monster's core. He will know that soon enough when the pitfall trap suddenly emits a smoke, followed by the slime, shooting acid balls toward the adventurer. Taken by surprise, Wazu desperately finds something to use as a weapon and eventually chooses a piece of pebble, wasting no time to counterattack as he throws the rock at the monster below the pitfall. The slime splatters immediately with one hit, so Wazu is left puzzled as he questions if this situation is really true. Unfortunately, the adventurer still doubts that he has gotten so strong, so he collects the scattered slime instead to secure his dinner and spends the next few days learning how to deal with the monsters in the forest. Inside the cave, Wazu ultimately creates a bunch of wall paintings about the creatures in the woods and even discovers various types of those monsters. In addition, Wazu also maps the entire forest after successfully circling around it in these past few days. Now what's left is to explore the notorious mountain filled with S-class beasts, because unlike his pitiful self in the past, the current Wazu is confident he can be stronger by going there. But more importantly, he can finally eat a slightly proper meal and live like a normal human being, although it's still concerning for him as to what his sister's reaction will be when seeing him in this state. Wazu is pretty sure she will scold him for having tattered clothes, but will still offer to fix it like a caring sibling, making this Siscon sad because he greatly misses his little sister. Thus, Wazu crafts his new outfit using the materials he gains from defeating monsters. Style? Is that edible? It's not even tasty. Thanks to that, Wazu makes the resolve to head to the mountain first thing tomorrow morning, and that fateful day arrives in the blink of an eye as we see Wazu. Wazu is the only one who has ever seen Wazu's evolution ever since taking down that slime 1 year ago. Also, it turns out that it's been 1.5 years since this guy departed from his town, and he's clearly more invincible now, given that a monster's fang can no longer scratch him. With that said, Wazu opens the adventurer card and finds out that almost all of them are exaggeratingly absurd, except mana points and magic, which are obviously 0. What's concerning, however, is the fact that Wazu is only 88% human now, and it's unclear where the other 12 go. Surely it might be because he's fighting monsters easier due to the effects of Glutton, who now has the word super in it to emphasize evolution. However, Wazu's newfound strength, which, according to the goddess, is close to surpassing hers, will actually make it harder for Wazu to return to his hometown for a whole different reason. Please don't think of eating anything weird because of this, or it is your bowel movement that'll get unbeatable. Going back, Wazu climbs atop the mountain and defeats the monsters he stumbles into due to his wish to determine how strong he really is, revealing that the beasts aren't challenging to him anymore. Eventually, the adventurer reaches the area above the clouds and stares at the beautiful sunrise, greeting him in his adventures. The sudden strong gust interrupts him, however, but what Wazu sees in that split-second moment is something shocking even for the improved adventurer. After all, what lies ahead is a prideful dragon with the name of Ragnir, crushing a demon in his mouth with its extreme power. Ragnir commences his grand landing near the dumbfounded human, who can only stare in shock while watching the evidently strong monster fall. Although it's a bit of a late reaction, Wazu shouts, "A dragon has appeared!" So Ragnir spits the demon in his mouth to ask the young man what a human is doing here. He then wonders who brought the guy to this place that should be unreachable for their race, but Wazu casually answers it with an, "I walked here alone." Well, true, but it seems like Ragnir is not buying his short explanation. But while the dragon is busy getting angry, The demon earlier uses this as a chance to escape from his grasp, leaping away while shouting insults at Ragnir, calling him a dumb lizard. Even Wazoo is surprised at the turn of events, seeing the devil preparing for a counterattack and all, only to get silenced by Ragnir's enormous claws in the end. Unfortunately, Wazoo has utterly no time to worry about his stained clothes, because the dragon is asking him what he's doing here in his backyard, unaware that a harmless small white creature is watching them. Intimidatingly, Ragnir orders him to play somewhere else, but that irritates Wazoo instead, and he finally complains to the dragon, who has the gall to say that despite dirtying the adventurer's handmade clothes, ignoring the fact that the dragon thinks this human is too much of a dum-dum, Ragnir asks once again what he is doing here, only to learn that this young man is simply wandering for the reason that seems to pique the interest of the mighty being. After all, Wazoo declares his desire to find someone stronger than him, leading Ragnir to challenge the human as he introduces himself as the Dragon King. There's no fear in Wazoo's eyes, and he provokes the enemy by asking if his title is just self-proclaimed. But Ragnir is simply excited and not enraged as he counters with another dragon. In this notorious mountain filled with S-ranked beasts, Wazoo faces the fearsome Dragon King with pure confidence and exhilaration, looking at the opponent without an inch of fear whatsoever as he charges toward Ragnir, starting the fierce battle. Meanwhile, in the kingdom capital's center market, the viewers are once again blessed with the appearance of Wazoo's little sister, talking with a vendor about her journey in the neighboring town, and plans to go to the next village. Turns out, the man knows that Kaigin is searching for her brother, and encourages the girl by assuring her she'll find Wazoo. Kaigin shows a smile that some of you there will surely wish to protect, confident that she will reunite with her brother soon because he's apparently useless without her. Broken spotted. The vendor agrees that Wazoo really is hopeless in that regard, and gives Kagan a 50% discount that makes the other consumers jealous. However, behind his cheerful demeanor hides a concern as the vendor then asks the girl if she has found some clues, leading Kagan to reveal her findings, saying Wazoo might be in a faraway city because aside from the towns nearby, it's impossible that he heads to the mountain. There's no way, right? Along the conversation, the vendor assumes that Wazoo has found a girlfriend somewhere, but beware of the broken smile as she might be harboring some bitter thoughts about that. To everyone's surprise, the cup Kagan is holding breaks all of a sudden, worrying not just the vendor but the other customers too. In the middle of the commotion, however, a peddler, Shiro, introduces himself to Kagan and offers his help in finding Wazoo after hearing the discussion earlier. Despite feeling grateful to everyone, Kagan can't help but be concerned about her older brother's whereabouts, unaware that Wazoo is in the middle of a battle against the Dragon King, divine punishment for making the cinnamon roll worried. Putting that aside, Wazoo defends against the claw strike of the Dragon King, who ultimately decides to use all of his powers in charging a fierce breath, which leaves too many openings for Wazoo to strike back, yet he chooses to face it head-on to discover how strong he actually is. The charge doesn't take too long, and Ragnir immediately shoots the fire breath at the human adventurer, roasting the heaven out of him. Amidst the scorching flames, Wazoo manages to get up, shocking the Dragon King because what lies in front of him is the unscathed human who has bid goodbye to his clothes. I leave the notorious blur to you, editor, no fan service. On the other hand, seeing Wazoo getting concerned at his clothes rather than the attack earlier causes Ragnir to wonder how this human can act so calmly. Of course, that is not the case because Wazoo is far from being composed, although it is really the burned outfit that he has complaints about, so the Dragon King urges him to look around, enabling the human to see the ground surrounding him, turning red and melting. His reaction is not what Ragnir expected, though, enraging the prideful Dragon King who decides to end this battle once and for all and deal the finishing blow. However, Wazoo is getting fed up with his babbles and strikes Ragnir with his fist, grabbing his claws to prevent him from getting struck away, and smashes the Dragon King's stomach, all because he's irritated by Ragnir interrupting his thoughts. Thus, the Dragon King has been sent to the nearby wall, with his consciousness fading away, and Wazoo is clearly troubled by this result, thinking it's the effect of him turning into an 88% human. Sometime later, Ragnir wakes up shaking his head in confusion, and sees his opponent beside him saying, "Good morning," even though it's already nighttime. It is of course because this human is holding a grudge against the dragon who burned his clothes, but Ragnir wants to avoid talking about that at all costs, leading him to ask why he's still alive instead, considering that Wazoo is the winner of their duel. Eventually, he finds out that the Dragon King is dead, and finds out that Wazoo doesn't have the intention to end his life, because the poor guy just wants to acquire new clothes, causing Ragnar to burst into laughter thanks to the human's silly reason. With that said, Ragnar invites Wazoo to come to his castle to get the outfit that he's eager to have all this time, and Wazoo seems to be interested as he then rides on the Dragon King's back. Near the mountain's cliff, Ragnar reveals his name to the young man, who then introduces himself as a genuine human. Therefore, the two depart, and Wazoo enjoys the wonderful view of the flight while telling the Dragon King that he doesn't have any money to pay for the clothes he'll offer. Ragnar simply smiles in reply and assures Wazoo that the single hit earlier is already the payment for the clothes. Not too long after, they arrive at the Dragon King's castle, and Ragnar lands on his home while asking the human's opinion about the magnificence of his house. Wazoo agrees that this palace is more awesome and bigger than the castle in his home kingdom, Iskoa, so the Dragon King smugly snorts through his nose to boast more about it. Moving on, Wazoo desperately needs to wear some clothes, but he's required to wait here on the balcony first because Ragnar doesn't want him walking around like this. Anyway, Wazoo can do nothing but wait for now, so he passes time sightseeing from the balcony until a certain something lands from the sky and hits his face. Upon removing it from his sight, however, Wazoo learns that the culprit is a little white female dragon named Mir, who captivates the sight of some of you, but I don't know about the adventurer here. Puzzled, the two tilt their heads as if imitating each other, but Mir suddenly squeaks while circling around Wazoo's head, eventually landing on it and bursting into tears. Afterward, her actions become clear to Wazoo as he senses the arrival of not just one, but a staggering 4 husbandos in this series. Regrettably, they don't come all the way here for you because these men are raring to punish the human for being shirtless in front of Mir, whom they refer to as Lady. Having no idea what they are talking about, Wazoo gets irritated, but that's until he realizes that, yeah, every man is in for Halloween. Nonetheless, the two parties face each other head-on, prepared to engage in some skirmish, even though Mir is just relaxing on Wazoo's hair. That's of no concern for the high elf, Ruto, who attempts a slash at the human only to get his weapon utterly destroyed by him. However, the necromancer Neil, who makes his appearance again, and his werewolf companion Zeal, join the fray as they group up while the bulky beastman is grappling with Wazoo. Zeal uses the opportunity to hinder the human's movement, and immediately backs away when Neil strikes their foe with lightning. To their disappointment, Wazoo is absolutely unscathed in spite of the power of their attacks, leading them to get a little bit more serious, starting from Ruto, who shows the magic of a high elf, followed by Neil, who recites a dark and fearsome chant. The werewolf and the beastman, Gain on the other hand, are prepared to show their extraordinary physical prowess, which motivates the human here to bring them down and gain triumph at their life-threatening challenge. That's exactly what happens, and Wazoo isn't the slightest bit happy about the results. He's more troubled than satisfied. Afterward, he hears a woman's voice and turns to see an irritated female dragon, who we will call Mel, asking everyone to explain what this fuss is all about. Even Ragnar feels nervous about the situation because this female dragon is none other than his wife, and Wazoo catches up to that, although both of these males can't do anything but follow the last boss's orders. When all has gained consciousness, Mel introduces herself as the Dragon King's husband and Mir's mother. She then glances at Wazoo, who is finally wearing clothes after all this time, and points out that it's rare for her daughter to take a liking to someone other than them, which makes the 4 who are hostile just recently smirk in amusement. In contrast, the overprotective father asks the human if he doesn't have any inappropriate intentions for his daughter, specifically if he doesn't wish for her to turn into a human like some of you out there hope. Thus, Mel scolds her husband for feeling dissatisfied, along with Mir, who squeaks her complaints because the mother dragon is the only one who believes the person she puts her full trust in. Fortunately, it seems like the 4 have their full support too. So Ragnar, who refers to the human as a dear friend, also entrusts his daughter to him. Thanks to that, Wazoo gets the urge to protect the small dragon at all costs, leading him to declare he'll do exactly that even with his life at stake, like the fellow otakus here to their waifus. The next day, Zeal watches the two having fun through the window along with Neil, who can't help but point out that Wazoo just doesn't look strong or terrifying enough to take the 4 of them down. The person being discussed notices them watching, though, and amicably waves at the two, forcing them into realizing that he's not a bad person. For Zeal, nice people are irritating, but I bet this werewolf is just being a tsundere for the sake of it. Still, Wazoo continues playing with his small dragon friend, laughing in happiness as they have fun, until Ragnir suddenly shows up behind the large wall and activates his fatherly intimidation mode. After a while, everyone has dinner while talking about themselves, and it seems like Wazoo is asking for some advice about Mir always sticking to him. So Neil gives him the unexpected, then how about making a harem? He'll find a way. Think about it. The peaceful days have gone by in a flash, and Wazoo decides to accept Mel's offer to bring Mir to the outside world, as he then bids goodbye to the dragon parents. Unfortunately, Wazoo receives a threat from Ragnir instead, so he really needs to double down on protecting Mir. On the other hand, Neil reminds the young man of their discussion last night, and tells him to be earnest and bold to achieve his harem dreams, to which Wazoo replies with a cheerful, of course. Therefore, the adventurer embarks on his journey with Mir, and decides to go down the mountain, eventually losing track of where he is. As a strange stroke of miracle, the cat and fish beast men appear in front of him once again to take the human down like their unending goal. Wazoo punches them, though, and sends the two flying in the sky like that famous rocket gang, team, or whatever. Thus, Mir celebrates their victory with an overly cutesy pose, so they return to their original problem of where they should go now. Fortunately, an idea pops into the adventurer's head, leading him to grab the guild card and talk to the goddess, begging her to please show them the way. The goddess hears his prayers and immediately determines Wazoo's next path by drawing a cross and making the twig decide which direction the two should go. As a result, Wazoo is instructed to head east, where he will apparently gain some fortune anxiety, but the young man is evidently dissatisfied upon knowing the goddess's bizarre method. Even so, Wazoo chooses to follow her words, leading him to stumble into some edible fruits and get a random thought about him turning 17 years old. What's the legal age? They vary in every isekai story. Afterward, this teenager and the dragon princess meet a peddler, Shiro, who immediately wishes that Wazoo is not a bandit or anything of the sort. Well, the definitely not bandit adventurer is just happy he's talking to a human again, as they then talk about this unique route they are taking. Unaware that Mir is getting jealous, Wazoo considers this meeting as some kind of fate, but he, unfortunately, doesn't buy anything from Shiro's products because this guy is broke as, you know the word. Of course, he's planning to grab some the next time they meet, and the peddler is perfectly fine with that. But it seems like Wazoo is too excited that he calls Shiro a friend of the same age. Mysteriously, Shiro takes time thinking about the word friend, but he eventually accepts it, and is quite happy about this situation too. Thus, Wazoo invites him to a meal together when they meet again, and the two part ways after that, and continue with their own journeys. Unfortunately, Wazoo's happy mood ends when a single arrow goes in the sleeping Mir's way, enraging the human adventurer who destroys the weapon, and angrily shouts the question as to who in the world has some nerve to shoot his precious little dragon. Driven with rage, Wazoo sprints in the direction to find out who the culprit is, aiming to give him some bonks with his fist. Little did he know that a group of bandits was taking captive an elf named Shienna, while threatening her companions not to make a move, or else something worse would happen to their friend. The three can only watch in their frustration while the leader of the bandits is having fun, provoking them, confident that these elves, Salona and Luluna, can't lay their hands on them. To their surprise, a young human is running at full speed in the direction of the elves and the bandits, and irritatingly asks the whole bunch if they are the ones who fired the arrow. Starting from the only male elf in the group, who will be called Yuna, everyone wonders who in the world this adventurer who suddenly shows up is. The bandits, on the other hand, are interested in Mir because the dragon princess can prosper their business to a tremendous degree. Confident, he plans to handle the boy himself, but Wazoo's fist is already right in front of his eyes, close to hitting him, until the young man stops after realizing that he needs to hold on, or another disaster might occur. Unfortunately for both Wazoo and the bandit, it is too late for the damage to be stopped, as the impact alone is more than enough to smash the face of the howdy bandit, striking him away while Wazoo can only say sorry. His apology is insufficient to be forgiven, however, as both parties are simply dumbfounded after witnessing the boy's superhuman strength. Shocked, the bandit leader tells him to wait, and desperately reminds Wazoo that they are of a similar race, and the elf he's taking captive is one of those who use their magic to do terrible things to humans. Fortunately, Wazoo understands what he's trying to say, but he replies with his own reminder, "So who's to be sold at a high price?" "You have stepped on a landmine there, bandits." Afterward, Wazoo takes all of the villains down, along with Mir, who is throwing fire at them with her mouth, which also leads to the safety of the elf. After saving Shiena, Wazoo orders the group to take the girl somewhere safe, unaware that this distraction is what the bad guy has been waiting for this whole time. In the nick of time, Salona saves Wazoo from the bandits' sneak attack by activating a magical blade and defeating their foe using it. Seeing the gorgeous figure of the long-eared elf captivates Wazoo as he is interested not just in the girl, but mainly because of her magic. Rejoice, viewers, we have an elf waifu in this series. Eventually, Salona thanks the human for saving her companion, causing Shiena to express her gratitude too, along with Luluna and Yuyuna smiling behind the girl. The human replies humbly and finally learns the name of the girl he just saved, ultimately receiving an invitation from Salona to come to their village so they can properly thank him. It doesn't take long for them to arrive at the elf's town, which is too cool for Wazoo, but where are the stairs? Putting that aside, the two reveal their name to one another, but it seems like the surprise is endless for Wazoo as he sees the elves flying toward their house. As a result, the human informs them that it is impossible for him to fly, but that's not a problem for Salona because Yuyuna is there to princess carry the embarrassed adventurer. Soon after, Shiena and his family welcome Wazoo and Mir to their home, where he then reveals the whole reason for his adventuring journey. Luluna and Yuyuna laugh at it though, maybe because the harem thing is too ridiculous for their race, but the latter thinks that Wazoo's strength will make it possible. Like him, Salona is also impressed at the human's movements, which even her eyes cannot follow, leading Yuyuna and Shiena to ask why he became so strong in the first place. Without an ounce of hesitation, Wazoo reveals that he has trained in the mountain, but the elves' reactions are to be expected because there's no way they can believe it so easily. On a side note, Shiena wants to be Wazoo's bride, but let's put that aside for now. Too dangerous. Amidst all these, the adventurer notices someone's presence but decides not to think about it for too long and just heads to the river to cleanse himself. Delighted, Wazoo comes up with an idea to give Mir a bath tomorrow, all while summarizing today's events of making new friends and talking to a lot of people. Eventually, he submerges in the water while wishing he could also use Salona's magic, although we all know that's just a pipe dream. However, because of that, Wazoo fails to notice the cloaked elf lurking in the trees, hoping to take a peep at someone. After a while of going with the water's flow, Wazoo gets up with a refreshed look on his face, but it turns out that the peeping Tom here is him, because what he sees afterward is Salona in the middle of taking a bath. Sorry guys, you won't be spared from the foggy spectacle this time. While Wazoo is taking his time processing the information in his head, the red-faced Salona panics and recites a chant, sending the spell straight at the peeping Tom before running away from the human. Fortunately, her attack misses, so Wazoo lives to see another day, and possibly another anime action, but this adventurer is aware that he has messed up greatly this time. Unbeknownst to him, the real peeping Tom, Jizuna, has a sinister smile as he thinks of his evil plans that surpass the crime of watching someone in the bath, and the target of it is none other than Salona. As soon as the next day arrives, Wazoo begs for forgiveness to Salona for seeing her naked last night. Luluna and Yuyuna are also present, while Salona blushes in embarrassment and immediately forgives the human for his sin, even apologizing for shooting magic at him out of the blue, when it is Wazoo who first enters the bath. Watching this scene, Luluna gets amused, as she realizes that it's the first time Salona is acting this way, but that same elf she's referring to gives the human a tall order to forget all of what he saw. Wazoo feels reluctant to obey her though, and his face says it all, so Salona warns him that she'll report the whole incident to the village chief and let him decide on the punishment. Thus, Wazoo is forced to accept, and the twins tease him about it. The charade ends there as Salona reveals that the village chief is grateful for what Wazoo did. Moreover, she urges Wazoo and Miyar to stay in their place if they don't have any urgent business somewhere, to which the human replies with a much appreciative thank you. Of course, Salona is grateful to the Dragon Princess too, and wants to tell them more about the village, but she needs to leave for now to talk with the chief first. Time passes, and we can see Yuyuna luring a beast in the forest to give Luluna an opportunity to attack, allowing her to shoot an arrow straight at the monster and ultimately injure it. Thus, Luluna gives a chance to deal the finishing blow to the enemy, at Wazoo, who feels quite excited to help these two elf guardians. He tries his best to hold back while sending the beast to its demise with a single smash, but the power is still enough to make the foe tremble in pain. Regardless, Yuyuna praises the adventurer for bringing down their enemy and effectively cooperating with them, to the point that he calls Wazoo a fellow guardian. Turns out, this is the elf's method to protect their village, and combatants like the twins belong to the group known as guardians, who take good care of the monsters in the vicinity, and probably turn them into dinner, given that Luluna thinks Salona will be surprised at the numbers of the enemies they have defeated. Yuyuna doubts it, however, because Salona is their mighty leader, and that girl has already saved them countless times in the past. Still, the credit for today's success goes to Wazoo. But in the middle of their conversation, the trio suddenly hears someone's worried yell while saying Salona's name. Upon closer investigation, the three learn that an enormous scorpion appears on the hunting ground, and the guardian leader is the only one handling the situation. The other elves are getting worried, so Gazuna assures them that it'll all be okay, but the two still can't brush away their fears, because Salona is revealed to be fighting while protecting the wounded people to allow them to escape. As a result, Gazuna says he'll send a few reinforcements, but Wazoo is getting worried too, and the same goes for the twins, who inform the human that the cloaked elf is actually a bad guy, and they can't absolutely trust his words, which leads the three to hurry toward the direction they overheard from the conversation earlier. In the gigantic tree near the village, an enormous scorpion faces the Guardian's eyes, and seems to have the upper hand in the battle, thanks to Salona prioritizing the safety of a wounded human. However, she won't let the monster go to their village either, so Salona desperately defends herself from the scorpion's attack, using the small dagger, deflecting the strike while finding some window to enable the person behind to escape. Finally, Wazoo arrives with the twins, and he yells at Salona to catch her attention, asking the girl if she's okay, unaware that the question itself endangers the female elf, as the scorpion strikes Salona away with its tail, taking advantage of her distraction. Once again, Wazoo calls the Guardian's leader, this time in a whole different situation, and evidently worse than earlier, as Salona slowly falls unconscious due to the grave injury the monster inflicts on her. Enraged, Wazoo screams his frustration and punches the notorious tail of the scorpion, unable to accept all of what it does to his potential harem member. Immediately after, he leaps toward Salona, who is falling from the sky, and catches her to prevent a severe fall or possibly more serious damage to the lady elf. Thankfully, Salona wakes up, even though she panics upon finding out that Wazoo is carrying her in his arms. She also learns that the scorpion has been taken down, so as flustered as this elf is, she asks Wazoo to put her down. Of course, the young man refuses because he wants to carry this wounded girl to the village, but Salona insists on walking by herself, ashamed that she is covered in dirt. Little do they know the monster is still lurking in the shadows, so they continue progressing their feelings toward each other, except that Salona actually gets up to check if the wounded person earlier is okay. Unfortunately, it's too late for all of them to notice that the gigantic scorpion is alive and is ready to devour the human adventurer. Even how hopeless it is, everyone hurriedly warns Wazoo of the approaching threat, but the monster is one step ahead and has already taken a bite of almost half of Wazoo's body. The elves waste no time in attempting to take the gigantic scorpion down, as they immediately disperse to distract it and save Wazoo. This time, Salona is the one yelling the human's name and ordering the monster to let him go, until its mouth suddenly cracks open and Wazoo's face resurfaces, wearing a casual smile like nothing serious has happened. Surprised, the elves let out a confused noise in unison as they have a hard time believing the gruesome event they just witnessed, but it turns out that their enemy is still alive and is raring to punish the puny human. Okay, he's not puny at all. Irritated, Wazoo glares at the persistent monster before hastening its trip to the netherworld, with a single finger flick on the forehead. At this point, the elves can only conclude that the human is way too strong, and they need to come to terms with it. But now that everything has been settled, Wazoo urges his companions to head back so they return to the elven village, where everyone happily welcomes them. Evidently, the elves are relieved that all of them are safe, but while they are all wearing happy faces, Wazoo catches sight of one who is obviously frustrated by the turn of events, Gazuna. He instantly notices that it's the same one whom the worried elves are talking to earlier, but unfortunately, a woman blocks his sight to give Wazoo and Mir food. No regrets, those are surely appetizing. In the end, Gazuna disappears in the dark, but who cares about him now when steamed buns should be the top priority? As the night deepens, Wazoo calls Salona when she's alone and offers to walk her home. Whoops, love is blooming here. Everyone better put down that bonking stick and give a moment to this guy. Apparently, Wazoo is still concerned about Salona's wounds, so thankfully, the elf permits him to go with her. But along the way, Wazoo realizes that the last time they were all alone was the bath incident. Therefore, he wonders if Salona is actually grossed out by his presence. But this human's questions will be answered sooner than he expects, when Salona suddenly urges him to stop where they are for a moment. The lady elf then thanks Wazoo for saving her life, but the young man thinks he's not worthy of her gratitude because of the failure of not letting a single wound befall the girl. In response, Salona tells Wazoo that he really is a kind person, not to mention strong because her strength, which is number 1 in the entire village, will pale in comparison to Wazoo's. This unexpected turn of events flusters the young man, but it seems like his heart will stop. Salona will suffer from overjoy afterward, as Salona then gets up and expresses her relief about Wazoo being stronger than her. A tad bit of disappointment shows on the human's face as he completely assumes that the development leads to a love confession. Well, too bad, but it seems like we just need to wait for a little longer. After all, Salona wants to tell Wazoo that he can stay permanently in their village, but of course, the nervousness will hinder us from seeing romantic progress. Man, the disappointment. Meanwhile, in the hunting ground, Jizuna approaches the scorpion and glares at it with disgust. He is so frustrated that the monster has been defeated. Thus, he absorbs it using only his hands, getting more annoyed by the unexpected appearance of the human adventurer, as the evil elf then grabs 2 tiny ominous balls. Suddenly, Jizuna throws them upward while declaring his plan to handle this case personally, along with the ferocious beasts he summons, and his new transformation into a wannabe one-eyed ghoul from Tokyo. 1 week has passed since then, and Wazoo just wakes up from his slumber with 100% motivation to help protect the village. It seems like Luluna gives him the opportunity to do that as she barges in from the window and panically tells Wazoo to come down. As a result, he sees the elves gathering around in the area with Salona standing in the middle, facing a cloaked elf. It turns out that she's engaged in a high-stakes duel, and the village chief is acting as a witness. Immediately, Wazoo goes down from his room and lands safely, thanks to Mir, allowing him to ask the twins about the situation, where he ultimately finds out that Jizuna challenges Salona to a duel. Moreover, among these two, the winner will become the head guardian, whereas the loser, on the other hand, will be forced to leave the village. Thus, learning about Gizuna's jealousy of Salona makes the cloaked elf's frustration very clear to Wazoo. However, the duel's participants have no objections whatsoever to the punishment, which leads the village chief to put in inviolable territory, as he then casts an elven barrier to signal the start of the match. Without wasting any second, Jizuna charges towards Salona and attempts a hit, only for it to get blocked by the composed lady elf, who then kicks the guy away, striking him to a far distance. Wazoo and the twins, along with other elves, are acting as Salona's cheerleaders because the strength and support are absolutely in her favor. However, Jizuna isn't the slightest bit overwhelmed by all of those, and he instead grabs a piece of rock while starting his dialogue that reeks of hate and envy, blaming Salona for all the misfortunes in his life. The next words, holding the guardian leader responsible for the following events, confuses Salona and the spectators of the duel because of how ominous it is. But they have absolutely no idea what the guy is talking about this time, and it might already be the end when they do. After all, Jizuna proceeds with his vengeance plan as he throws the rock at Salona, treating it as a mere distraction for him to grab the cursed balls, activating them at the right time to show everyone the gospel of darkness lying dormant inside him. All of a sudden, Salona's surroundings turn black, and this spell, which is definitely not an elven magic, sends shivers down the elves' spines. Seconds after, the ground shakes as the monsters commence their stampede, so the village chief asks Jizuna what he has specifically done that is bringing so much anxiety to the villagers. Something is coming closer. This is all Wazoo can say, followed by someone's scream, as Jizuna finally reveals that monsters carrying his grudge are already on their way to their village. As soon as he says that, a group of gigantic and ferocious beasts arrive on the scene, causing almost everyone to panic, just by seeing the undefeatable sizes of the harbingers of their demise. Jizuna owns the first laugh as he orders his minions to rampage all they want, given that their numbers are too much even for the guardian leader, and she can only complain despite knowing that it is useless. Unfortunately, the villagers' screams serve as a great distraction for Salona, which also makes it a perfect opportunity for Gizuna to strike. On the other hand, Luluna and Yuyuna urge Wazoo to head somewhere higher for their safety, and the townsmen follow suit to save themselves from the threat of the monsters. Regrettably, not everyone makes it in time to evacuate, and this is what Gizuna anticipates as he gives Salona two choices: take his life or let everyone else perish. The evil elf's motive is to take the lives of the monsters, but he's just taking advantage of Salona's weakness because Gizuna knows that his enemy can't defeat a fellow elf with the aim of turning his health points into 0. But right when the situation turns dire, Wazoo calls Salona, smiling as he asks her if she's okay, because this adventurer has already taken care of quite an absurd number of monsters. Salona is dumbfounded after seeing the unprecedented situation, but the same can be said for Gizuna, who feels enraged upon learning that a mere human has brought down a majority of his minions. Wazoo is displeased being talked to by the cloaked elf, though, so he brutally reminds him, "Hey, I don't have any intention of talking to you," or somewhere along those lines. Gizuna's face screams disgust as he can't bear to listen to Wazoo cheering Salona and reassuring her that he will handle all the monsters outside the barrier. Thanks to that, Salona can focus on the duel, but she instead tells her opponent to stop all these atrocities. However, Gizuna can't stop clenching his fist in frustration, eventually grabbing one more of those red spheres and declaring his plan, B, bring Salona's demise. The rainfall gets heavier, and the clouds darken along with Gizuna, who puts the ball into his mouth, transforms into his demonic form, and punches the elven guardian leader. Due to the impact, Salona bumps into the edge of the barrier, making everyone, including the twins and Wazoo, worried, given that the current Gizuna possesses an unfathomable strength that far surpasses all of their abilities, or not. Wazoo casually destroys the indestructible elven territory with one punch, and decides to join the battle against the evil elf, enraging the demonic Gizuna, who orders the human not to interfere, as he then fires a beam that Wazoo easily blocks. Of course, the adventurer refuses to hear his request, and continues to render all of Gizuna's attacks useless, while reminding him of his motive to remove Salona from this world. Therefore, Gizuna tells the human that it has nothing to do with him, but it seems like those words anger Wazoo even more, as he disagrees with that statement, and kicks the evil elf's face while declaring that he likes Salona. The red sphere comes out of Gizuna's mouth and ceases into existence, but Wazoo's concern is this: what face should I make when I turn back? As expected, Salona blushes because of his confession, and tells the embarrassed adventurer that she's happy he sees her that way. Whoa, the ship sails. Or maybe not this time, because Salona follows it with an apology, reminding the heartbroken Wazoo that she needs to stay and protect the village as its guardian. Unfortunately, she's also against Wazoo permanently living here for her sake, because the adventurer isn't someone who should be confined in their little place. To stop Salona from having such a painful face, Wazoo forces his smile on the woman he loves, and tells her of his immediate departure with the pretense of letting Mir see the outside world. Not even saying goodbye to everyone, Wazoo leaves the village, crying as he runs away from the town to go as far as he possibly can. One man down, everyone. I repeat, one man down. Wazoo finally arrives in a faraway town, but it seems like there's a little bit of trouble as the guards aren't permitting this young man's entrance, even though he's desperately begging by telling the guards about his broken heart, not to mention the urge to eat something different to monster's meat. Unfortunately, they kick Wazoo away from the large gate of the wide territory of the fortress's town, Linnock, and this adventurer has little to no hopes of getting into this city soon. Outside the gates, the heartbroken guy contemplates Salona's rejection of his love confession and concludes it's because they haven't spent enough time together, making his efforts too hasty. Thankfully, Mir is there to heal the sad boy's heart, so Wazoo regains the strength to go at it once again with a revised strategy, of course. But he still needs to reclaim his guild card first without returning to the village, because that's so embarrassing for him. Suddenly, he hears a girl's scream and sees a person running away from a large beast while protecting the baguettes that are apparently for her guests. She must be working in an inn or the like then. Putting her job aside, the girl asks for help from basically anybody, and the one who answers her call is Wazoo, who smashes the face of the large boar and puts an end to its consciousness with one hit. Therefore, the thankful girl praises Wazoo's strength and invites him to stay at their inn as a token of gratitude, see? I knew it. But because of his lost guild card, which he also says to her, it is impossible for Wazoo to enter the fortress town, which leads the girl to reveal that the guild card can be reissued as long as he doesn't have records of any crime. Wazoo needs to pay 5 gold coins though, and it's obvious that this guy is as broke as a flamingo. Dodge that. But for this inn worker, that is too bad, because she really wants to hire this strong adventurer as a bodyguard against a certain bad-mannered group that has been troubling them recently. Turns out they might be worse than what Wazoo thinks, so he accepts to do the job, and the girl decides to persuade her dad for something. How will that exactly help? Oh, got it. He is strong. Finally, this young lady introduces herself as Lula, the Breeze of Light Inn's poster girl and the one who will become its master in the future. Just a tad bit more cool poses, and she will surely become a crimson demon. Thus, after Wazoo's plain introduction, the deal has been made, and they head toward the gates of Linnock Town. Soon after, the guard named Orlando permits the adventurer's temporary pass and encourages him to do his best to save her. He is asked to work for the man whom he respectfully calls Reagan. Wazoo has no idea who that is, so Lula proudly reveals that he is her father, who is a great innkeeper and cook. With that said, Wazoo will get his new guild card when the job is done, but he is clueless on what to specifically do, causing Lula to inform him that the tasks may probably be similar to adventuring quests like defeating monsters or running an errand. Still, Wazoo is an F-ranked, so he needs to level up to receive deserving missions, get higher rewards, and stay longer at the inn, which is Lula's original motive to get more sales. Cunning. Afterward, her mom, Kayla, welcomes Lula and the guests she brings, and discovers that the young man here is actually her daughter's savior. Therefore, Kayla offers him dinner and a room to stay, assuring Wazoo that they are all free because it is her thanks for saving Lula's life. At the dinner table, Wazoo and Mir enjoy their food, while the former is having fun with some other things, explicitly staring at the women in the tavern and imagining his dream of building a harem getting pampered by a bunch of different girls who are fawning over him, including Salona, who apparently wants to be this young man's partner. The heavenly taste of the soup wakes him up from his dreams, but what shocks him after is the adventuring party on the other table, which calls the food disgusting, low class, and tastes like a horse's you-know-what. Why are they even here? Nonetheless, their actions make Wazoo realize that they are the adventuring party Lula is talking about, so he stands up to teach them a lesson, but the poster girl beats him to it first because she can't accept that those guys are insulting her dad's cooking. However, the man, who seems to be a mere member, continues the mockery, disagreeing with Lula's comment that her father's meals are the best in the world by throwing the soup on the floor right in front of Lula's lifeless eyes. Brimming with arrogance, the member provokes every adventurer in the tavern, knowing they will not try to challenge them, as they are the infamous A-ranked party known as the Black Blaze. Trembling in rage, Lula feels no care whatsoever and orders them to apologize to her dad instead. But the leader replies with violence as he attempts to touch the face of the young lady. Wazoo immediately grabs Lula, away from his reach, and the arrogant man obviously doesn't like it, but he bursts into laughter after learning that the guy in front of him is an F-ranked newbie. The oh-so-strong Black Blaze member offers to teach the delusional Wazoo a lesson, but his little kitchen knife shatters right after making contact with Wazoo. Inevitably, the three are so absolutely dumbfounded by the turn of events that they ask the dubbed newbie what cheat skill he uses. But like some kind of a horror movie, Wazoo is already behind the man's back and throws him outside through the window to continue their little conversation there. He also gives the other two their turn, so the trio crashes into one another, and Wazoo follows them outside the inn, where the other customers are gathering to watch the street fight. Regardless, the look-alike members of Black Maze swear to humiliate Wazoo with their almighty magic spell, which incinerates the F-ranked adventurer. Worried, Lula yells Wazoo's name while Mir is just munching her food because, to everyone's surprise, excluding the dragons, Wazoo is completely unscathed, despite the undeniably immense firepower from the A-ranked adventurer. As a result, the three strikes at the same time, successfully hitting Wazoo with each of their own physical attacks, turning the tide in their favor in their dreams. In reality, Wazoo responds with one punch, and that is more than enough to make them only partially conscious, which causes one of them to bump into Lula and Mir, leading the dragon princess's bread to fly toward the water fountain. Mir gets teary-eyed due to the grave incident regarding her food, and she angrily growls at the culprits, especially at the Black Blaze members determined to bring their punishment. Eventually, the water in the fountain utterly destroys Mir's meal, and grudges over food are something you should take seriously, which leads the Dragon Princess to shoot a fire breath to reduce their enemies into ashes. Hurriedly, Wazoo stops Mir before the whole area gets burned, and it is already satisfying that the black blaze has turned into dark charcoal. Laugh, I beg you! Anyway, the crowd yells their cheers and praises at the dragon tamer, but it seems like Mir is getting all the credit for this victory, given that the spotlight has been stolen by the Dragon Princess. But now that the situation is settled, Lula thanks Wazoo for teaching the Black Blaze their hard-earned lesson. And it is, of course, because the young man agrees that the meals cooked by the girl's father are undeniably delicious. On the other hand, Kayla wishes that this would serve as the Black Blaze's sign to stop their arrogance, but there's no way these burned-up crisps can hear it. Unbeknownst to them, someone is hiding nearby while watching Wazoo, and it turns out to be a young lady, whom we will call Tata, wondering if the strong adventurer will lend her his power. In his room with an evidently refreshed face, because she apparently had a good sleep last night, due to what happened to the arrogant adventurers who are troubling their inn. Turns out, this poster girl feels excited just by imagining the gallant figure and the hero-like existence, and is looking forward to seeing the upcoming achievements of the hero again, whose name is Mir, and definitely not her tamer, Wazoo. The poor guy can't stop his tears from falling as he harbors bitterness for not getting the glory he deserves. But it, fortunately, turns out that Lula appreciates it. After all, she talks about the heroic dragon tamer who stays at the Breeze of Light Inn. Basically, she's brutally using Wazoo as their endorser. Putting that aside, the adventurer needs to meet the guildmaster today, even though it is Lula's dad who's supposed to give him the quest. She deliberately omits some details, and it seems like Lula can't accompany Wazoo this time because of some bread errands, which allows her replacement to show up. Therefore, the Adventurer Guild's receptionist, Emma, introduces herself to Wazoo, who is instantly captivated by the woman's beauty. It turns out that this is a direct summons from the guildmaster himself, so the receptionist is here and is even assisting Wazoo to change clothes. Desperately, Wazoo stops the urge to look at the dangerous stuff, and refuses Emma's assistance at the same time, because this professional receptionist is going a tad bit overboard. When they go outside, however, Wazoo learns that Emma can't become a member of his harem because this woman is excitedly telling him about her husband, who was apparently fired up while watching Mir's fire breath yesterday that he's spouting such cool words to his wife. Well, you can't expect this heartbroken guy to enjoy a love talk from the receptionist, but thankfully, that finally ends as they arrive in Linux City's Adventurers Guild. The building's first floor is swarming with people of different races, including demi-humans among others, yet you still can't find a human-faced Nekomimi girl. Well, better luck next time. On the other hand, Wazoo is giving it his all not to look at the hips of the receptionist, who is letting out quick breaths. Fortunately, they reach the third floor, where the guildmaster's office is located, and Wazoo enters and sees the shadow of the man who's been waiting for him all this time. As the suspenseful greeting ensues, the guildmaster, who is also the owner of Breeze of Light Inn Reagan, introduces himself to the F-ranked adventurer. Obviously, Wazoo is shocked upon hearing his name, because it also means that this man right here is Lula's father, and it is light years away before Wazoo can accept it. When Emma leaves the room, Reagan thanks the young man for saving his family from the rampage of Black Blaze yesterday. But Wazoo replies with the million-dollar question, is he really Lula's dad? Of course, Reagan says yes while revealing that Kayla is his wife, causing Wazoo to go out of control as he calls the guildmaster names like Baldy and Old Goat, yelling his suspicions that Lula is not Reagan's biological daughter, but instead a child from Kayla's previous marriage. To his disappointment, Lula is Reagan's true child, and Kayla is genuinely in love with him, so Wazoo can only cry, and all of the poster girl's actions finally make sense, given that her father is the guildmaster. As the final blow, Wazoo realizes that Reagan is the inn's owner, so he forgives him because of his delicious cooking, and begs to hurry and give the quest. Before that, Reagan informs Wazoo that no one is taking the high-level missions now due to the Black Blaze's hospitalization, and even though he's not blaming the boy for it, this F-ranked adventurer is the only one who can be relied on for this mission, especially because he is a dragon tamer. Thus, Reagan informs Wazoo about the dragon sighting on a nearby hill 2 weeks ago, and asks him to find every possible information about the entity, as well as subjugate it if possible. Wazoo accepts the job almost immediately despite the dangers, and it seems like it's the right choice because the reward for it is a staggering 30 gold coins, leaving Wazoo with vast money remaining as a change after the guild card payment. Well, the guy is confident he can one-punch a dragon, so Reagan offers advice for the quest preparation, but Wazoo asks for just a map and nothing else, saying anything other than that is a burden. After learning he can get one from Emma, Wazoo calls Reagan Mr. Balding and hurriedly runs for his life, leaving the guildmaster worried, until he remembers his daughter trusting the F-ranked adventurer's strength. Afterward, Wazoo secures his food and water rations until some townsfolk see him and focus their attention and praises to Mier, who becomes quite famous in this city. Eventually, Wazoo returns to the inn, where he tells Kayla about discovering Lula's father's identity too late, only to receive laughter with some water and sandwiches. He then leaves, while carrying the thoughts of Kayla being already taken when a girl suddenly bumps into him. Following that are the voices of goons on the hunt for the woman whom they call Tata, leading Wazoo to offer help to this stranger, who he assumes is getting chased by evil pursuers. Thus, they hide in an alleyway while keeping track of the men's movements, who eventually give up because they're sure that Tata will return to a particular mansion. Wazoo senses the bad vibe the pursuers emit, but everything is safe now, so he introduces himself to the woman who recognizes him as the adventurer who defeated the Black Blaze yesterday. Yeah, Mier is getting popular, but unlike other citizens, the woman in the cloak focuses on Wazoo himself, specifically on his name, which sounds lovely to Tata, as she then reveals her face and name to the adventurer, captivating the heavens out of Wazoo, who stares at the woman with admiration. Tata offers to repay the guy for saving her, but unfortunately, Wazoo has to go on his quest, so that will be delayed until he gets back. However, the young man who wants a harem simply wishes for Tata to tell him more about herself instead. Moreover, Wazoo reminds Tata to be careful of the evil pursuers, showing kindness to the woman he just met, all because the F-ranked adventurer can't leave this girl who wears a sad expression on her face alone. After the protagonist-worthy phrase, Wazoo heads to the nearby hill for the quest and waves goodbye to Tata, hoping they can meet one more time. Afterward, Wazoo arrives at the gates where the good old Orlando is guarding, but it seems like Wazoo needs a few seconds to remember who on earth he is. Either way, Orlando learns that Wazoo is on a dragon-slaying quest with such light equipment, so he advises him to form a strong party first and bring a reliable weapon, but the adventurer runs away, so Orlando can only hope everything will be fine. Not too long after, Wazoo reaches the area but finds out that the specific place on the map is still a bit far from where they currently are. Therefore, he needs to sprint his way toward the particular hill, but it seems like Mir wants to show him something first as she makes their lunch disappear and reanimates it once again, like a magic trick. Amazed by the Dragon Princess's ability that he discovers too late, Wazoo hugs Mayar while sobbing and telling her she might be his future bride in the end. The Dragon Princess feels delighted by those words, so she flies in the open fields beside the running human while greeting the fantastic sight of the sun setting. In this vast world, Wazoo wonders where he can meet that one friend who will stay with him forever. Well, he has someone like Ragnir and Mir. Don't they count, Wazoo? Soon after, the two reach their destination, but see no dragon anywhere except Mir, of course. Suddenly, Wazoo catches sight of a cave and calls the dragon to check if he or she is there, only to receive a familiar stare lurking in the shadows, recognizing Wazoo, and asking him if he is here per her husband's request. After all, the beast meeting these two is Ragnir's angry wife, who mysteriously refuses to return to her spouse even though no one here asks her to. Regardless, Wazoo is quite shocked to see Mel, who is in a bad mood here. What sin is it this time, Dragon King? Even Wazoo is getting confused as to why the Dragon Queen is acting like this, so he tries to calm her down by mentioning Mir, but that doesn't seem to be effective, leading Wazoo to clear the suspicions that it's Ragnir who sends him here. He assumes that the two are having a fight, but Mel doesn't treat the situation well. Mel doesn't treat the situation as a mere couple quarrel, and she reveals her plan to leave Ragnir for good and live here in her birthplace. Thanks to that, Wazoo learns that the hill is the Dragon Queen's hometown, and he finally tells her about his purpose in coming here, which is to investigate a dragon sighting. Therefore, Wazoo plans to report to Reagan that the creature is not a violent winged beast, but the ever-kind Mel. Hearing those words calms the Dragon Queen, so Wazoo bravely asks why she's here when the castle in the mountain should be her home. Mel feels happy that Wazoo is willing to listen to her worries, but she cries while recalling the events, and ultimately reveals that Ragnir has cheated on her with a younger red dragon. Enraged, Wazoo wonders why the Dragon King did such a thing when he already has a beautiful wife and daughter, and this guy even bet his non-existent money that Mel is a real beauty when she turns into a human. Putting everyone's wish aside, Wazoo asks Mel if it's possible for her to reconcile with Ragnir for Mir's sake, and it seems like it's not impossible when the Dragon King apologizes. Then, Wazoo finds out that Mel has no definite proof that her husband has cheated because she doesn't ask him about it, and just witnesses a scene of the Dragon King getting closer to another female dragon. With a thumbs up, Wazoo swears to bring Ragnir here so they can talk about the issue properly, and offers to be a witness of their discussion. In response, Mel acts like she's forced to accept the suggestion, even though it's clear as day that this Dragon Queen is excited. Before heading to the castle, Wazoo leaves Mir to her mother, because the mountain is pretty far after all, so the adventurer sprints toward the destination alone. His kindness never fails to show, and Mel notices that, of course, and she wishes for Ragnir to learn a bit from the young man. After a not-so-long journey, Wazoo arrives in the castle and yells the Dragon King's name to find where he is, only to discover that Ragnir is lying in a position that shows his shame and dejection. He's pretty surprised after seeing Mir is not with Wazoo, though, so Wazoo informs him that she's with Mel, who is in her home because the Dragon King has cheated on her. However, Ragnir doesn't think he has killed her, but he has committed such a thing, and demands Wazoo to tell him where his wife is, not even having any plan to apologize to Mel, because this prideful dragon wants to order her to come back, and that's it. Now you know where to go where you want to be a good husband, and it's not Ragnir. Thus, Wazoo scolds his hopeless plan and asks the whole story of Ragnir's sinful endeavors. Turns out, a female dragon named Carol, who the king admits is attractive, is inviting him to several meals and is clearly making advances on the married dragon, who is not refusing her too. So Mel catches them in action, and you know what happens next. But while Wazoo is angered by the foolishness of the Dragon King, Ragnir, on the other hand, still has no idea why he should apologize to Mel. Wazoo puts his title aside and imagines a fake scenario where the Dragon Queen is getting intimate with a young male dragon, but Ragnir lets out a fire breath before he can even finish. Still, Wazoo continues the hypothetical situation where Ragnir leaves after witnessing the incident, and Mel just orders him to come back without an apology. He then tells Ragnir to be honest about it, and tells him about what he'll feel when that happens, so the Dragon King realizes that he will not like it and become more stubborn, which is exactly what this father/husband is planning on doing. Finally, Ragnir understands the situation, so Wazoo assures him that his sin will be forgiven as long as he apologizes wholeheartedly to Mel, promises not to accept Carol's advances anymore, and takes good care of his wife. For now, Wazoo needs to rest, especially because he ran all day. So the two engage in a manly discussion about the human's harem progress and why Wazoo doesn't have a lover, even though he understands a woman's mind. Unfortunately, the topic is too bitter for Wazoo to handle, which leads Ragnir to assume that this young man will become popular when turned into a dragon. That's not the case for sure. As soon as morning arrives, Wazoo carries the Dragon King with his 2 hands and plans to do the world's fastest delivery in history, despite the obvious confusion and lack of consent from the Dragon King. And Wazoo ignores his words to throw Ragnir from the mountain straight to the hill, where Mel is waiting. This way, the Dragon King will reach the destination, but the adventurer remembers he needs to witness their talk as his promise to Mel, so he hurriedly runs toward the faraway cave on the hill. Upon entering, he immediately asks the two if they have reconciled, only to see Ragnir lowering his head to not just 1, but 2 white dragons. Right when Wazoo thinks that the stranger beside Mel is Carol, he hears her calling the Dragon Queen, daughter, and remembers Mel mentioning she contacts her mother. Eventually, Wazoo joins the conversation as if saying he's here now, so Meyer rushes to him. After a few minutes, Mel comes to him with an instant embrace, stealing the attention of Ragnir's mother-in-law, who stares at Wazoo as if measuring his strength. In the end, she fails to measure the limits of the adventurer's power, but that itself is enough to convince her that trusting Meyer to him is the correct choice, not to mention Mel is planning to have the two married when her daughter reaches the right age. Of course, the father will not consent to the idea, but it seems like her mother-in-law possesses the better authority here. After all, this old dragon presents herself as the former dragon queen, Megal, which explains why Ragnir is doubling down on being respectful here. In reply, Wazoo helps the Dragon King to explain the cheating incident, but it seems like the guy has stepped on a landmine and reignited the two's rage. It turns out, however, that Mel already knows about the misunderstanding, and she feels dissatisfied because instead of apologizing on his own, Ragnir's words are full of, "Wazoo threw me here. Wazoo told me to say that, yada yada." Finally, Wazoo can't take it anymore as he begs for them to make up already, so he asks permission to talk with Ragnir alone. On their one-on-one talk, Wazoo learns that Ragnir's pride is in tatters after saying sorry, but the second phase comes next, as Wazoo advises the Dragon King to go along with all of his wife's whims. Of course, the young man has no experience doing that because he doesn't really have a lover, and this advice is apparently his dad's favorite saying. Nonetheless, Wazoo asks if high-class restaurants for dragons exist, given that the next plan is to have Ragnir treat his wife to delicious food. Unfortunately, those establishments don't exist for dragons, but it's mysteriously not a problem to Ragnir. Thus, he goes back to Mel and Megal, kneeling down as he seriously apologizes to the two for all the troubles and promises to refuse any contact with Corel by introducing her to other male dragons. Moreover, he swears to deepen his relationship with Mel and take better care of it, ultimately inviting the two to the human town of Linux as a token of apology. Fortunately, his wish to give them time to rest their bodies by enjoying the scenery and food in that particular city convinces Mel that her husband has become thoughtful. Starting with the current Dragon Queen, the former also accepts the invitation, but she will not spare Ragnir from a reminder not to forget about the remorse he feels for this incident. Needless to say, the MVP title goes to Wazoo, although the guy is still concerned about one more thing. How will they enter the city with their enormous sizes? As a result, Megal makes it clear that they're not your run-of-the-mill dragons, and shifting their forms is basically a walk in the park. With that said, the three dragons recite a chant in unison, causing some kind of censorship lights to envelop their bodies, as they eventually turn into their gallant, gorgeous human forms, which look like they appear straight out of a novel. Basically, bask in their beauty for a few seconds. Wazoo is already doing that, but it seems like shock and not admiration is the one overwhelming him. Putting that aside, Megal urges Wazoo to lead the way toward the fortress town of Linux. But he checks one more thing first. Why isn't Mir transforming? I bet some of you here hope to see her show, her human form, but not this time around. Meanwhile, Salona is still on the hunt to find Wazoo and return his guild card, even though 10 days have already passed since she left the village. Unfortunately, Salona still has no clues about where Wazoo currently is, so she realizes the possibility of him riding on a ship to go somewhere far. Of course, that is immediately discarded because Salona has his guild card, which leaves her with one more possible place to go, the Linux town. Lady Elf can't help but think of the upcoming happy days of going along with the humans' journey, and the intimate time they will surely share when night arrives. But Salona immediately erases those thoughts from her mind due to excessive embarrassment. However, the elf realizes that Wazoo might have already formed his harem, which worries Salona, making her wonder if she really has the right to join Wazoo, when the one who rejected him in the first place is her. Right when the regret crushes Salona, she hears somebody's conversation, talking about the bread, and why the girl, who turns out to be Lula, orders them every morning despite the far distance from their inn. Their dad approved. Reagan seems to like them, apparently, so Lula leaves the shop with a smile, passing by Salona and hearing the rumble of her stomach. Lady Elf is undeniably embarrassed, but thankfully Lula handles it by offering a piece of bread to Salona, who's having doubts because she knows these foods need to be delivered. With pure, uncorrupted eyes, Lula confesses her sin of secretly nibbling one or two of these breads every day. She also refuses the elf's payment, and, as usual, invites her to stay in their inn instead, bragging that it has the best lodging and food in Linux town. Afterward, they introduce themselves to one another, allowing Lula to confirm that Salona is a real elf, which makes her excited because it's rare to see one of their races. With that said, Salona reveals her reason for leaving their village and her plan to go to Linux to find the man she's looking for. Per Lula's request, Salona tells the girl about the person's characteristics, saying he's aloof, kind, and strong, among other things, but then blushes upon revealing he's also a cute guy. She already spouts those words before knowing that Lula wants to know the physical appearance to help her. Lula then tries to help her find him, leading Lady Elf to panic while revealing all the outward clues she can think of, especially the thing about the small dragon resting on the guy's head. Thanks to that, Lula assumes that the cute little monster is Mir, and that the person being discussed is none other than Wazoo. Undoubtedly, the poster girl hits right on the right mark, so she informs the elf about Wazoo's situation and what he is currently doing, which leads Salona's knees to weaken in relief and excitement that she can finally meet Wazoo again. Therefore, Lula urges Salona to hurry and asks her out of curiosity if she uses a fast travel skill to go all the way here, but then learns that Salona simply walks. "You sure love Wazoo, huh?" Salona's embarrassment goes out of control after hearing very similar words from Lula, so she tells the poster girl that her heart is not yet ready to join that guy's harem. Furthermore, Salona is under the assumption that Wazoo has already found a new partner, so Lula informs her that he's traveling alone with Mir and no one else. Salona's reaction? 10 out of 10 tsundere worthy. Still, Lady Elf can't help but feel anxious if Wazoo will really accept her again, and in the fortunate chance that he does, will they hold hands while going on adventures with just the two of them? Her heart beats rapidly simply by thinking about it, showing absolutely no signs of stopping anytime soon, because this maiden in love is overwhelmed with happiness after all. As they get closer and closer to the fortress town, Lula sees somebody's shadows not far from them and catches sight of Wazoo among the four walking toward the gates of Linux. Needless to say, Salona's cheeks turn redder as she fidgets from nervousness, but what she learns afterwards will serve as a great shock. Walking side by side with Wazoo are three royals who are all gorgeous and strong-looking, perfectly fit to be Wazoo's companions. That is exactly what Salona assumes, as her vision partially darkens, even though she views this as a matter of fact, because Wazoo's strength and personality deserve to have new friends. There's nothing strange about it, and Salona knows that, but she refuses Lula's encouragement to rush at the guy she's been looking for this whole time, reminding herself that her only motive is to return the guild card. Salona passes the task to Lula and immediately leaves, ignoring the calls of the confused poster girl as she dashes away from the area. After running for quite a long time, Salona stops upon reaching a large tree, panting as she regrets her actions, and wonders why it is impossible for her current self to nonchalantly call Wazoo out, apologize to him, and then ask to join his adventures. Unfortunately, it's all in hindsight now, as Salona burrows herself in regrets, frustration, and loneliness while thinking about Wazoo. Under the giant tree, the elf lady bursts into tears, unable to endure the aches and pains, making pain in her chest as she tries her hardest to stop the overflowing tears, finally realizing that she has fallen in love with Wazoo. As I thought, Tia-san is the best elf. In the Adventurers Guild, however, Reagan is having the dilemma of his life, as he can't believe Wazoo saying that these three right here with him are the Dragon King's family. Having no other choice, Megal instructs her son-in-law to undo his transformation, which results in a sudden tremor in the building. Moreover, Reagan finally believes Wazoo's story, although in a hard way, as he begs Ragnir to turn into a human again, because this sight is practically terrifying for him. With this, Wazoo successfully completes the quest, so the rewards will surely come his way. But before that, he asks the inn-master for some nice restaurants within the town first. In the end, it is decided that Reagan will guide them personally tomorrow, so Wazoo whispers a wee bit of motivation to Ragnir before inviting them to stay at the Breeze of Light Inn. What comes after, however, is Lula's unexpected news about her encounter with Salona. Wazoo immediately receives the guild card from the inn's poster girl, erasing all the cheerfulness he had earlier as Wazoo learns that Salona came here but is not near the city anymore. The following day, the female dragons are having fun touring around the city with Kayla and Emma as their guide, sightseeing and window shopping for shoes that they unfortunately can't wear in their original size. With Kayla's recommendation, they then head to a shooting range where Megal showcases her mastery as she hits every toy target. Next up, Mel attempts to shoot with her eyes closed, only to fail and be saddened in the end, causing the kind shopkeeper to give her a consolation prize to diminish the dejection she harbors. As the tour continues, they pass by a grand building when Emma suddenly whispers to Kayla that revealing its identity, especially to Mel, is a bad idea. Therefore, Kayla urges them to proceed by introducing the building as a mere house, when, in reality, it is the most prestigious cat house in the whole town. On the men's side, Ragnir is in the restaurant ordering all the fancy food. He thinks Mel and Megal will like to the point that Reagan thinks the Dragon King is going a bit overboard here. Still, Wazoo leaves the outfit assignment to the guildmaster because he needs to go somewhere. But seeing Ragnar cry due to his absence forces the adventurer to stay a little bit longer to assure the Dragon King that everything will be fine. On another note, Reagan tells Wazoo that he'll help re-register his guild card tomorrow, enabling the adventurer to leave, albeit remembering his bitter thoughts as to why Salona doesn't meet him despite coming here. Little did Wazoo know he had forgotten something, and that was the goddess who was already labeling him as cruel. In response, he asks why Salona left earlier, but that is the last thing the attention-seeking goddess wants to hear right now. Regardless, she asks if Wazoo has made new comrades, and eventually finds out that he's just the dragon family's guide. So, Salona just misunderstands the situation. Also, it seems like the goddess is sensing someone or somebody ominous here in Lindtown. Meanwhile, Ragnar watches his efforts prosper in the restaurant as Mel and Meggle enjoy the meals he handpicks for them. Furthermore, they're asking for seconds or how many servings it is now that Emma doesn't want to imagine the bill anymore. Fortunately, this whole thing leads Mel to forgive her husband and decides to forget this accident as she then pouts while giving Ragnar a cute warning not to repeat his sins. With a hug and a bit of sweet, "I love you," the case closes, and it is Meggle approved. The following day, another not-so-bright time arrives for the crying Wazoo, who is complaining why his reward is only 5 golds when it should be 30. Well, according to Emma, the guildmaster deducts a total of 25 gold coins to pay for the dragon family's payment for feast, lodgings, and other expenses. Let's just look at the bright side. Thankfully, Emma informs Wazoo that he's promoted to C rank, which enables him to take more quests and obviously higher rewards. It's not a surprise for Emma, though, knowing that Wazoo is absurdly strong, that he can talk to dragon royals like it's natural and not take the severe tests for promotion. Now that the guild card issue has been fixed, Emma informs the adventurer that Ragnar is planning to take him to a quote-unquote nice place, as thanks for yesterday. Unfortunately, Wazoo has no idea what she means, even when the receptionist refers to it as a go-to place for boys like him at night. As a result, he returns to the inn with a catchphrase like it's his home, and fortunately, it is not a problem for Kayla, leading Wazoo to ask if he can leave Mir to her because Reagan is calling him. Therefore, Kayla advises his live-in bodyguard to entrust the dragon princess to the tenant next door, as it turns out that they are Ragnar, his wife and mother-in-law living there. Well, seeing them here causes Wazoo to realize that the lodging fee he covers with the quest reward is exactly this. So Mel thanks him for paying for all their expenses, and that calms Wazoo down. Aren't royals wealthy? Oh well. Afterward, Wazoo leaves Mir to her family, but it seems like the dragon princess knows what place he is heading to because she's not letting go of him. In the end, Wazoo tells her some reassuring words and leaves the dragon princess on the verge of crying as he eventually enters the carriage where Reagan is waiting for him. On the way, they talk about the entertainment district and where in the world will the guildmaster bring her. Well, the guildmaster doesn't want to bring Wazoo until they finally arrive in that exact place, as Reagan reveals his plan of rewarding the young man with introductions to some women. Wazoo panics and he begs the guildmaster to invite Ragnar instead if he wants to cheat on Kayla. But of course, Reagan's intention here is to purely visit the facility's owner. However, his wish for Wazoo is to be an adult and admit to enjoying their services before, only to find out that his cherry hasn't popped in his entire life yet. Well, sorry for being a cherry boy, Wazoo gloomily says, ignoring his memories of mental and emotional agony. Reagan knocks on the door and sees Garrett, his and Kayla's former adventuring comrade and the owner of this nice place at night, like what Emma calls it. Reagan then presents the young adventurer with absurd achievements, so Garrett shakes his hand with pleasure and urges the two to come in. Thus, Reagan reveals that it is Wazoo's first time in a place like this, which means the young man will turn into an adult anytime soon, because the choices are already lined up for him to decide who among them will become the cherry popper. However, his inner dilemma leads Wazoo to remember Salona, awakening his bitter mood until the most beautiful flower arrives, walking down the stairs and volunteering to be the cherry boy's partner for tonight. Immediately, her face rings a bell to Wazoo as he instantly recognizes Tata, who, on the other hand, is quite pleased that the boy remembers him. They tell Garrett about their meeting in the middle of the girl's escape from her pursuers, but it seems like Tata wants them to level up from being mere acquaintances to an intimate relationship. With that said, she pulls off the legendary move of "Am I not good enough?" So Wazoo tells her it's not true, and gulps the glass of booze out of embarrassment. Little does he know that they're having a conversation out there about Tata wanting to build some connection with the strong adventurer. Well, he'll have no way of hearing that now as he passes out after drinking a few more glasses. The next thing Wazoo sees when he wakes up is not an unfamiliar ceiling, but a soft-looking jiggle of a woman's bosom as he finds himself sitting on Tata's lap in her bed. With a teaseful smirk, Tata greets the cherry boy for waking up, but that leads Wazoo to panic, assuming he already did the deed with the woman. That's not yet the case, of course, as Tata gives Wazoo a glass of water and tells him that Reagan has already left. Thus, after confirming that Wazoo is perfectly okay, Tata starts her night endeavors as the boy's cherry popper, but it seems like the guy himself is too embarrassed to do it. Of course, Tata continues tempting Wazoo as she leans closer to the adventurer with the aim of getting to know him better, both emotionally and physically. Wazoo refuses her advances, though, so Tata assumes that he isn't interested in women and swings in a different direction. But that's not the case either, because Wazoo simply wants them to chat, especially because their aim is to get to know one another. Along those words, Wazoo covers Tata's chest with a blanket and reminds the woman to value her body more instead of offering it to him so easily. Tata giggles in reply to such manly words coming from a customer, thinking it's too ironic coming from a man who goes to their place late at night. But she shows a bright smile worthy to protect thanks to Wazoo's kindness. Consequently, Tata reveals tricking the cherry boy, saying she's been bugging Reagan to meet Wazoo ever since she sees his fight against the Black Blaze. After all, she wishes to borrow the adventurer's strength for the reason that involves the pursuers who chased her the other day. Wazoo instantly accepts, but refuses the reward from Tata, assuming she's referring to money, when the truth is something as dense as he wouldn't understand. Grabbing her shoulders, Wazoo assures Tata that he won't leave someone with such a lonely expression, just like her, alone. The red-faced woman pouts as she teasingly comments about her having a lonely face, trying so hard to contain her embarrassment due to Wazoo seeing right through her feelings. As the giggles go on, Tata tells Wazoo about her story, revealing she's working in this place to pay for her father's debt. And the pursuers are actually the collectors who'll do anything to forcibly take her away, which leads Tata to call for Wazoo's help out of desperation. In response, the adventurer volunteers to talk and possibly threaten the creditor so Tata can return to her parents again. But it seems like the consequences for Wazoo will be more severe as Tata stops him, because she doesn't want Wazoo to be banned from staying in this city. With that said, all Tata wishes is for the adventurer to protect her from the debt collectors, while she pays the debt of her father, taking back the freedom she lost with her own two hands. Hearing the girl's determined wish, Wazoo promises not to interfere, but still reminds Tata to call him right away when danger ensues, because he will come flying to save her right away. Furthermore, Wazoo gives his full support to the girl's determination, making Tata so delighted that she thanks the young man from the bottom of her heart. Hands down, Lady Elf might lose this time. Thereafter, Wazoo reveals his aim to form a harem, albeit reluctantly, leading Tata to volunteer to be the first member, although she, unfortunately, takes it back, assuming Wazoo thinks she's dirty. "Wait, that's not true at all," says the adventurer, who refuses her advances and continues spending the night with an enjoyable talk about the restaurants, scenic spots, and the fortress town of Linnick, just passing the time until the night ends. Morning arrives, and Tata is the first to wake up, immediately surveying her body to see if there are signs that Wazoo has done something to her last night. Upon checking, however, she finds out that the cherry boy didn't do anything during their time together, causing her to blush and fluster. She then glances at the principled adventurer's sleeping face and remembers his reminder to value her body more because he deems it as important, which leads Tata's happiness to reach sky high, delighted as it is her first time to meet someone so caring to her. Eventually, Wazoo wakes up from his slumber only to see that Tata isn't there anymore, and she insists on leaving her business card to tell Wazoo to come back again, so she can once again listen to his stories. All seems well until a moody Nekomimi girl, who will be called Nenya, blocks his way to warn Wazoo not to get into his big head, because Tata surely doesn't take a quote-unquote plain-faced nobody like Wazoo seriously. Not the Nekomimi girl you expect? I might agree. Nonetheless, her insults pierce into Wazoo's heart, not to mention Nenya orders him not to come to this place again, but then learns about the business card that Tata rarely gives to others. Still, she's not in favor of a random guy possibly staining her and Tata's plans, so Nenya kicks Wazoo away from their establishment. Turns out, the Beast Girl can't trust the adventurer no matter how strong he is, and declares she's the only one who can protect Tata. Finally, Wazoo returns to Meyer, who is unsurprisingly sulking, leading the adventurer to assume she's jealous, so he receives some dragon scratches on his face. As an apology, Wazoo promises to treat her in a place Tata has talked about, but he instead receives more claw outbursts, because saying another girl's name is, of course, taboo. Speaking of the woman, Tata, along with Nenya, coincidentally meets them on the streets, given they will go shopping while Wazoo is in the middle of a date with Meyer. Therefore, Tata uses this opportunity to introduce Nenya as her bodyguard, but the cat-eared girl refuses any handshake from Wazoo and suddenly goes to Meyer to play with the dragon princess for a while. Before she leaves, Nenya urges the cherry boy to be a man and get closer to Tata, unexpectedly becoming a wing woman for the two to have some alone time. Thus, Wazoo accompanies Tata to different shows and shopping places for clothes, cosmetics, and accessories, not just for her, but as gifts for the girls in the mansion too. Eventually, they enter a small jewelry store, but this is preferable for Tata as she thinks this store is more careful with their products compared to others. Along the shopping, however, Wazoo senses somebody's gaze coming from the dark alley, so he stares at it for who knows how many seconds and sees someone's shadow that seems like escaping. Wazoo immediately heads out and tells Tata not to go outside for the time being. Then, Wazoo asks if they are the debt collectors. However, one of them replies with his fist, confident he can take the guy down and capture Tata because Nenya is not here. Wazoo lightly kicks him though, and that's the end for the villain and his teammates, because they're the next targets for the young adventurer who strikes them away without difficulties whatsoever. But now that the nuisances are lying unconscious on the ground, Nenya makes her appearance, glaring at Wazoo as she confirms he's stronger than her initial expectations. Wazoo is taken aback seeing the beast folk here, but it turns out there are no evil plans given that Mir returns safely, and Nenya is just testing if Wazoo can really be entrusted with Tata. Thanks to the results of the test, Nenya finally admits that this human adventurer is stronger than her. Thus, Wazoo is worthy enough to hear the truth from Nenya. Afterward, the girl reveals that Tata's debt is utter nonsense, created by the city's landlord who made the woman's family suffer from fake loans and charges to make Tata's body collateral and enjoy it for himself. Hearing the shocking revelation, Wazoo gasps in surprise and rage, especially after learning that all of these are the hideous plans of the wicked city lord. Without further ado, he returns to the jewelry shop where Tata is waiting, then walks closer to her with a serious look on his face while the girl is complaining to him for suddenly running away when he should always be by her side as a bodyguard. Fair point. As her face reddens, Tata clings to Wazoo's arms to stop him from running away again, but the adventurer is still not opening his mouth at this point until he suddenly grabs Tata's shoulders and yells at her to say there's nothing to worry anymore, hysterically assuring the woman that he's by her side now and once again shouts the reassuring phrase. Surprised, Tata pats Wazoo's head and guarantees him that his passionate words manage to reach her heart. Due to Wazoo's embarrassment, the goddess takes over the explanation even though we can't see her and reveals Tata's secret. As you already know, the city lord makes a fake debt to force Tata into becoming his woman, which causes the girl's parents to sacrifice the necessities to pay for it, and Tata to perform her current job. Along the way, she meets Garrett, Nenya, and Reagan, turning them into companions to help collect evidence that the debt is just made up. Now, they are close to unveiling the truth, but the mercenaries enter the fray to forcibly take Tata, so that's when Wazoo performs his role as a new bodyguard, and of course the goddess will provide her full support. Admit it, Wazoo, she's noisy but somewhat reliable. Anyway, the shopping continues with the receptionist assuming the two are looking for matching jewelry for couples. Moreover, she leads them toward the section where it is located, making Tata and Wazoo blush in embarrassment thanks to the nosy shop staff. Seriously, you have our gratitude. Out of the blue, Tata asks if she will look like a normal girl when hugging Wazoo's hand, so the young man replies with a pretty obvious answer. Wearing a sweet smile, Wazoo tells Tata that she's far more beautiful than an ordinary girl, and even though it is not by any means what the lady is referring to, she simply closes her eyes, flustered by the adventurer's words. However, Tata remembers the bitter memories she has in her line of work, along with the thought that loving again will be utterly impossible. But as the captivating couple's rings show up in front of their eyes, a flower of romance once again blooms inside Tata. The products are mesmerizing, so Wazoo decides to get one for Mir, while Tata, on the other hand, asks the receptionist what the ancient letters engraved on the rings mean. "I hold you dear." These words show up on the man's ornament, while the message conveying "I only look at you" is the heart-skipping ancient note carved on the woman's ring. Amazed, Tata's eyes brighten as she hopes that a tainted lady like her will also be allowed to make such a small romantic wish. Merely thinking about it makes her heart beat so fast, so Tata doesn't hold back anymore and asks Wazoo to put the ring on her finger. Side by side, they enjoy the view of the sunlight hitting the window, bringing illumination to the romance tokens on their hands and making Tata feel that she's an ordinary girl falling in love. Thus, Tata gives this as a gift to Wazoo, with the pretense that it's her gratitude, even allowing the adventurer to wear it only when they meet to not hinder him in his battles when taking quests. With that condition, the two promise to one another, and Tata is now one happy maiden in love, as Wazoo then escort her back to the mansion where Nenya and Mayer are waiting. Waving goodbye, Wazoo thanks Tata for giving him a ring, which leads Nenya to conclude that her beloved older sister figure is falling hopelessly in love with Wazoo. Unfortunately, Mayer can't accept the sin of her partner and violently lashes out at him because of the ring, ultimately tackling Wazoo until Mel asks her to stop so as not to destroy the inn. On the one hand, Ragnar angrily reprimands his friend for exchanging rings with another girl because their relationship might get intimate as time goes on, unaware that his over-assumptions irritate Mayer even more. Thankfully, Megal believes Wazoo that nothing really happens, but that is terrifyingly followed by a threat, so the human eases the situation by apologizing to Mayer. He then shows the mesmerizing necklace as a token of gratitude for always helping him out, and the Dragon Princess happily accepts it by bursting into tears of happiness and hugging Wazoo. Ragnar is also crying, but it's because his gifts haven't moved Mayer into tears even once, so he can't just forgive Wazoo, isn't he? The following morning, Wazoo wakes up on the floor because Mayer sleeps in the guy's room and monopolizes the bed, forcing him to get up until Emma suddenly barges into the room, panicking. Unfortunately, she's late to realize that the adventurer is lying on the floor, which enables him to see the receptionist's pink, uncharted territory. Emma instantly offers him two choices for his sin, and Wazoo chooses to be given an unreasonable quest rather than public humiliation. Well, good choice. As a result, Emma informs him about the sudden appearance of a poison swamp in Linux southern forest and asks how much poison resistance he has. Proudly, Wazoo shows his guild card and presents the note saying, "Any abnormal statuses do not affect him whatsoever." Emma's reaction is a bit aching in his heart, though. Imagine someone calling you monstrous. That said, it is partially true, so Wazoo prepares for the investigation quest by leaving Mayer to her family to prevent the Dragon Princess from the dangers of the poison. Mel, on the other hand, reminds Wazoo to be careful because she has bad feelings about this, like Ragnar, who eventually tells his friend to bring him along. However, seeing Wazoo refusing forces the Dragon King to spot some reassuring words, specifically, "Isn't it also okay to depend on me sometimes?" Regrettably, he looks like a useless father in his human form according to Wazoo, so Ragnar undoes his transformation and urges the adventurer to ride on his back, as it will be undeniably easier and not physically taxing for him this way. Without further ado, the two take off and soar in the skies to reach the swamp as soon as possible. After all, the overly cloudy air surrounding the atmosphere feels so ominous even for Mel and Megal that they conclude something really evil is approaching this city, worrying Mayer, who now feels more concerned about her partner's safety. Moving on to the dark alley, the black blaze you miss so much makes their appearance once again, still feeling bitter about their humiliating defeat, as they discuss how an aloof guy like Wazoo can be a tamer that is rumored to tame even the Dragon King. In conclusion, the red orb is the reason they can think of, and a passing peddler, Shiro, validates their suspicion as he tells them that strong adventurers also possess one or two of the red spheres that are improved not to take the sanity of the user. With all of that said, he shows them the notorious orb, persuading the three with tempting words that this can give them the strength to defeat the Dragon King, along with a staggering discount, of course. In fact, that is the main reason these A-ranked adventurers purchase the product. So Shiro leaves with a sinister grin after asking where the City Lord's mansion is, hinting that something worse will befall Tata with his arrival in Linux. But in case you're wondering, this is the new version of Shiro, who is not your typical mysterious husbando, but still Shiro, bear with it. Meanwhile, Wazoo and Ragnar finally arrive in the southern forest, but find out that the miasma is getting stronger as they approach it, and it is trying to corrupt the whole forest. Therefore, they land at the entrance, and Ragnar plans to end the problem with a single fire breath, but Wazoo stops him before he can start, refusing to turn the woods into a barren wasteland. Seeing him act this way makes Ragnar wonder what the source of his confidence is, so he turns into a human to observe the adventurer and find out. Nonetheless, the investigation comes first, so the two wander around the forest devoid of any animals due to the poison, which is starting to smell like lemon to the glutton. In any case, Ragnar finally asks about the boy's inhuman power, so Wazoo tells him a bit of his experiences, especially his desperate wish not to perish and have his life come to an end pathetically. Furthermore, Wazoo mentions eating weird things to quell his starvation in the past, which also becomes the reason why his stats have increased. But for the Dragon King, Wazoo's divine protection, Mir's affection, and the trust coming from the people he has met means that this young man has the power to draw people into him from the beginning. However, Wazoo doesn't believe that, given he has no friends, and this boy doesn't consider Ragnar as one simply because he's not a human, says the guy who treats an elf as a potential lover. Putting that aside, Wazoo reveals not wanting to eat anything weird anymore because he's afraid his humanity will decrease to 0%. But it seems like that's the end of their conversation, as the miasma suddenly gets stronger and more dangerous for Ragnar at least. After all, the cause of the poison swamp finally appears to welcome them as a bat-looking creature shows itself with a monstrous screech. Turns out its bodily fluids are the ones corroding the land, which results in the creation of the swamp, making it difficult for Ragnar to attack, given that simply touching it may cost them their lives. Corrosion? What's that? Is that edible? Wazoo thinks so as he then smashes his fist at the monster despite Ragnar's cautious reminders, ultimately grabbing the enemy's core and easily breaking it with a single grip, which leads to a successful subjugation and the jaw-dropping reaction of the Dragon King. Ragnar is baffled upon witnessing this absurd scene of a potentially formidable enemy falling into the hands of the human, like some kind of small fry. All of a sudden, Wazoo catches sight of a red marble where the remains of the monster are located, and remembers that it is quite similar to what Gazuna had eaten, but immediately deems it as a mere imagination. Eventually, the red sphere ceases into nothing, so the two move on as they still need to do something to this poison swamp. Of course, burning it is still a no-go, so Wazoo touches the poison and does the unthinkable of taking a fingerful of the substance and tasting it. Yep, it tastes like citrus fruit. Learning that the poison is surprisingly delicious, Wazoo drinks directly from the swamp while ignoring the Dragon King's comments filled with common sense. Basically, he doesn't mind any of Ragnar's words, and glugs the so-called citrus until its last drop and Wazoo's tummy bloats. He's pretty satisfied though, mainly because the forest is now safe, and the fortress town of Linnock won't be in danger anymore. Not to mention Ragnar's worries have diminished. To their surprise, the ground suddenly shines and illuminates a bright light that envelops the adventurer's body. In the depths of his mind, Wazoo enters a relaxed state and hears an unfamiliar voice thanking him for his kindness, which soothes the young man as she wonders who is talking to him. When the strange phenomenon ends, however, Ragnar sees Wazoo passing out and immediately rushes to his aid to wake him up, but to no avail as the bulge in the guy's stomach has also magically disappeared. And Ragnar can only conclude that Wazoo has drew in a rather outrageous existence this time. Not wasting any moment, Ragnar flies home with Wazoo sleeping on his back, contemplating how strong the adventurer is that he's ignorant of how ordinary people act. Nonetheless, the Dragon King knows that Wazoo is a kind person who wants to save other people, and that may be the reason why Mir is fond of him. With that said, Ragnar promises to lend this sleeping guy his strength when needed, and declares to the night sky that yeah, they're going to be best buds. The following day, Ragnar feels happy after knowing that Wazoo has solved their problem in the poison swamp, but he seems a tad bit worried that the savior of the day is sluggish to the point that Ragnar assumes Wazoo drinks the swamp's poison. 100% correct. Still, the guildmaster is genuinely concerned, so he urges Wazoo to rest, but it turns out the adventurer has an appointment with Nenya and Tata. Speaking of them, Ragnar informs Wazoo about the good news. They finally have evidence of the city lord's crimes and are planning to sue him first thing tomorrow. Wazoo is excited to witness Tata's freedom and, of course, officially have her as a friend. But an underlying problem still occurs as Ragnar suspects their opponent to do something in this city tonight. Thus, Wazoo accepts the bodyguard duty, but it seems like the terrible feeling in his stomach will become a slight problem. On his way to Tata, Wazoo wonders why he's feeling like this when abnormal effects should all be nullified, so the goddess replies to him, albeit with another question, asking why he brings another woman to their quote-unquote love nest, which is, by the way, referring to the guild card. To Wazoo's tremendous shock, the divine woman mentions the goddess of Mother Earth, as it turns out that another entity has entered the card and is defending her position to be there and be part of Wazoo's harem. She then thanks the adventurer for saving the forest from the poison swamp and the potential wildfire, thus granting him divine protection from Mother Earth herself. With a puff, the guild card changes, and the stats inside go up by miles that Wazoo is basically becoming a demigod, given he can now destroy the planet with one punch and probably not be hurt from almost every attack. Disappointingly for him, his human purity decreases to 78%, so Wazoo learns that his sickness is thanks to this level up and not the poison. With that in mind, he rushes to the mansion and learns that Nenya is waiting for him, with her tail wagging while scolding Wazoo for making them worried. She cuts straight to the point, though, and reminds Wazoo to be in tip-top shape because the city lord might do something nasty tonight, only to see that the young man passes out and collapses on the ground. Hurriedly, Nenya rushes to his aid and tries to wake Wazoo up, screaming his name until it echoes around the house, only to fail in the end. As the clouds darken in the fortress city of Linnock, a horde of goblins gathers along with the Black Blaze who have turned into their demonic forms, and an aristocratic man who lets out a loud roar in his castle. Behind all of these is a cloaked merchant who smiles in spite of the disappointment that none of these four have turned into his desired form, even with the red orbs. After all, this is already enough to bring chaos to the city right under the nose of the unconscious adventurer. In the guildmaster's office, Orlando hurriedly barges in, panicking as he immediately informs Reagan about the report of a certain adventurer about the 1,000 goblins approaching the southern gates of their city. As the horde of monsters marches to conquer the fortress town, Wazoo is still sleeping in Tata's lap, unaware of all the events, even when he finally wakes up and finds himself living the otaku's dreams. The cherry boy quickly gets up, however, and seems to have lost control of his composure while recalling the incident regarding the goddess. Hysterically, Wazoo asks Tata if he still looks like a human, and lets her touch and pinch his cheeks to confirm it as he closes his eyes while begging her to reveal if there's anything weird in his body. Instead of answering, Tata uses this opportunity to get closer to Wazoo by attempting to land a kiss without him knowing. But this one-in-a-million moment is unfortunately interrupted by Nenya, who suddenly barges in to bring water for Wazoo. Contrary to her words, the beast girl wags her tail from happiness and, along with Tata, thanks the adventurer for getting rid of the poison swamp and saving the city. As a result, they wonder what is the source of his superhuman strength and teasingly persuade Wazoo to reveal it. That doesn't last long, fortunately, because Tata respects the adventurer's secret and finally answers Wazoo's question earlier, erasing the anxiety the young man feels as she assures him that he truly is a human. With a sweet smile, Tata guarantees Wazoo that she sees, believes it, and will continue to do so from then on, which moves the boy's heart as he stares at the woman's face. In the middle of it, however, a commotion forms outside, and one of the girls in the mansion enters the room to inform them about the approaching horde of goblins. Turns out, Garrett joins Reagan and other veteran adventurers to stop the monster stampede, but the number of their enemies is just too many for the situation to improve. In response to their call, Wazoo shows a reassuring smile as he prepares himself to get moving and turn the tide in their favor. Regardless of his strength, Tata can't help but worry as she cries while reminding Wazoo to put his safety first, rather than the capital, and not to overdo it to the point he'll get himself in danger. Wazoo accepts her concerns and leaves Tata in Nenya's care before showing them his reliable back, saying he'll return. Unfortunately, Tata fails to stop the guy she likes from going into the battlefield and simply wishes him to be careful. Meanwhile, in the southern gate, the adventurers have gathered to subjugate the goblins, but they urge the guards first to raise the gate because Orlando doesn't want to do it in fear that the monsters will instantly destroy the capital due to their numbers advantage. Of course, this decision is hard for him to make given that those who are already outside need reinforcements too, but just when everything is getting chaotic, Wazoo passes through the crowd to come to his rescue. Thus, Orlando tells him about their dilemma because opening the gates will enable the 1,000 goblins to annihilate all of them, but not doing so will devoid Reagan and Garrett of backup adventurers. However, choosing who to protect the civilians living inside the fortress town or their combatants battling outside is just too impossible for Orlando, who can only wish he had the strength to shift the balance of the battle. Watching his frustration leads Wazoo to a decision, and he asks Orlando to open the gates when he gives the signal, nonchalantly running away to a not-so-far distance and sprints once again, this time heading outside the city as he leaps above the walls to reach their opponents without endangering the citizens. Now Orlando is yelling in shock instead of crying, but that story is for next time as we then focus on the superhuman adventurer watching the extraordinary amount of goblins looking like ants from where he is. With one punch, a plethora of goblins say goodbye to their life on Earth as they perish from the single yet powerful blow from Wazoo. The impact of the attack creates a large crater surrounded by unconscious goblins, and this amount is more than enough for them to proceed to the next plan. So Wazoo gives Orlando his much-awaited signal. Cautiously, the guard takes a quick peek outside, but it seems like it will go on for a few more seconds as he sees Wazoo in the middle of fallen monsters waving at them and saying, "Give it your all, guys!" The adventurers' morale soars high as they rush toward the battlefield and fight the remaining goblins, stopping them from trampling their city. Moreover, Orlando is smiling now thanks to the adventurer who gives them this opportunity, leading Wazoo to entrust the situation here to him while he looks for Reagan and Garrett. Fired up, Orlando replies with a genuine thank you, and it seems like Wazoo is getting closer to having a human friend. Well, if you don't count Tata, Reagan, Lula, and the rest. However, the situation is not looking good on Reagan's side, because even after defeating quite a tremendous number of monsters, their numbers aren't really decreasing, and there is just no end to their parade. Garrett also knows about this, so he devises a plan to find and subjugate the stronger Goblin King to force these guys into dispersing. Of course, the difficulty will worsen, but the reinforcement finally arrives as Wazoo shows up to surprise the Guildmaster. Reagan tells him about this unpredictable situation and the Goblin King who is controlling all of his minions, so Wazoo casually suggests subjugating him, but it turns out that the dispersed following will be a greater risk for the nearby villages. Right when Wazoo complains about what to do, a loud explosion occurs near the northern gate, and an injured adventurer rushes to the Guildmaster to report the appearance of the demon. He then informs Wazoo, who doesn't know what devils are, that those creatures are magical beasts that were once human. Afterward, Wazoo confirms that their appearance also changes into something definitely not human, and concludes it's the same case as with Gazuna, causing him to quickly head to the direction where the demon is spotted. Meanwhile, Tata also hears the explosion, and she rushes outside to find out what it is. Worried about Wazoo, even though it is so dangerous that Nenya urges her to return while guaranteeing Wazoo's safety, unaware that someone is lurking behind her. When she realizes it, the demon has already struck Nenya away with a smack, knocking the girl down while he, on the other hand, captures Tata, telling her, "You're mine." Those words force them to realize that the vicious demon right here is the wicked city lord himself. But Nenya is so powerless in her current state that she can only watch the man declare that he now has Tata, making them despair at the demons and the goblins' power. As his sinister laugh goes on, Wazoo rushes to the northern gate. He races against time. Link's pleas for his daughter go unanswered as he charges towards the source of the explosion. The horde of goblins, a green tide of destruction, swarms the closed entrance. Their guttural roars a harbinger of chaos. Terror grips the citizens, the Guildmaster's family, and even the Dragon Royals. But amidst the panic, hope flickers. Wazoo reaches the blast site, his eyes widening at the sight before him. 3 figures, their clothes torn and faces grim, stand amidst the wreckage. A familiar trio, their presence a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. Not even a second passes, and Wazoo immediately recognizes the A-ranked adventuring party, although he already forgot they are now known by the name Dark Charcoal, and definitely not Black Blaze. Even with this form, their anger issue remains. So Wazoo gives one of them a smack in the face as a well-deserved present to congratulate them on turning into mindless beasts. Remembering Garrett's words, Wazoo swears he will save them from suffering, fully aware these guys can't return to being humans anymore. Thus, he throws a series of serious punches as a farewell to the 3 demons, and strikes them away until they can't fight or get up anymore. Thanks to that, the adventurers see hope, and they credit all of that to the tamer who has a famous dragon. Nonetheless, these combatants can handle it from here now, So Wazoo returns to Reagan and reports his success in defeating the demons. Moreover, his appearance is a big help even for the guildmaster, who counts on the C-ranked to assist them in wiping out all the goblins, making Wazoo so thrilled that this guy rushes toward the horde of monsters until he sees the wounded Nenya, who is too weak. She collapses on the ground as soon as seeing the adventurer, bursting in tears. Nenya informs Wazoo about the city lord's surprise attack using his new demon form, and she blames herself for not being able to protect Tata, which is also unbearable to hear for Wazoo. When Reagan and Jarrett hear the news, they immediately fear the worst, confident that the city lord will surely marry Tata and make her his plaything for the rest of the woman's life, not to mention getting imprisoned and defiled until that trash is satisfied. In the past, the city lord disguised himself as a customer while Jarrett was away, allowing him to do nasty things, which leads to the woman's depression to the point she wishes to hasten her permanent departure and say goodbye to life. At that time, Tata can't help but fear being married to the city lord, not even experiencing genuine love, because even if she manages to pay all the made-up debt, Tata is consumed by despair that no one will wholeheartedly like someone as tainted as her. Apparently, it's also the reason Nenya decides to do everything to protect her older sister from their vile enemy. Despair hangs heavy in the air as Wazoo witnesses Tata's shattered joy. He understands her anguish, but the goblin horde's relentless charge leaves no room for melancholy. The battlefield screams for his attention, allies struggling against the overwhelming tide. Jarrett and Reagan, with faces edged with urgency, implore Wazoo to rush to Tata's aid. Only he can wrest her from the city lord's nefarious grasp. Yet the thought of abandoning his comrades, their valiant stand teetering on the brink of collapse, tears him apart. A desperate plea for guidance escapes his lips, and to his astonishment, the Dragon King himself answers. Ragnar, his powerful presence a beacon of hope, joins the fray, his arrival freeing Wazoo from his agonizing dilemma. With the royal's formidable strength safeguarding the battlefield, Wazoo can finally race towards Tata, the weight of responsibility lifting from his shoulders. In a moment of rare emotional vulnerability, he hails Ragnar as Best Bud, a title previously reserved for humans in Loki's eyes. Though confused by the chaos, Ragnar's presence is a beacon of hope. With him on their side, Wazoo can finally race towards Tata, leading the battlefield to the king's fiery might. Ragnar, eyes glinting with hunger, sees the 800 goblins not as enemies, but as a delicious barbecue. Burning things seems to be a Dragon Royal family tradition after all. With a booming voice, he warns everyone to step back and let him cook. A deep breath, a fiery exhale, and the air explodes with heat. Goblins turn to ash, their ranks thinning like melting snow. The Dragon King a whirlwind of destruction and salvation. The battle rages on, but the tide has shifted. With Ragnar's power unleashed, victory tastes sweeter than ever. On the other hand, Ragnar tells Ragnar that the reason he won't waste even a mere second in obliterating the enemies is that there are citizens inside the city trembling in fear, such as their daughter Lula and Meru. With that said, these loving fathers charge toward the remaining goblins along with the adventurers to end this battle once and for all, in the name of their daughters, of course. Meanwhile, Tata arrives in the city lord's bedroom after getting captured by the vile and delusionary man who wants the girl all for himself. Obviously, he is not satisfied by spending the night with Tata in the mansion once, because this demon desires her to become his wife instead, even though the woman herself doesn't want to be a part of it, as she believes that her heart is still pure despite the sullied body. However, the demonic aristocrat thinks of Tata as a mere lady of pleasure whose chastity is robbed by some random guy with the infamous bangs that cover their eyes. But for Tata, she's the one who took her maidenhood, and the true form of it will be for the one she truly loves, who is definitely not this demon. Oops, a slap right in his face to add insult to another insult. Tata declares, "I will never be yours," as she already likes someone with all her heart, and that person is undeniably Wazoo. Unfortunately, it's not a reason for the city lord to stop his evil deeds, and he proceeds with it by forcing Tata to show. We won't let you take a peek though, as I said, there is no fan service. Nonetheless, the degenerate commences his plan to impregnate Tata, only to receive a well-deserved kick from the adventurer who arrives in the nick of time to save the maiden in love from the demon. As soon as she sees Wazoo, Tata immediately embraces her savior, delighted that everything will be fine now that the guy she likes is here. Wazoo reveals that the monster rampage outside the fortress town is close to getting resolved, and he manages to arrive in time thanks to Nenya telling him everything that happened. Before they proceed, however, the gentleman gives his shirt to Tata, who eventually cries as she wonders why in the world a kind adventurer is so kind to someone like her. Finally, Wazoo can say a heart-throbbing one-liner that will ease Tata's worries, but the city lord interrupts them to ask how on earth he enters the room. Ohm jumped over the wall, obviously. This demonic aristocrat doesn't believe Wazoo can take down the B-ranked adventurer's guards, so the T-ranked shows the bunch of unconscious nobodies piling up. Wazoo, knuckles blazing, gives the hidden demons a taste of his fiery fury. Though the battle rages outside, he wastes no time dealing with these sneaky vermin. The demon, confident in his infernal powers, scoffs at Wazoo's efforts. He whips the fire into a swirling ball, boasting that his water serpent pierces all in his flames birth creation itself. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashes the combined might of water and fire towards Wazoo, disregarding Tata caught in the fiery path. Healing her later is a mere afterthought for this arrogant fiend. Meanwhile, the chaos inside and outside the city of Link mirrors the turmoil in the mansion. The perpetrator, watching from a safe haven, rubs his eyes in disbelief. This dull-looking guy he once mocked has become a formidable force, even befriending the mighty Dragon King. The tables have turned, and the once belittled human stands tall against the flames, a testament to the unpredictable nature of this unfolding drama. Regardless, Shiro believes Wazoo will have a difficult time handling the extraordinary power of the demonic aristocrat, which seems to be the unfortunate truth. As we go back to the battle scene where two enormous balls of different elements are ready to devour the adventurer's very existence, worried Tata tells Wazoo to run away, but all the guy can hear right now are the aurora noises coming from the two goddesses residing in his guild card. Needless to say, these heavenly entities, who appear in the form of mere silhouettes, are going to protect Wazoo from the degenerate they call the Agent of Evil, getting the once-betrayed adventurer the strength to defend himself from the life-ending magical spell that ultimately swirls in front of Wazoo instead of hitting him. Eventually, Tata opens her eyes, in spite of being terrified, and sees the man she loves enduring the attack for them to be safe. The damsel in distress immediately tells him to escape and abandon her, but Wazoo isn't the slightest bit worried as he assures the woman he's perfectly fine. Once again, Tata bursts into tears, wondering why Wazoo is willing to endanger his life to help someone like her. Soon after, the noble demon's offensive spell disappears along with his composure, as he finds out that the human who foils his plans is entirely unscathed. Ignoring the Lord's reaction, Wazoo answers Tata's question with a loud and clear, "I like you," finally revealing his feelings and making the maiden-in-love rid face from embarrassment. The same goes for him though, if not worse because Wazoo doesn't plan for this to happen, and it's more like an impulse action at this rate. Even so, Tata's opinion remains unchanged as she stops Wazoo from loving a woman like her whose body is stained. Of course, the adventurer thinks that Tata is still pretty, even though the person herself disagrees because he is willing to ignore the lady's past along with her sullied self. Wazoo's heart beats a little faster. Tata, the one he truly cares for, stands before him, her eyes shining with a love that mirrors his own. But their tender moment is shattered by the bitter scowl of the city lord. The degenerate noble can't stand the sight of love he can't possess, and his fury erupts as Wazoo lands a well-deserved knock to his head. The demon roars, spewing forth a swirling orb of fire and water eerily similar to the ones faced by Gazuna. Wazoo recognizes the danger, but his focus remains on Tata. With her safe in his arms, he dashes out of the mansion, the flames licking at his heels. Relief washes over him as he sees Ragnar and Regan, Nenya and Jarrett, all standing before him. Despite their wounds, they're alive. Nenya, tears streaming down her face, rushes to Tata, her guilt momentarily forgotten. "Thank you, Wazoo," she whispers, her voice trembling with gratitude. "You saved her." Wazoo smiles, a warmth spreading through him. The battle may rage on, but for now, a victory has been won. He cradles Tata close. He may be just a C-ranked adventurer, but in this moment, he feels like the strongest hero in Link. Therefore, everyone returns to their family with large smiles on their faces and celebrates their well-deserved reunion in front of the breeze of light and now that the chaos has been quelled, thanks to Wazoo and the others' heroic efforts. So everything except the protagonist is just a side note, goddess son. The next day, Wazoo greets the refreshing yet awfully weathered morning with excitement, because today is the day when he will invite his beloved Tata to join his harem. Okay, a harem of friends, although he's aware Meru might get upset. Wazoo rushes to Garrett's mansion in hopes that Tata will agree to be his companion, who will accompany him on his adventures, instead of a girlfriend invitation like we initially expected. Before that, Wazoo visits the city lord in the guildmaster's office, only to learn there are no signs of him waking up, and it's highly possible he will perish soon, similar to the members of Black Blaze who will suffer the same fate. Therefore, Wazoo informs Reagan about the red sphere they spit out after getting defeated, which is identical to the one he encountered in the Elven village. On the other hand, Orlando reveals the report regarding a suspicious peddler wearing a hood and concludes he may be the source of the red orbs the Count and the 3 adventurers bought. That triggers Wazoo's memory about Shiro to surface, which leads Reagan to set up an investigation with Orlando as the head investigator. The guildmaster asks Wazoo if he's going after Tata, but Wazoo is confused because he has no clue where the woman he loves has gone. Tata actually left Link and is staying with her family while Jarrett and his team are protecting them from any potential attacks from the Count's followers. This is all news to Wazoo, so he dashes out of the guild, desperate to find Tata despite the pouring rain outside. Luckily, Wazoo bumps into Nenya on the way. He immediately asks her about Tata's whereabouts, but Nenya has no information either. Her only instructions are to follow Tata's scent without bringing anyone along. Although Nenya trusts Wazoo, she can't make this decision alone, leaving her with no choice but to apologize to the person who saved her older sister. In the end, Wazoo reluctantly accepts the situation, realizing that Tata might find true happiness by living somewhere else peacefully. He requests Nenya to pass on his regards to Tata, allowing the sad Nekomimi girl to depart while leaving a melancholic thank you to Wazoo. As the rainfall grows heavier by the second, Wazoo feels the weight of betrayal once again, left alone after being abandoned by the woman he loves. Meanwhile, one of those girls sighs exaggeratedly while worrying that she should come back to the village. Given that this elf has brooded over this matter for 10 days already, even now Salona contemplates her failed goal of joining Wazoo's harem due to his new friends. But it seems like her thoughts are finally interrupted by an argument in a nearby carriage. To Salona's surprise, the woman inside the vehicle, Tata, speaks Wazoo's name because she's mad he's not informed of their departure from the city. Her father asks for forgiveness, but there is just no time to search for him, even though Wazoo can easily be seen in Reagan's inn, which leads Tata to beg Jarrett to return to Link. Why would she go so far just to meet him? Obviously, Tata has fallen madly in love with Wazoo, and she proudly declares it with a blushing face, surprising not just her parents but especially Salona, who shares the same feelings. Nonetheless, Tata's mother and father agree to return to Link at full speed. But before they can leave, Salona interrupts to ask the woman who likes Wazoo something. Unfortunately, Tata's body and facial features are so overwhelming and intimidating for Salona that she stutters a bit before confirming if the guy Tata is talking about is the same strong and cute adventurer. The elf knows ultimately the two find out they have the same interest, which leaves them with an unsurprising question. Are you also want to join Wazoo's harem? Big yes, it seems. Afterward, they change location into a more pleasant place to talk, allowing these two blushing ladies to finally ask the million-dollar question, wondering what relationship each of them has with the adventurer they romantically like. Salona is absolutely certain that Wazoo has a special way of making people fall for him. Both she and Tata are living proof. Despite their usual awkwardness around each other, they share a secret understanding of what it's like to have their hearts swept away by that charming adventurer. They both have their own private thoughts about what you just told them, but they also know they're already part of Wazoo's special group. Now, both girls are curious about each other's love stories. They want to know all the details about their moments with Wazoo, the C-ranked adventurer. They're secretly hoping to discover something the other hasn't experienced, just to tease Wazoo about it later. Meanwhile, Meru is busy trying to comfort her heartbroken partner. She's been waking him up endlessly, but nothing seems to work. Finally, she takes matters into her own hands and crawls right under the covers. Now Wazoo is snuggling against his stuffed toy girlfriend, tears streaming down his face. It's been 5 long days since he last left his bed, and he barely touches his food anymore. Worried sick, Lula turns to Ragnar for help. Instead of cheering Wazoo up, the Dragon King drops a bombshell on the inn's poster girl. Wazoo ran away from home because of a deep emotional wound. Apparently, making enough friends can heal his pain, paving the way for a joyous reunion with his family. However, they are not the companions Wazoo is looking for, and what the adventurer needs right now is to realize for himself what it means to make friends. In the middle of their conversation, Orlando, who is strangely angry, arrives in the inn and straightly barges into Wazoo's room to wake the broken-hearted guy up, eventually dragging him outside to, you have guessed it, have a match with the adventurer who turns the tide in the battle against the goblins in their favor. Regardless, Orlando looks gung-ho to take his opponent down, only to hear the brutal truth from Wazoo, who advises the guard to stop because he can't win. Cruel 100. Nevertheless, Orlando charges toward the adventurer and attempts a few sword swings that get easily evaded, causing him to fall on the grass and still smile despite his crushing defeat. After all, Orlando's objective is to cheer up Wazoo's mood by forcing him to move his body, because it apparently works on him, although not for the adventurer who thinks it is only effective when the opponent is stronger. Eventually, the conversation shifts to the main topic, but Orlando makes the unforgivable mistake of saying Tada's name, so he receives a knuckle sandwich. Even so, the guard is determined to give Wazoo an earful due to his behavior, ultimately telling him he is so uncool right now. Orlando uses scolding. It's super effective. As a result, Wazoo assumes that his face is the problem, even though it is not what Orlando means because he's referring to the current situation. To be fair, the city guard pities the heartbroken young man, but he can't endure seeing him in this state, and obviously disagrees that it's the right way to handle things. After all, Orlando has been impressed at Wazoo's absurd strength ever since he defeated the goblins, and he admires the adventurer so much that he aspires to be like him someday, borrowing his words. Orlando doesn't want to remain a guard, but instead a man who can protect others. For that reason, he pokes his nose into Wazoo's situation after knowing he shuts himself in his room because of Tada, thinking something needs to be done. Despite being a friend, Wazoo can't help but feel a little insulted by Orlando's assumptions. He gathers his courage and speaks his mind, pouring out his insecurities about not having true friends. Even with his superhuman strength, his heart feels weak, making him crave the companionship he sees in other adventurers. His loneliness grows with each rejection, making him envy those to have someone to share their journey with. He spills out his pain, confessing how strength can't fill the void of being alone, and how time only amplifies the misery. Orlando, stunned by Wazoo's raw honesty, can't help but react impulsively. A fist connects with Wazoo's jaw, a harsh reminder to stop wallowing in self-pity. The guard's words sting like salt in the wound, urging Wazoo to stop seeking validation and embrace his role as the hero who saved Link, even if no one chooses to follow him. But amidst the pain, Wazoo finds a spark of joy. He remembers making Tata smile, and that simple act becomes a beacon of hope. Even though she's gone, the image of her happiness fuels his resolve. The path forward is uncertain, but Wazoo takes a deep breath, his heart a little lighter. He starts anew, ready to face the world with a newfound understanding of himself and the power of letting go. The adventurer seems to have already forgotten it, so Orlando reminds him that his power is meant for helping people, solving problems, and the one that'll trigger everyone's smiles to surface. Be that man. These words successfully reach Wazoo's ears, and he finally looks at the brighter side of things thanks to Orlando, who says what the adventurer might want to hear. Then Wazoo thinks of the bright, cheerful faces of all the women he loved in the past, allowing him to muster the determination needed to get back on his feet and declare he will be that cool man Orlando wants him to become. Thus, what to do next is decided, and the Dragon Royals are absolutely proud while watching the whole scene behind the bushes. There's no wasting time, and they strike while the iron is hot, immediately informing Reagan about their plan to depart from Link, because Orlando apparently wants to become a knight. Wazoo assures the guildmaster that the guard's skill is sufficient. Reagan, finally convinced by Wazoo's newfound energy and determination, throws his full support behind the adventurer's departure. But Lula can't quite mask her sadness. Tears well up in her eyes not from sorrow at Wazoo's leaving, but from losing a cherished regular customer. Thankfully, Kayla steps in with a warm hug and words of encouragement, a stark contrast to Emma's cold view of Wazoo as just another guild asset. Reagan, ever the pragmatist, hands Wazoo a hefty reward for his completed missions, along with a special badge from his former adventuring party. Show it to the guildmaster in the East Royal Capital, he instructs, winking. My older sister runs the place, and who knows what kind of benefits you might get from her. Wazoo's imagination runs wild, conjuring up hilarious visions of his future boss. Farewells are exchanged, and soon Wazoo and Orlando are on their way, leaving the bustling town behind. Ragnar, his wife and mother-in-law take their own leave, heading back to the castle while Meru joins Wazoo and Orlando for the long journey to the royal capital. Meanwhile, oblivious to the adventurer's path, Wazoo's harem members, unaware of their own existence, are racing towards Link. They urge Jarrett, their driver, to push his cart faster, desperate to catch Wazoo before he disappears from the horizon. Jarrett just laughs, shaking his head in disbelief. "Never thought I'd see the day when two beauties like you ladies chased after a guy like Wazoo," he teases. Nenya, finally reunited with Tata, grumbles about not bringing Wazoo along due to the orders. But Tata, ever optimistic, takes her words differently. A mischievous glint in her eyes, she whispers, "Maybe you're not the only one applying for his harem, Nenya." A new spark of excitement ignites, and the two friends, united in their newfound purpose, set off on their own adventure, determined to catch up to Wazoo and claim their place in his heart. Of course, the Nekomimi girl disagrees with their baseless suspicions, but no one can deny, even the goddess, that Wazoo is, a sinful person. Unfortunately for these girls, the man they're madly in love with is already on his way to the royal capital with Orlando, who is fighting some monsters as some sort of training. Needless to say, the aspiring knight's stamina is at its limits, so if he asks for a few minutes of resting time from his trainer, only to receive something to the likes of, "Oh, you're already tired." That was just a mere 30 monsters, though. Apparently Wazoo is just kidding, and he thinks Orlando has grown stronger since they were in Link. Still, the former city guard can't help but envy Wazoo, who possesses absurd stats thanks to the divine protection of the goddess. Given that his status doesn't increase that much even after subjugating 30 monsters, however, spending several days with Wazoo leads Orlando to realize he's not misusing his powers, which allows people to trust and rely on him. Wazoo is still pessimistic about not having friends, however, but Orlando still aspires to be like the adventurer, who people would immediately call for help when something happens. Thus, Wazoo assures the former guard that he will be a knight who will get promoted quickly as soon as they reach the capital of Mobondo, because he will give him 50 days of one-on-one Sparta training. Along their journey, there are some doubts about his teaching skills, but we will ignore that and move on to nighttime when Meru prepares the bed from her magical space-time storage. Thanks to the convenient magic, Orlando wonders if Meru can turn into a human too, like her family, because it seems like he has the same thought as most of the viewers here. Yes, I know what you're thinking. Unfortunately, there's no Dragon Girl transformation anytime soon, because Meru doesn't possess enough power to do so as of now. Regardless, Orlando realizes that all the women who rejected Wazoo are worth utterly nothing, because the small dragon who likes the adventurer very much might be the one who will be his wife. As a result, Wazoo assigns Orlando to defeat 100 monsters tomorrow. Dawn breaks over the sleeping camp, but Wazoo, the ever-vigilant adventurer, is already wide awake. Strange sounds pierce the stillness, jolting him from his slumber. Sharpening his senses, he catches the unmistakable echo of a heated argument nearby. Without hesitation, he rouses Orlando, his trusty companion, and whispers the news of the commotion. The voices grow louder, uglier, and Wazoo, fearing the worst, slips away before the details fully unravel. His mind races with visions of Goblin Slayer-esque degeneracy, a band of brutes tormenting a group of female knights. He envisions their fearless captain, Kathy, standing defiant, offering herself to shield her women from further humiliation. But the brutes, driven by cruel whims, refuse her sacrifice. Precious moments tick by, giving Wazoo and Orlando the time they need to pinpoint the location. Without a clear picture of the situation, they plunge headfirst down a cliff, their surprise arrival shattering the growing tension. In the nick of time, they stand between the beleaguered knights and their monstrous tormentors, ready to face whatever awaits, their hearts ablaze with the unyielding spirit of true heroes. Both parties wonder who in the world these two are, but their thoughts are of no importance to Wazoo, who assigns the 3 red-armored warriors to Orlando while he handles the rest of the ruffians. Among them are 2 large men with bulky muscles and a Viking hat, intimidating the adventurer after getting ignored by him. Although Wazoo really has no idea who these guys are, in unison they introduce themselves as the infamous bandit gang known as the Dagondo Brothers, and it obviously rings a bell to Wazoo's ears because he apparently hasn't known a thing about them up till now. As a result, Wazoo knocks the Dagondo brothers down with a single knuckle smash, while Orlando, on the other hand, charges toward the red-armored warriors and gives them a taste of his training, slashing all the way until they turn into unconscious individuals. At the same time, Wazoo continues his series of attacks as he spins midair and kicks the bandits one by one until they can't fight anymore, and the squeaks requesting help are the ones resounding in the forest. Needless to say, those yells come from the ruffians whose bodies are now piling up after getting utterly defeated. Wazoo, ever the gentleman, passes water bottles to the weary knights before his eyes land on their captain, Kathy, still trussed up in a large tree. He scrambles up, nimble as a squirrel, and struggles to loosen the rope. Kathy's ample curbs make the task harder, but Wazoo would rather risk a hernia than utter a single impolite word. Finally, with a grunt and a puff, the rope gives way, sending Kathy tumbling into his arms. Dusting herself off, Kathy introduces herself and her brave knights, her voice laced with gratitude. She's a close confidant of the second princess, no less. Apologizing for the undignified display, she thanks Wazoo and Orlando, shyly inquiring about their names. But before they can reply, a blinding flash erupts from a ring on her finger, followed by a crackle of voices. It's a Reldy message, a whisper from afar. Relief washes over everyone as they realize they're safe and sound in Mima Village. Wazoo and Orlando, the unlikely duo from Link, share a chuckle, their own adventure just beginning. Meanwhile, on the other end of the ring, the girl encounters a shadowy figure, a hint of danger lurking in the air. What awaits her in the unknown? Unfortunately, Wazoo and Orlando can only watch in shock as they listen to Kathy's hysterical yells, shouting the name Namisha. The story then shifts the point of view to the princess, whom we will call Namanisa, as she talks to Kathy and informs her of the plan to gather in the Mima village. It is at this moment that she notices the presence of a squad of armored warriors barging into their base, muttering the words, "We found you." Namanisa is so surprised she just stares at the unannounced intruders, but her butler Floyd throws a smokescreen to commence their escape from the enemies who clearly outnumbered them. Ultimately, Namanisa stays in the house on the outskirts and puts up a defensive barrier while waiting for Kathy to come to their rescue before the magic power runs out. Only a little push and the princess will get her hands on a clue regarding their investigation. So getting caught here and turning all of their team's efforts to waste is definitely out of the question. As of answering her prayers, Wazoo arrives when everything slowly turns into despair, eventually taking the armored warriors down along with the little dragon resting on his shoulders. Namanisa's eyes brighten as she watches the scene unfold, and without even knowing the adventurer's name, she concludes that her feeling right now is undeniably what you call love at first sight. Before another harem member is officially added to Wazoo's unofficial harem list, we go back a few days to the Oishi village where the battle against the bandits has just ended. Wazoo beams with pride, eager to show off his handiwork. A gruesome yet oddly beautiful flower garden, crafted from bandit heads, serves as their makeshift prison. No forgotten house or rusty cage here, just poetic justice blooming in the open air. Kathy, her cheeks flushed, learns that her men will be escorted to Link for proper punishment. Though her wavering gaze and deepening blush hint at a different desire, perhaps a personal escort from the handsome adventurer himself, the knightest ever curious begs for stories of their journey. And who better to weave tales than the charismatic Orlando, the man whose arrival turned the tables? Wazoo's jaw drops. His carefully constructed fantasy crumbles as he realizes his assumptions were wildly off. The knight's smile, the blushing glances, the whispered, "Be careful." They were all for Orlando, not him. Even the remaining knights, eyes sparkling with admiration, longed to accompany him on his journey. Wazoo, drowning in a sea of female attention directed elsewhere, hatches a desperate plan. He'll cut his hair, become more handsome, win their hearts. But Meru, his ever-practical companion, scoffs at the idea. His comfy bed, she declares, is staying put. Suddenly, Wazoo catches sight of Kathy staring at him for mysterious reasons, and eventually winks at the harem-aspiring adventurer, as if hinting there's a chance for them to be together. After a bit of consideration, Wazoo concludes that the squad captain isn't really her type, although he also realizes that his strength is enough to princess carry Kathy when they get married. And Meru doesn't agree to any of those. Nonetheless, they need to hurry toward Mima village as quickly as they can, so Kathy prepares the horses for their whole day's travel. The Wazoo is Wazoo. He wants to run. With that said, Wazoo sprints at a speed much faster than the horses Kathy and Orlando are riding, as they immediately head out toward Namanisa without wasting a moment's time. At nighttime, the three camp outside, and Kathy takes this opportunity to thank Wazoo and Orlando again. But the former views this as a perfect chance to make this a win-win opportunity for both parties. As a reward for their assistance, Wazoo requests Kathy to help Orlando become a knight when everything is settled. The need is shrugs, unconcerned by the commotion. She assures them things will settle soon enough. But for now, it's best to hear the story from Namanisa herself. As the sun dips below the horizon the next day, Wazoo and his companions arrive at the eerily quiet Mima village. No one stirs, no voices echo through the empty streets. A lone woman answers Kathy's knock, her voice trembling as she reveals the village's plight. For 2 days, a menacing band of warriors cloaked in crimson armor has held a house hostage on the outskirts. Orlando's eyes narrow. He recognizes the armor, the same worn by the bandits who played Kathy and her master. Without hesitation, they race towards the scene. The ground trembles with the thud of heady boots, the air thick with threats. Red-clad figures brandish weapons, demanding surrender from the house. "Your magic barrier won't hold," they boom. "Reinforcements won't come. Surrender now." Little do they know, their prey isn't so easily cornered. Hidden in the bushes, Wazoo and his companions huddle, their minds racing as they formulate a daring plan to overcome the overwhelming odds. The battle for Mima Village is about to begin, and the fate of its people hangs precariously in the balance. However, the barrier weakens each second passed, so Wazoo volunteers to go ahead, despite Kathy stopping him, mainly because she's sure the armored men are trained, skillful knights. The adventurer simply urges her to keep silent, though, as he then goes into a unique, stealthy battle stance and throws a rock at one of his enemies. Although its power is so strong that more red-armored men are accidentally caught up in the collision, thanks to the failed stealth yet successful sneak attack, Wazoo realizes he's bad at anything battle-related, except approaching it head-on. So he does exactly that, and he answers the knight's blade swing by blocking it with his forearm, to the armored man's surprise. His blade shatters as soon as it makes contact with Wazoo's skin, which leads some of the remaining knights to group up and attack simultaneously, only to suffer the same fate as their companion. Afterward, Wazoo commences his counterattack filled with rage and irritation as he advises his foes to at least get a god's word if they're planning to defeat him. Remember the absurd stats that were once insults? They are proving their accuracy now. Just like the scene before the flashback, someone watches the entire battle from the windows in the house, wondering if the ordinary-looking guy is a rescuer Kathy brings. Putting that aside, Wazoo shows us another One Punch Man reference which finally ends the battle, so he happily checks on Miru's condition because she's stuck with him all this time. The battle rages, but Kathy and Orlando arrive just as the magical barrier sputters and dies. The neatest ever quick kneels before the opening, calling out Namines's name. The door creaks open and a young girl emerges, her cheeks flushed and eyes wide. To Wazoo's surprise, Namines said ignores Kathy completely, her gaze fixed on him. She strides towards him, her face morphing through a series of adorable expressions, eyes sparkling with barely contained excitement. Closing the distance, she tilts her head up, her nose nearly touching his. "Your name?" she asks, her voice barely a whisper, her tiny frame struggling to stand on tiptoes. Wazoo, flustered by her unexpected attention, introduces himself. Namines's face breaks into a radiant smile, his name rolling off her tongue like a sweet melody, her voice overflowing with joy, a stark contrast to the tense battle raging around them. The princess's innocent fascination throws Wazoo off guard, leaving him both troubled and strangely charmed by her whirlwind of emotions. That said, Namines also reveals her name as Namines Amabando, a surname that is similar to the royal capital, because as we all know, except Wazoo, this girl is none other than the country's second. From a saintess to an elf, a tata, and now a royal harem, let's go. Meanwhile, we catch a glimpse of 2 more royals in Mabando, Navirio, and Neralina. Each have their own unfriendly expressions on their faces, hinting that these 2 are not on good terms and something ominous might be at play here. Given that, we acquire a closer look at the necklace and bracelet each of them wears. Nonetheless, the night in Mima Village is one filled with hearts and blushes, as Namines sits next to Wazoo, and at an awkwardly close distance that troubles the broken-hearted boy. She then reminds everyone not to be polite because this meeting is not a formal occasion, allowing Rolando to express his surprise that their encounter with the second princess of the Mabando kingdom will be in this manner. I wonder what you mean by that. Regardless, too much formality is a big no to Namines, although it's her overly closeness that is difficult for Wazoo to accept. Putting that aside, Floyd finally introduces himself to Wazoo and Rolando as Namines's personal butler, and suddenly mentions the flower garden of buried red-armored knights on the ground, saying he's absolutely moved by the adventurer's good taste. It seems like her butler's preferences are a bit troubling for Namines, though, so she urges the servant to start her greetings, leading Kumiya to shyly present herself as the princess's personal maid. Unfortunately, the girl literally bites her tongue when saying "nice to meet you," albeit in a cutesy way that the viewers won't mind. Wazoo, no stranger to gawking, can't help but notice Kumiya's impressive chest. He shamelessly compares it to Kathy and Naminis, concluding it's a bit lopsided for her smaller frame. Not to be outdone, Naminis puffs out her own chest, throwing her weight around in a playful challenge. Wazoo, utterly confused, can only respond with a quizzical look. "So if he doesn't need his shield now, huh?" Naminis remarks, her playful grin only widening. Orlando steps up, introducing himself as a simple soldier aiming for knighthood, a stark contrast to Wazoo's seasoned adventurer status. Kathy chimes in, praising Wazoo for taking down the red armor alone, calling him a reliable man and winking suggestively, adding to his growing pile of question marks. But Wazoo's attention is diverted by the goddess's strange behavior in his guild card. He excuses himself from Naminis's eager ears and scurries out. Alone by the door, he checks the card for any abnormalities, relief washing over him as the goddess's aura confirms his human purity is intact. Suddenly, a loud cry pierces the air, laced with an insult so foul it makes your ears curl. It seems the goddess is tasting defeat, and Mother Earth wears the victor's smirk. The source of her ire? The ample chests of Kathy, Naminis, and Kumiya, apparently too much for her delicate sensibilities to bear. Wazoo can't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all, the powerful goddess brought low by a few curves. It seems even the divine have their petty jealousies. Well, thanks to her argument with Mother Earth, Wazoo finds out that the god has a small blism, although it's the last thing she wants to hear right now. While the ruckus outside goes on, Naminis shyly asks Orlando if Wazoo already has a lover. After all, she's worried that her impotent actions of being overly friendly might have angered Wazoo instead of being effective in a good way. Orlando assures her that his friend is just nervous before revealing that Wazoo has no lover, and he lacks confidence on top of being pessimistic regarding women. Obviously, these ladies want to protect the surprisingly adorable adventurer, except Kumiya, who clearly has a different how cute expression on her face. Thus, while Wazoo is busy mediating the fight between the two goddesses, Naminis sees another reason to progress her romantic feelings and deepen her relationship with him. Eventually, Wazoo comes back from the bosom duel alive and immediately asks Naminis why she left the capital. Although she's initially reluctant, the princess reveals the story from the very beginning. In the country of Mobondo, the king and queen, Gavirio and Miralina, have 3 children, the elder brother and the successor to the throne, Navirio, the twin elder sister, Neralina, and the younger of the twins, Namanisa. Apparently, Navirio is known as the genius of their country for being an expert in domestic affairs, diplomacy, and strategy, while Neralina, on the other hand, is the pride of the knights due to her exceptional battle prowess. Namanisa, the holy princess known for her kindness and compassion, prefers the gentle touch of barrier magic over the clash of steel, but her peaceful life shatters when a mysterious illness plunges her parents, the king and queen, into an endless slumber. Suddenly her siblings, Navirio and Neralina, turn from loved ones to deadly rivals, driven by a madness that seeks the other's destruction. Namanisa, sensing a sinister puppeteer behind this tragedy, delves into the shadows. The red armored knights, though a nuisance hindering their investigation, aren't the true culprits. Kathy, her loyal knight, brings news they've discovered the key to the siblings' madness. She asks Namanisa if Navirio and Neralina were anything unusual before their descent into chaos. The princess recalls a bracelet on Navirio and a necklace on Neralina, leading Kathy to a chilling confirmation. Laria, the enigmatic guildmaster and rumored sister of the missing Reagan, reveals a horrifying truth. The bracelets and necklaces are cursed. Stolen from a sealed vault, these immature puppet and feast of the berserker artifacts twist the wearer's mind with each passing moment. The longer they remain adorned, the deeper the madness digs its claws, the priority shifts. Before hunting the true villain, they must sever the cursed grip on Navirio and Neralina. But as things are, even Namanisa will face difficulty meeting her brother and sister, who also have 6 close aides remaining close by their sides. Then how about breaking it through force? As expected, Wazoo arrives at the most straightforward answer, to which Orlando agrees because he's fully aware of how superhuman the adventurer's strength is. Amazed, Namanisa remembers Wazoo saying it needs to be a god's word to at least inflict damage on him, until the guy reveals that heavenly blades won't hurt him either. On another note, Wazoo empathizes with what Namanisa feels because he can also understand how sad it is for siblings to hate each other, and he thinks the princess is very lonely right now. After not being recognized by her beloved brother and sister, he hits right on the mark, and Wazoo tops it off with an ultimate, "You are amazing." Assuming that the Mobanda siblings are really close to each other, Namanisa is so grateful for those words that she cries and makes an informal request to Wazoo, asking him to destroy the cursed tools. Despite being worried that the adventurer won't accept this sudden quest, on the contrary, Wazoo lets out a big smile to assure the princess he will definitely do it, making Namanisa delighted from the bottom of her heart. Therefore, Wazoo reveals his condition on accepting the informal request, which is for Namanisa to give Orlando the chance to become a knight. Needless to say, the former guard is elated to hear it, and he kneels in gratitude to the princess, who unquestionably agrees, which leaves them with a matter regarding Wazoo's reward, because he apparently doesn't want anything. Namanisa, ever the bold princess, decides to take matters into her own hands. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she declares that Wazoo's compensation for his bravery will be none other than herself. Wazoo, initially eager for any reward, freezes as the true meaning of her words sinks in. He stammers a hesitant sure, but Namanisa's determined gaze and disarmingly sweet smile, though slightly strained, leave him little room to back out. The burly adventurer, no match for Namanisa's persistent charm, finally relents, changing his polite understood to a more casual all right. A triumphant grin spreads across the princess's face, her mission of forging a closer bond with Wazoo finally accomplished. But the night is young and the house bustling. As the girls retire to another room for the night, Floyd, ever the protective butler, suggests they switch rooms, leaving Wazoo alone in his current one. Unfortunately, Floyd's chivalry backfires spectacularly. The princess, misinterpreting his suggestion as a personal insult, unleashes a devastating 100% smash, sending the poor butler flying through the wall and landing unceremoniously outside. To hasty pair of sun, Namanisa remarks with a hint of playful exasperation in her voice. Wazoo's dreams of a peaceful morning are shattered by an energetic Kumya. Bursting into his room, she throws the blanket aside, declaring it time for their departure. However, something seems amiss. Kumya, usually bubbly and playful, is strangely subdued today. Before Wazoo can question her behavior, Floyd rushes in, announcing their departure and introducing the maid standing beside Emma's Kumya. The confusion deepens as Wazoo tries to grasp the situation, his mind buzzing with questions. Apparently, this girl is not Kumya's twin, but her split personality, who comes out once in a while and who has a rough way of speaking but is still kind. True enough, Kumya is so caring that she offers to wipe Wazoo's body only to receive the young man's refusal, because of reasons you already know. In the bathroom, Wazoo cleanses himself while telling Muru how weird Floyd and the others are, as if they're not human at all, given that the butler has no injuries whatsoever despite the incident last night. It's not like he's in a position to say it though. Regardless, Wazoo notices Muru's weird stare and lets her do what she wants, thinking it's fine because this partially human has nothing to hide. That said, Wazoo believes he'll be embarrassed and won't be able to show his body to others on the off chance he can humanize himself like Ragnar, and tells Muru she should remain herself as it is preferable that way. Afterward, they come out of the house and meet the princess, who suddenly fixes the adventurer's crooked row as soon as she notices it. Obviously, Muru doesn't like Namanisa's presumptuous actions because she wants to be the one who will fix it for Wazoo, causing the little dragon to act clingy to establish territory and show the princess who the true last boss is. And it seems like Namanisa immediately understands her message. Nonetheless, the journey that lasts for an unknown number of days continues, and we can now see the royal capital Mabando, where the group is having a little meeting near the large gate. In summary, Wazoo and Namanisa will remove the curses from Navirio and Neralina, while Kathy and the others head to the guild to bring Lyria to the castle. Without further ado, the trio of the princess, the adventurer, and the dragon excitedly wander the busy streets on their way to the palace. Namanisa, brimming with excitement, announces their journey will take half a day to circumnavigate Mabando, but I'll spare you the geographical minutiae. Instead, they delve into Wazoo's mountainous upbringing, a stark contrast to the bustling prosperity of Mabando. They sing praises of Namanisa's father, the visionary king who ushered in this golden age. Reaching the city gates, Namanisa prepares to address the guards. Suddenly, a carriage hurtles towards them. Wazoo, with lightning reflexes, grabs Namanisa's hand, pulling her back from the brink of disaster. The princess, heart pounding, opens her eyes to see her savior standing tall, a flush creeping onto her cheeks as she gazes at him with awe. Namanisa, seizing the opportunity, leans in, hoping to bask in Wazoo's presence. Just then, their moment is shattered. A noble boy, Denoga, bursts onto the scene, his face lighting up with joy at the sight of Namanisa, after what feels like an eternity. Wazoo, caught in the emotional whirlwind, finds himself caught in the crossfire of Namanisa's stolen glances and Denoga's enthusiastic greetings. It turns out that Denoga is the person inside the carriage, and he's on the way to visit his father, Chancellor Z. But because this noble is curious about who Wazoo is, Namanisa introduces the adventurer as her bodyguard to protect herself from the disputes between Navirio and Neralina. She also creates a pretense that they're planning to tour the castle, although it is evident that Denoga isn't convinced that Wazoo is strong enough to do the task. Needless to say, he just makes Namanisa hate him even more, which leads the princess to leave with Wazoo while ignoring Denoga's wish to talk about their marriage. At least Wazoo hears him, and he seems to be interested in knowing more about it, contrary to Namanisa, who scares the heavens out of Denoga by angrily bidding him farewell thanks to his insolent behavior. Well, goodbye, noble boy. While walking through the castle's hallway, Wazoo asks Namanisa about the marriage Denoga is raring to discuss. The princess pouts in response, however, before she reveals that Denoga is the son of the Duke of Freybond, and that their country originally had two royal families, Mobondo and Gavirio Mobondo. In the past, the country's first king, Gavirio Mobondo, perished without assigning a successor, so his cousin, the Duke of Frond, cooperated with Mobondo as a supporter. That said, Namanisa is definitely against her engagement with Denoga, and her feelings evidently go beyond disgust, because this girl will apparently puke when he touches her hair. Namanisa, radiant in her royal finery, arrives before the concerned eyes of the palace servants. Relief washes over them, their faces etched with worry after days of silence. The princess, with a hint of triumph in her voice, announces the resolution of the conflict. The source of her siblings' madness finally quelled, but a shadow falls over her joy. Meeting Navirio, even as a relative, is forbidden by his own decree. Still, Namanisa clings to hope, pleading with the servants to simply open the door. She yearns for a glimpse of her brother, even from afar. The heavy oak door creaks open, revealing a scene that chills Wazoo to the bone. Before him stands a living puppet, Navirio's form twisted by the cursed, immature puppet. His eyes, once bright with intelligence and warmth, are now vacant, glazed over with an endless loop of sorting documents. The prince, the brother Namanisa cherishes, gone, replaced by a hollow shell. Namanisa's heart cracks at the sight. Tears well up in her eyes as she remembers her brother, the kind, serious, yet playful soul who understood her like no other. He who treasured everything she held dear, and whose laughter filled their childhood with joy. Now he's a marionette, forever trapped in a dance of mindless routine, his true self lost in the abyss. Wazoo, his own emotions churning, recognizes the work of the immature puppet with a grim certainty. Namanisa, her voice trembling, whispers a vow to break the curse, to free her brother from the puppet master's clutches. With tears in her eyes, Namanisa begs the adventurer to save her beloved older brother from the curse. And there's really no reason for Wazoo to refuse, so he disappears from their sight and dashes toward Navirio at full speed. Although the prince's personal aides are surprised, Navirio remains unfazed, which allows Wazoo to shatter the cursed bracelet freely with a single grip. When the prince realizes it, he faints all of a sudden, and while it enrages the royal knights, it becomes the perfect opportunity for the pretender to end Navirio's life. Fortunately, Wazoo reacts in time, and he kicks the blade away to prevent a tragic event from happening. It turns out he suspects him to be a red-armored knight since the beginning. But what's more surprising is Navirio's aides thanking Wazoo for saving the prince from the traitor who's taking him captive, meaning they knew it all along. Nonetheless, the enemy has been defeated, so Namanisa freely enters the office and hurriedly sprints toward her brother. Desperate, she wakes him up from his unconscious state, enabling Navirio to learn he is being controlled, which leads him to apologize to his sister for the trouble he caused. However, seeing Navirio safe and back to himself again is more than enough for Namanisa to forget all her hardships and feel even more delighted. Relief washes over the room as the curse lifts from Navirio. The prince, eyes shining with newfound clarity, bows deeply to Wazoo's gratitude etched on his face. "Thank you," he says, his voice thick with emotion. for freeing me for being Namanisa's strength. It's an unexpected gesture of humility from the prince, a testament to Wazu's heroism. Namanisa, her heart overflowing with joy, beams at the adventurer. Their shared smile holds a hint of something deeper, a hint that Nito notices with a mischievous glint in his eye. The air crackles with unspoken emotions, a budding connection that the prince is eager to nurture. "Let's drop the formalities," Wazu Navirio declares, a playful grin splitting his face. "Call me brother-in-law. Wouldn't want to distance myself from the man who saved my sister's heart, eh?" Wazu, flustered by the prince's teasing, can only stammer in agreement. While he welcomes the camaraderie, his heart yearns for Nerulina's freedom. He knows the battle against the curse is far from over. Meanwhile, deep within the castle walls, the maids nervously approach Nerulina. They carry a tray laden with food, their faces edged with concern for the cursed princess. But their kindness is met with fury. Nerulina lashes out, a vengeful smile twisting her lips. Her blade flashes inches from the maids' faces, a testament to the curse's rip on her soul. The maids, though shaken, refuse to back down. They understand Nerulina's pain, the way the curse twists her into a stranger to herself. They persist, their voices gentle but firm. But Nerulina, consumed by her rage, smashes the cups and plates, her eyes burning with a desperate longing. "Bring me Navirio!" she screams, her voice raw with hatred. "His demise will be my salvation." The echo of her cry hangs heavy in the air, a chilling reminder of the curse's power. The battle for Nerulina's soul has begun, and the fate of the kingdom hangs precariously in the balance. Wazu, burdened by the weight of his responsibility, clenches his fists, his resolve hardening. He will not rest until both Navirio and Nerulina are free. Although there's a faint, gentle voice in the background telling them not to worry, however, for the three who are watching this from a safe distance, Nerulina is getting more and more violent, and approaching her might be too tall of a task. Regardless, she is the same tomboyish girl who has the same favorites as Namanisa, so the two royal siblings request Wazu's assistance in lifting the curse without second thoughts. Wazu accepts to do Navirio and Namanisa's favor, and assures them he will handle the matter completely and send that ominous curse out of their way. However, Nerulina is already at her wit's end, contemplating her violent actions and weak heart, while wondering what really is happening like a vulnerable little girl. Right when she ponders what to do, an unfamiliar adventurer enters her clouded field of vision as Wazu nonchalantly approaches the first princess. In response, Nerulina threatens to turn the young man into a headless fellow, albeit her real feelings are for him to run away and prevent the worst from happening. Wazu is preoccupied with finding the necklace, though, and when he learns it's inside the armor, Nerulina is already in his blind spot and slashes the adventurer's back with her oh-so-powerful weapon. Moreover, Namanisa forgets that even a god's word won't hold a candle to Wazu's defense, so Navirio calms her down first before urging his sister to take a proper look, because Wazu is absolutely unscathed and unbothered by the first princess's attempt. That said, he takes his turn and charges toward Nerulina, who then smashes the ground with the sword when Wazu dodges the life-ending attack of her. Still, the knight is unfazed, and she lets out another swing, hoping it will finally hit the adventurer, only to learn shortly after that Wazu grabs her forearm to prevent Nerulina from evading or attacking once more. Nerulina's screams of rage echo through the room, met by Wazu's resolute grip that tears the cursed armor from her grasp. Metal screeches and splinters beneath his strength, revealing the hidden necklace like a venomous ornament. Wazu can't help but blurt that the crooked thing mars Nerulina's beauty. With a final decisive blow, he shatters the necklace, sending the curse crumbling. Nerulina's terror ebbs away, replaced by a wave of confusion and elation as she stumbles towards Wazu, his touch both foreign and comforting. "Thank you," she whispers, gratitude thick in her voice. But a knot of unease tightens in Wazu's stomach. This embrace, Nerulina's first, ignites a fire in her eyes as she leans in, her breath warm on his lips. "Who are you?" she asks, their faces inches apart. Of course, the young man introduces himself without thoughts. But if there's someone who's displeased at the turn of events, it is surely the second princess who is being sarcastic about Nina's return. Still, Navirio was happy that he and her sister are back to normal, so the siblings celebrate their most awaited moment with smiles on their faces. Unfortunately for Wazu, he can't watch them in peace because Namanisa harbors bitterness after seeing him hugging her sister for a long time. Not to mention, Mei joins the fray as she greatly relates to the complaints of the princess. As a result, Wazu fears he'll be punished for disrespecting the royalty, but thankfully, that's not the case because Namanisa is just jealous. Well, Nerulina agrees with Neviria that Wazoo merely assisted in preventing her from falling to the ground. But her smirk says it all. She's definitely pleased to be held in Wazoo's arms. Thus, Namanisa becomes extremely envious thanks to Nerulina teasing the heavens out of her, which leads Neviria to conclude their preferences are overlapping again. A long time ago, the same thing occurred when he gave Namanisa the teddy bear that Nerulina also wanted, resulting in a fight and the stuffed toy's hand getting torn apart. Since then, Neviria has given the two same things, but now that there's only one, Wazoo's friendly right hand might be bidding its farewell anytime soon. In a whirlwind of relieved embraces, Namanisa and Nerulina cling to Wazoo's arm, threatening to turn him into a one-handed adventurer. Luckily, their squabble soon dissolves into laughter, with Nerulina declaring that fighting over him is silly, they should share. Wazoo, his hand surprisingly intact despite the royal tug of war, finds himself facing the ultimate choice. Which princess will he be the man for? Even Nevirio, impressed by their peaceful resolution, can't wait to share the news with their parents, assuming the royal slumber ends soon. Now that the curses are shattered, Nerulina craves a more casual connection with Wazoo. No more princess, she declares, demanding he repeat her name with no formality. Wazoo, echoing Nerina for what feels like the 100th time, can't help but chuckle at the demanding princess. She's practically her sister's twin. But tensions ease as Nerulina apologizes to her overjoyed servants, their faces beaming with relief at their princess's recovery. And with Nevirio leading the way, the reunited family finally heads towards the room where their parents slumber, hopefully to awaken to a kingdom free from curses and brimming with newfound love. Unfortunately, they arrive at the place only to face the harsh truth, because the king and queen are still sleeping and show no sign that their condition has improved. Even with Nemenise's recovery magic and the curse's disappearance, the grave situation remains the same, and there are no forbidden tools to destroy, which means the cause of their slumber is different. Afterward, Floyd, Simia, Kathy, and Orlando enter the room, the latter excitedly rushing toward Wazoo to reunite with his friend. He also catches the attention of the prince and ultimately receives another permission to be a knight, thanks to Wazoo casually mentioning it like it's nothing. Returning to the main topic, Kathy reports their failure to ascertain the cause of the king and queen's slumber, which allows Floyd and Simia to introduce the guildmaster who might offer helpful advice. The thought of seeing Reagan's sister sends shivers down Wazoo's spine, so it's a tremendous shock when he catches sight of a voluptuous woman in glasses, Raylia, instead of a delinquent thug like what the adventurer initially expects. As a result, he is clearly agitated when Lyria recognizes him, although it turns out she's not buying the fact that the adventurer is C-ranked, so Wazoo shows his guild card to prove it along with the badge that Reagan gave. With this, the guildmaster concludes Reagan trusts this boy, which leads Raylia to officially introduce herself as the guildmaster in the East Royal Capital headquarters. But because of the stories she heard from Orlando, Lyria is sure that Wazoo's rank doesn't represent his true strength. A surprising grin flashes across Lyria's face. "So many trust you, adventurer," she muses, the compliment hanging in the air like an enigma. Wazoo, unsure if to be flattered or wary, watches as Lyria examines the slumbering king and queen. Her verdict is grim. An ancient lost magic drug has plunged them into their endless sleep. Even a genius like Lyria is stumped by the potent concoction. Their only hope, it seems, is to force the unknown culprit's hand and dispel the magic at nearly impossible feat, considering their lack of leads on the Forbidden Tools case. But a glimmer of hope emerges when Wazoo overhears Lyria's hushed wish for someone with age and wisdom. May her eyes widening confirms her father, Ragnar, fits the bill perfectly. Wazoo, a plan forming in his mind, decides it's time to take the mountain path. He and May embark on a perilous ascent, their destination. The summit, where Ragnar's vast knowledge might be their last chance to break the curse that binds the king and queen. After all, who better to unravel the mysteries of ancient drugs than a man who has lived through countless ages? And besides, Wazoo can't help but feel relying on the fickle goddesses as a gamble they can't afford to take. The fate of the kingdom hangs in the balance, and their hope rides on a lone adventurer and the secrets whispered by the windswept mountain peaks. Eventually, the adventurer arrives at the castle and catches sight of 4 familiar creatures, calling Ragnar to go outside so they can, play. Okay, I know it's already mentioned in the comments, but the version changed, and so are the appearances of the necromancer and the others. See, Neil has that big smile on his face. With that said, the 4 are introduced to the story again, mainly because Zeal isn't your typical humanized werewolf anymore. and their personalities drastically change. For starters, Rudo becomes a pair of high elf who exaggeratedly loves the female members of his race, which leads him to do unquestionable things and ultimately get exiled from their village. As a result, on top of it, this guy is so madly in love with their voluptuous figures that he can proudly declare to everyone with a highly satisfied face. Well, ignoring Rudo's shameless declaration, Wazoo informs Ragnar of the reason he visits, which leads the Dragon King to recommend Neil as his helper, based on information from Wazoo. The necromancer assumes that the cause may be the ancient stimulant, or possibly the effect of a magic spell. Moreover, they need to return to Neil's faraway lab for the prescription and medications, and the necromancer is having difficulty believing they can go there in a flash with the human adventurer's strength. It requires until just tomorrow morning for Wazoo to drop by the lab and reach Mabando, though he is willing to carry Neil on his back along the way. However, the main problem for this bone monster is getting stoned by the citizens of the kingdom and becoming food for the dogs, making him cry as he is also worried the soldiers and magicians will group up to subjugate him. Despite the absurdity of a fear-inducing apex creature like himself harboring anxieties, Wazoo's sincerity bleeds through. He begs Neil, the necromancer, to lend his dark magic to the cause, to free the king and queen from their eternal slumber and bathe the palace in genuine smiles. But there's a catch, a price for this morbid assistance. Neil, the pair in a skeleton skin, croaks out his desire, a skeleton bride, a maiden with a collarbone as exquisite as moonlight. The silence stretches, awkward and heavy, before Wazoo with a sigh agrees, and so the unlikely Dew embarks on their quest. Towers melt away as Wazoo, the adventurer, carries the robed necromancer on his back, a bizarre spectacle speeding across the land. Neil, though, seems less than thrilled by the life-threatening vibrations of Wazoo's rapid pace. Finally, the royal capital shimmers into view. Neil, forced to conceal his ghoulish visage, pulls his cloak tight as Orlando, the ever-vigilant knight, spots them from afar. A whisper ripples through the guards. Wazoo, the adventurer, has returned, no longer just an outsider, but an apprentice knight, sworn to protect the very kingdom he once explored. The air crackles with anticipation, a blend of hope and uncertainty, as Wazoo steps back onto familiar ground, his quest for a cure and a skeleton bride just beginning. On another note, Orlando's co-workers are alarmed about the necromancer entering their kingdom, so Wazoo assures them he'll crush Neil if worse comes to worst. Wait, didn't you promise to guarantee his safety? Oh, get it? That's a joke. Thanks to that, they freely enter the castle, where Navirio and the princesses await to welcome Wazoo back smilingly. As soon as the adventurer introduces Neil, Navirio shakes the necromancer's hand without showing an inch of fear, which is eventually revealed to be because Neil suppresses his intimidating aura. The man's dread against dogs remains true, though, but Relia has no interest in listening to their humorous talk because the thing she's raring to know as of now is if the necromancer here is the famous Mage King. Based on the guildmaster's knowledge, Neil is a man who can use any type of magic and destroy a country with a snap of his staff. In simpler words, a powerful mage who is considered to be a legend. With a sinister laugh, the necromancer confirms he really is the Mage King. Lyria talks about and expresses his nostalgia and surprise that someone calls him by that nickname after such a long time. Unfortunately, that isn't enough to acquire some respect for Wazoo, who wants him to hurry and treat the king and queen. After examining Gavirio and Miralina, Neil instantly concludes that they are suffering from the effect of the eternal sleeping drug, and that the way to cure them will be a bit too forceful. If they resort to desperation, a terrible side effect may occur, but if nothing is done, demise still awaits the royal couple. That said, Neil can easily make the canceling medicine if only he acquires the missing essential ingredient to craft the cure, a vampire's fang. Still, the Mage King assures the princesses that the item will be a mere catalyst rather than a tool to turn their parents into vampires. Although outdated, Neil reveals a place where one can find those creatures on the off chance that they're alive and still living there, which excites Namanisa and Nuralina. The air crackles with tension as Namanisa and Nuralina gaze at the Mage King, demanding more information. But for a different reason than Wazoo, these princesses, it seems, are less interested in ancient lore and more in getting closer to the charming adventurer. They bat their eyelashes, flashing smiles that could melt glaciers, all the while convincing Wazoo of their strength and reliability. After all, sitting around while their parents slumber is unthinkable. So Navirio, ever the supportive brother, adds his voice to the chorus, urging Wazoo to let his sisters tag along. And with the journey being a mere day's trip, Wazoo finds himself reluctantly agreeing. Rilia, the sharp-tongued guildmaster, can't help but comment on Wazoo's knack for attracting royalty, prompting her to dangle a juicy promotion. Rank B if he cracks this case. Rank A might be within her reach, but the effort? Pa. Lyria simply throws Wazoo a knowing look before sauntering away, leaving the adventurer to his fate. Now with the princesses finally back in light armor, their royal aura subdued under travel outfits perfect for camping, Wazoo feels a familiar flutter in his chest. Their attire, designed to hide their lineage but still incredibly fetching. Yes, Wazoo, you're camping outside with 2 princesses. It seems like it's too late when he realizes the implications of that, though. Nonetheless, the princesses leave the country. Even though Namanisa reveals she doesn't really like doing this because it's too scary, the lady did it last time for her beloved family. However, Neralina feels proud she's her sister, and the trip goes on. Thanks to Wazoo, who's defeating the monsters to ensure a safe journey along the way, little do the royal siblings know Wazoo is thinking of ways to hasten their travel, like heading to the vampire all by himself and securing the fangs, worried about what will possibly happen tonight, because he might finally lose control when sleeping together with 2 princesses on a single tent Floyd prepared. Ultimately, Wazoo decides to sleep on a tree, so it's finally a problem solved, and the next quest comes in when Neralina asks if he can ride a horse. However, this is according to the knight's calculations, as she then urges Wazoo to sit in front of her to let the personal lesson begin. Namanisa clearly refuses to let things go in her sister's way, although it is first come first served to Neralina. She even prepares a plan to allow Namanisa to enjoy the moment as well. That said, the 2 leave Wazoo to discuss what will happen from then on, and Miru decides to follow them, which is different from what Wazoo expects. Sadly, the overwhelming pressure of traveling with royals and the feeling of being left out causes Wazoo to cry and do the sports class sit he learns from his sister. Fortunately, it doesn't take the girls too long to resolve the matter peacefully, and it is ultimately decided that Neralina will teach Wazoo horse riding on their way to the destination, while Namanisa's turn will be when they head home. The second princess looks so excited to lead the adventurer tomorrow too, so Wazoo agrees with it, unaware he will regret his words of affirmation seconds later. The young man's face says it all. This is too bad of a situation to be in, mainly due to the unannounced bosom attack from the teenager blind spot. Unable to focus, Wazoo fails to absorb the instructions from the first princess's mouth, and all he can think of right now is Nina's chest pinning on his back. The air crackles with disapproval as Namanisa and Miru fix Wazoo with icy stares. His heart pounds, a commoner daring to entertain such thoughts about a princess. But before composure can even be a flicker in his eyes, Neralina, oblivious to the tension, leans her head against his broad back with a happy sigh. "Perfect for rubbing my face on," she declares, her words a playful jab that sends shivers down Wazoo's spine. He can't decide if he should be flustered or embarrassed, the line between playful teasing and something deeper blurring before his eyes. Night falls, cloaking the forest in an unsettling darkness. Namanisa, her face etched with determination, casts a shimmering barrier around their camp, a shield against the monster they seek. Wazoo, emboldened by the flickering firelight, approaches her with a plan, a reckless one, designed to retrieve the vampire's fang alone. He speaks, his words tumbling out in a rush, but as they do, a mirror appears in Namanisa's worried eyes. The reflection stares back at him, stark and revealing, and Wazoo feels a jolt of shame. His plan, born of bravado, now seems like a betrayal of trust, a silent accusation that he doesn't believe in their strength. The weight of her concern hangs heavy in the air, forcing him to confront the truth. His actions, fueled by a yearning for glory, risk shattering the fragile bond they built. The path ahead is uncertain, but one thing is clear: he cannot tread it alone. So Wazoo decides not to rush it, and instead gives the girls motivational words to do their best tomorrow. Thankfully, the cheerfulness of the atmosphere returns, so the princesses prepare for their dinner. Although it looks like Neralina hid the secret about her terrible cooking. Yeah, let's not talk about it. Nevertheless, Wazoo finally realizes that building a harem requires him to get used to trailing with girls, not to mention looking a wee bit cooler than his usual self. Luckily, their conversation about shampoo and conditioner, which the 2 princesses use, becomes the adventurer's chance to obtain Namanisa's permission to smell her hair. The second princess blushes as soon as Wazoo takes a sniff and praises it for having the same scent as fragrant roses, making Namanisa's face turn beet red as she obtains extreme happiness upon hearing those words. On another note, Neralina wonders about Wazoo's plan after this matter is resolved. So the adventurer informs them he will travel with Mir and won't be staying in Lobondo. After all, he wants to help people in trouble now instead of achieving his ultimate goal of creating a harem, eventually treating that as a mere side quest. However, hearing that thrills the princesses as they suddenly wear the faces of somebody having ulterior motives. Wazoo is confused, but these cunning girls think this thoroughly, and they urge the young man to take a rest while they handle the rest of the task. As expected, Namanisa and Neralina are up to something as they prepare light outfits for the task remaining tonight. Obviously, they want to handle it as women, and not as hoping Wazoo will bring them along on his journey. The moment he finally falls in love with them, despite being shy and embarrassed, the twins officially confess their feelings for Wazoo to each other and get the hidden yet evident love out of the way, before asking the blessings of their imaginative parents and brother to commence their full-on passionate sneak attack, promising not to steal a march on one another. Neralina and Namanisa silently barge into the tent and lie beside Wazoo to share him for themselves. Soon after, the adventurer wakes up and sees Namanisa and Neralina surrounding him on all sides, causing the young man to wonder what in the world is happening and why these princesses are so lightly dressed. The fragrant whiff of shampoo pierces Wazoo's dense skull like a lightning bolt. It's a sudden revelation. The princess sisters are blatantly tempting him, their smiles brighter than campfire flames. He remembers the alluring Tata, the captivating Salona, even the fleeting spark with Emma. Wazoo, a sheepish grin spreading across his face, can't deny his luck with the ladies. Even the overprotective Navirio readily entrusts him with his precious sisters. This realization washes over him like a wave, a solemn vow rising within him. He'll be their shield, their guide, their way back to their worried families. And so he lets them drift off to sleep nestled in his arms, a silent promise guarding their slumber. Morning dawns, a symphony of birdsong and sunlight. For Wazoo, it's a refreshing start, but the princesses, it seems, are grappling with a different kind of awakening. Did their charms fall short? Was the fan service not enough? They exchange worried glances, determination hardening in their eyes. This isn't over, not by a long shot. New tactics will be devised, new spells woven, new ways to capture the attention of the oblivious adventurer. But that, as they say, is a story for another time. For now, the sun paints the sky in hues of hope, and Wazoo, with newfound resolve, sets off on his quest, the echoes of laughter and whispered secrets trailing him like whispers on the wind. As they head out again onto the cave where the vampire is living, not too long after they reach the cavern, the four spot a house illuminated by sunlight and surrounded by a field of crops. Furthermore, a man is hoeing the land with a satisfied smile on his face as he enjoys the sunlight, which is not everyone would expect with a night creature like this one. Well, if you're disappointed it's not a vampire girl, just look at the faces of the people involved. Nonetheless, this peculiar character who's calling the vegetables Tomato-chan and Cabbage-chan realizes Wazoo and the others are looking at him with cautious yet disappointed eyes. Embarrassed, he covers his body and blushes while complaining why there are girls in this cave before running toward his house and yelling shy curses at the visitors, whom he calls dum-dums. As a result, the three can't help but doubt if Runaway really a vampire, considering he looks slightly different from the rumors about their appearance. Would vampires get a suntan just when they wonder if Runaway's just a butler or messenger? The man shows up from his door with a pitch-black cape and fearsome appearance, declaring himself as the harbinger of demise and challenging the unannounced guests to a fierce battle. Silence befalls the cave not due to fear, but because Wazoo and the princesses feel no tension at all, given that their first meeting is not that terrifying, dispirited Runaway apologizes, and the royal twins follow suit before suggesting they recreate the scene from the very beginning. With that said, Wazoo and the princesses return to the entrance and come with exaggerated vigor, as if they're raring to fight the vampire and plunder what they need from him from the mansion. The vicious vampire commences his grand entrance with a sinister laugh that will make everyone cough, although it only applies to himself. Thanks to the water getting into his windpipe, everything is brought to waste and they have to start over. Despite Wazoo bluntly expressing his disappointment, nevertheless, their continuous attempts go on, and all of them end in failure due to various reasons like the dazzling light blinding the vampire, and him getting scared by bats in the necks, and might be the last attempt. Runa trips on the stairs and clumsily stands up, only to receive the terrifying glares of scorn from the adventurer and the royal princesses. Unsurprisingly, Wazoo gets fed up with the endless begging and shameless mistakes, so he gives Runo a frustrated knuckle sandwich, while Namanisa and Neralina merely watch them. Runo, the vampire, shrinks back, a pathetic whimper escaping his lips. Begging, he pleads for his life, offering everything he has in exchange for their mercy. Wazoo, though, holds firm. "We're not after your blood, Runo," he declares, his voice ringing through the cavern. "Only your fangs." Runo, eyes narrowed in suspicion, scoffs. "Fangs? You jest. My claws, my meat, even my eyes, they're worth far more than your puny materials." When Namanisa and Neralina step forward, their voices laced with sincerity. "We only need your fangs, nothing more. We'll even offer you a reward." Runo, his face twisted in a grimace, throws his head back in a guttural laugh. "Life you call a reward? You offer me the barest crumb from your feast." With a flick of his wrist, he launches a bundle towards Wazoo, maintaining a wary distance. The adventurer, unfazed by the vampire's theatrics, catches the package with a practiced, but it's the question on his lips that sends Runo scrambling for words. "How do you withstand the sun?" he asks, the question hanging heavy in the air. Runo, his fangs glinting in the dim light, shrugs. "Hard work, patience, and a whole lot of sunscreen," he mutters, his voice laced with sarcasm. He opens his mouth to elaborate, but Wazoo, already weary of the vampire's dramatics, cuts him short. "Another time, Runo," he says, a hint of amusement in his voice. "We have a kingdom to save." With a confident stride, steps into the unknown, ready to face whatever challenges await. Unfortunately, Runwaz is so pitiful that Wazoo is forced to stop, especially after learning it's been so long since he met somebody other than a woman whom he calls in Nen. Seeing the story state the vampire is in causes Wazoo and the princesses to return, wherein they learn that the Nen Runo talks about only visits sometimes, and the vampire suddenly cries due to loneliness. But because Runwaz is completely fine with sunlight, Namanisa and Neralina suggest he go out and drop by Nen's place instead. Something seems to be the problem, however, and the reason Runo can't leave this place is not so profound as a curse or barrier, because this pitiful vampire proudly declares he is scared of bats. It takes these three a few seconds to process the shocking information, given that vampires can easily be associated with bats, although they eventually learn that those animals are pets for Runo, and his fear stems from being bitten by them in the past, like some humans with their cats or dogs. Is that really okay for a vampire? Unsurprisingly, this harsh question from Neralina inflicts more mental damage than expected. Not to mention they can't just force Runo to fly through the hole above because the bats are hiding in the dark parts around it. On the flip side, it turns out that Runo resides in this place because Nen is his fiancée, and their mansion is full of those animals. With that said, their happy marriage will be a pipe dream if he doesn't confront his fears head-on, and when, although it's evident that the results of Runo living here look absolutely bad. Thus, the princesses ask Wazoo to help the vampire, but the adventurer notices R not flinching when a bat passes by. R realizes it too late and is surprised by it too, but the adventurer is already under the assumption that the vampire is lying, making the man terrified as he begs Wazoo not to come near him because he is apparently terrifying. A relieved sigh escapes Namanisa and Neralina's lips as R's panicked gaze shifts from the fluffy bats to the ever so slightly frazzled Wazoo. The vampire, clearly preferring feathered friends to fearsome adventurers, finally finds his solution and Anna waits. With a playful jab at Wazoo to sit at the back, please, R takes to the skies, his worries dissolving like mist in the morning sun. Left behind, the Fang Mania trio, a delightful nickname courtesy of R's startled reaction, sets off towards the castle, the wind whipping through their hair as they master the art of horse riding. A curious tune, Evil Thoughts Be Gone, keeps humming in Wazoo's head, a soundtrack to the not-so-peaceful night he spent between the princesses. But knowing Wazoo anything spicier was probably just a particularly vivid dream, and indeed, the next day finds them reunited with a relieved Navirio. He looks incredibly exhausted though, mainly because the battle against the evil thoughts is more challenging than the one-sided stomp with the black blaze. Nonetheless, the medicine needs to be done immediately. Yet Neil is revealed to be having fun being a weirdo cornering a castle's maid due to her beautiful collarbones. Needless to say, the necromancer invites the servant to turn into a skeleton like him and blushingly offers to polish the girl's collarbones every day. This is way past acceptable, so Wazoo kicks Neil and calls him out for shamelessly tempting the maids, only to get invited to attract the servants together because they are apparently pretty. Moving on, Wazoo gives the vampires Fang and Neil approves of its quality, saying he can start making the medicine with the condition they will let him go shortly after it's finished. The Mage King gives up on hitting it off with the maids, apparently putting that aside. Neil begins crafting the cure while Wazoo is watching, eventually finishing it and heading out toward his home. Of course, not before showing the adventurer a detailed drawing of what collarbones are to his liking. Without further ado, Wazoo delivers the medicine to the king and queen's room, where the royal siblings Floyd, Kumia, and Lyria are waiting. Although it may be too late, Wazoo asks Nevirio to please trust Neil, but it seems like there's nothing to worry about in the first place. And the prince, along with his sisters, begins to pour the curing potion for their parents' eternal sleep, starting from no other than the king, Gavirio. Soon after, the monarch gets up from his deep slumber and greets his most awaited awakening with an enthusiastic and action-filled introduction straight from Anga. Unfortunately, Gavirio's over-cheerfulness is a double-edged blade, as he eventually realizes how embarrassing it is that he does that scene from his dream in front of everyone. Furthermore, the awkwardness in the room causes the powerful king to turn into some sort of a small animal, hiding himself inside the sheets. Nonetheless, it's rude to point it out, so Wazoo feigns ignorance and asks Nevirio about the medicine's effectiveness instead. However, Gavirio is slowly coming out from his small den, so Namanisa, the prince, and Wazoo give him the little push he needs, which allows the king to get back on his feet and ask everyone about the situation. Delighted, the princesses hug their father, thankful that he has regained consciousness after all their hardships. Wazoo and Nevirio join the celebration with smiles on their faces, leading the latter to pour the medicine on his mother, ultimately waking Rena up, looking so refreshed as if nothing major happened. Now that the king and queen are cured from their eternal sleep, Nevirio spares no time in telling his parents everything that happened. As a result, Gavirio and Miralina learn the possibility of someone betraying them. The royals are trying to figure out who cursed them and caused that whole sleeping mess. They think it might be the same person who wants to take over the kingdom. To make things even trickier, Nevirio and Miralina are pretending to be controlled by magic, so the king and queen have to pretend too. In the end, Gavirio decides to trust Nevirio to solve the problem. Now Wazoo needs to meet the royals. The king seems hesitant, but Gavirio surprises everyone by calling Wazoo a kind hero, even though he doesn't look like a typical warrior. The king and queen bow in thanks, but Wazoo insists Neil deserves the credit. Still, the royals want him to be proud and relax around them. They see him as a friend who helped them get along, and that's more important than formality. Everyone's shocked by how chill the king is, except the princesses who are secretly thrilled. Hello, romance. Namanisa, ever the planner, has already prepared a reward for Wazoo and encourages him to go with the flow. She knows the king might offer a fancy mansion, which could make it hard for Wazoo to keep adventuring. Wazoo thinks back to Namanisa's promises in Mima Village and wonders if they were real. He can't tell what she's hiding behind that smile, but reward or no reward, Gavirio promises Wazoo their support whenever he needs it. It seems like things are taking a surprising turn, and Wazoo is right in the middle of it all. Thus, Nevirio prepares for the meeting regarding their plan for the future and urges Wazoo to rest first, while Orlando guides him to his room. On the way, the adventurer congratulates the now former knight apprentice for his promotion, as he is finally close to becoming Nevirio's direct personnel. With this, Orlando can bring good news to Reagan and present himself as a brilliant knight who is able to protect Nevirio and the entire kingdom. Hopefully, he doesn't forget Wazoo's effective man-to-man lessons along their journey toward Mobondo. Anyway, Wazoo sleeps like a log the following days, while Kathy watches over him to ensure his safety and to steal some glances as a side reward. Eventually, the adventurer wakes up only to learn from the female knight that he has slept for 2 days, and now is actually the third, perhaps due to exhaustion from the short trip that was full of evil thoughts. Fortunately, Kathy orders the maids to bring some food to fill Wazoo's empty stomach, ultimately leading Wazoo to realize that the woman is doing the things he wants to do for himself. Wazoo stares at the knight, and that triggers Kathy's sweet smile to appear and make the atmosphere brighter. Out of the blue, Wazoo tells Kathy that her to-be husband will be pleased to be in her care, causing the knight to inform Wazoo that he can be the man who will marry her. Hearing those surprising words makes the adventurer blush, and he comes to treat Kathy as waifu material, so the guy promises to consider it. Regardless, the squad captain explained the current situation, revealing that Navirio and Neralina would lead 1,000 of their knights to depart to Bond Plains, where they would pretend to be controlled by the curse and fight each other. Basically, the battle is a mere farce to lure the mastermind into appearing, hoping he'll show up to confirm the royal's demise, which is fake in the first place. Right now, tough knights are guarding the king and queen like hawks, while Namanisa and Lyria are busy keeping the royal capital safe. They'll only join the big fight in Bond Plains if their Sherva Bondo isn't in any trouble. That's where Wazoo comes in. He's their secret weapon, the key to making this whole plan work. He can zip between places like a flash, but even for him, it's tough to see danger coming. So Kathy gives him a special ring that lets him talk to anyone, no matter how far apart they are. It's like having a super-powered walkie-talkie. And Kathy, loyal as ever, promises to keep Namanisa safe, even if it means putting her own life on the line. But if things get really hairy, she trusts Wazoo to take care of the princess. Wazoo, ever the hero, takes on the quest with a smile and a steely glint in his eye. Now it's off to Bond Plains, where Neralina and her brave knights are already charging onto the battlefield, ready for action. Luckily for the first princess, the cursed items are easily replicated, so it all boils down to their acting skills, given that the plan greatly relies on the perpetrator not knowing that the forbidden tools have already been destroyed. Meanwhile, Navorio is preparing for his departure when Wazoo finally shows up, raring to fight and defeat the culprit and settle the matter once and for all. Before that, he entrusts me to Namanisa to ensure her safety, as a fierce battle may occur soon. Therefore, the second princess Kathy and Lyria can't help but feel worried as they count on the C-rank adventurer's strength. Watching him leave along with Navorio and the others, while listening to Wazoo's reassuring words near the Bond Plains, Shiro inconspicuously watches over the upcoming battle, thrilled to see how it will turn out despite being fully aware that the situation is a mere farce. Nevertheless, he acknowledges the wits of the royal siblings to go full throttle with this idea, and includes the person whom he calls the strongest man, Wazoo, in their ranks. However, the notorious peddler is also looking forward to the approaching duel between Wazoo and the man who is the same, if not more powerful than him, the S-rank adventurer who is known by the name Flugel. Excited to see what kind of interesting combat he can witness from those two in the royal capital's castle, Namanisa scolds her father for being a little bit noisy as he experiences difficulty pretending to sleep. On the contrary, Miralina is sleep-talking about bananas, and it seems like that is the standard for Gavirio to follow, given they can't let their guard down because the mastermind is still unknown. Speaking of the culprit, Gavirio wonders why Namanisa is the only one unharmed when he and his wife are put to sleep to keep their mouths shut, while Navirio and Miralina are given cursed accessories to force them into fighting each other until one of them delivers another's demise. Namanisa is about to spill the beans about who the bad guy is, but Kathy and Lyria cut her off. They both blurt out that the mastermind behind all this mess is definitely the one planning to use Namanisa, but they're not sure if this evil genius will actually show up on the battlefield to see how well Navirio and Naralina are faking their defeat. These two are super protective of Namanisa, willing to whip the masterminds behind with their sword and Lyria's famous S-whip. Talk about girl power. Namanisa and Gavirio feel much better knowing they're in good hands, and Namanisa reassures Meru that Wazoo will be safe with her siblings. But standing by the windows is a bad idea. Kathy warns Namanisa to stay away, but before she can explain why, Meru freaks out. She sees Shiro staring at her from afar, and without a word, she just hugs Namanisa tight. Poor Mai. Little does she know, Shiro is already planning something big. Meanwhile, over on the Bond Plains, things are heating up. Knights from both sides swarm the battlefield like ants, led by Naralina and Navirio. They glare at each other like they're about to explode, and the tension is thicker than Pisu. It's time for the real battle to begin. Unsurprisingly, the princess known as the Valkyria starts the war by declaring she'll be the one to rule the country, which leads to a fierce confrontation as the enraged prince swears to bring her brutal end, ultimately leading the knights to charge toward their enemies as the clash continues. Wazoo observes the surroundings to spot anything strange, allowing him to learn there's no problem occurring yet, mainly because there are no emergency signals from the ring, and the knights are just having fun, knowing that the skirmishes are fakes. That said, Wazoo needs to watch over Navirio and Nina's duel and ensure they are safe, albeit confident that the perpetrator can't easily intervene, thanks to the 1,000 knights surrounding them. Still, it's possible that the culprit is watching from afar, so the goddess gives a well-appreciated suggestion for Wazoo to use his unique skill, presence sensing. Thus, the C-ranked adventurer activates the ability and searches for the whereabouts of allowing him to discover the presence of at least 4 people hiding in the woods. All of a sudden, a terrifying existence deliberately shows itself to Wazoo's skill, surprising the C-ranked adventurer who instantly assumes that the fearsome presence is the same, if not stronger than him, and is possibly an S-ranked adventurer. The royal blades flash and spin in the air before clinging to the ground with a dramatic thud. Nerulina crumples unconscious, while Navirio, panting heavily, manages to kneel before finally collapsing himself. The battlefield hangs in stunned silence. Did their plan work? Did the mastermind take the bait? Navirio and Nerulina, their faces betraying no hint of weakness, wait patiently for the culprit to emerge. Wazoo, eyes scanning the horizon, joins them in their vigilant vigil. Soon, the pounding of marching feet breaks the silence. But instead of the small group Wazoo expected, a vast tide of red-armored knights crests the hill, their numbers rivaling the royal forces. At their head, a familiar face contorted in a twisted grin. Denoga, the timid noble boy, looking utterly unlike himself. Wazoo, jaw gape, instantly recognizes him. He whips out the communication tool and throws Nemesis' voice on the wind. Denroga, he's the one behind it all. Nemesis' voice crackles back, annoyance tinged with grim determination. I figured, she says, her words echoing through the battlefield. Cassie Relia, join the fight. We'll crush this viper and his army together. Tension crackles in the air, thicker than wildfire smoke. Meanwhile, back in the castle, the king, oblivious to the impending storm, hums merrily as he plans a picnic. Can't anyone sense the danger swirling around them? And finally, the news reaches Denoga's ears like a thunderclap. Navirio and Nerulina, free from the cursed accessories, his carefully crafted plan, crumbling before his eyes. Nonetheless, seeing Denoga's behavior change leads the prince and the princess to conclude that this is the noble's true color, rather than his timidness, which is obviously a fake persona. However, Denoga doesn't care about their opinions right now, as he is focused on his plan to exterminate the whole royal family. Moreover, the Duke's son is unfazed that the cursed items are destroyed outside of his expectations, because he can just eliminate them himself right here and there with the help of the red-armored warriors, who are merely waiting for orders. Apparently, these knights, who are the same kind as the ones Wazoo encountered in the Mema village, are under Denoga's direct control, which makes Navirio wonder why his sister's fiancé, all people, will commit such atrocities just to steal the throne for the Free Bond family. However, seizing the throne isn't what Denoga calls it, as he then drops a revelation depicting him as the rightful king. The Duke's son no longer intends to hide it, and informs everyone that he's not part of the Free Bond family, like what is publicly known, because this noble boy is actually the son of the previous king, Dio Gavirio Mabondo. In other words, Denoga is the deceased monarch's secret child, making him the true successor to the throne instead of the Mabondo family. In the middle of their conversation, Omnis arrives along with her entourage on horseback and hurriedly heads to where Navirio and Nerulina are, allowing her to hear Denoga that being the second princess's fiancé is far from enough to turn him into their kingdom's leader. After all, the so-called royal family of Mabondo is a hindrance to the true successor acquiring what's truly his possession, the throne. Nevertheless, Namanisa's arrival signals the complete attendance of all the actors involved, and what's left to do is to plunder their lives, followed by the king and queen's demise, and return the right to rule the kingdom to the Gavirio Mabondo and Free Bond family. Nerulina, her eyes blazing with righteous fury, tightens her grip on her sword. Denoga, the traitorous prince, stands before her, the mastermind behind their kingdom's woes. Across the battlefield, Lyria, a fierce warrior herself, learns a shocking truth. Fludel, the enemy's champion, is actually the son of the previous king. This explains his unwavering loyalty to their opponents, a loyalty forged in the fires of gratitude and duty. Wazoo, ever the perceptive one, senses the weight of Flugel's presence. He whispers to the guildmaster, seeking confirmation of the rumors swirling around this formidable foe. The answer chills him to the bone. Flugel, an S-rank adventurer, is a whirlwind of close combat fury, capable of dispatching enemies in the blink of an eye. His loyalty to the previous king binds him to their enemies, a debt of honor forged in years past. And yet, amidst the fear, a spark of excitement ignites within Wazoo. He, a humble C-rank adventurer, faces the strongest man alive. The absurdity of his guild card, the one claiming he could smash stars with a single punch, dances in his mind. It's a ridiculous thought, yet it fuels his determination. Flugel, with all his power and prestige, stands before him, a challenge begging to be met. Their eyes lock, a silent battle raging before the first blade is drawn. Orlando, sensing the urgency, rallies his knights. They are near the main forces when Orlando spots the red-armored warriors and wonders why the enemies he and Wazoo encountered in the past are here in the Bond Plains. Eventually, Orlando reports his arrival to Navirio, allowing the prince to warn Denoga that his forces will not suffice for their 2,000 knights, not to mention the reinforcement of the adventurers who just arrived. Put simply, Navirio suggests Denoga surrender, even though he has the famous S-rank adventurer on his side. Nevertheless, Flugel shows absolute threat and zero worries that Denoga will back down. Although Orlando, on the other hand, is clearly agitated that there's an S-rank adventurer who can possibly fight on equal terms with Wazoo. However, the person in question doesn't fear his fearsome opponent in the first place, and merely focuses on observing him as if he's confident this won't become a one-punch finish fight. On top of it, Denoga disagrees with Navirio's assumption that calling reinforcements is impossible. Although Niralina thinks he's bluffing, as there's no way Denoga can hide somebody in this vast plain. Unbeknownst to them, the throne's rightful successor isn't talking about human backup, as he reveals the ominous black ball that can bring chaos to this place. Only Wazoo recognizes what that thing is, so he hurriedly tries to stop Denoga from releasing the mindless beasts only to fail and get interrupted by Flugel's powerful smash right into his face. With Wazoo unable to stand up for even a split second earlier, Denoga activates the Gospel of Darkness and lets out the dark magic power until the orb shatters. Without wasting time, Wazoo tells Niralina to run away and reveals he has already seen the black sphere from a one-eyed ghoul in the elven village being used to control hundreds of monsters. Denoga is surprised that someone knows the secret of the black orb, as it is apparently a rare item according to a particular merchant, confusing Wazoo as he wonders who that is. The air crackles with tension as Denoga brandishes the crimson orb, the key to his monstrous transformation. Wazoo's gut clenches. He recognizes that cursed artifact, his memories burning with grim foreboding. "Are you really going to turn into a demon?" His voice rings out, a desperate plea lost in the roar of the battlefield. Denoga's laughter chills the air. A twisted mix of amusement and malice dances in his eyes. He relishes the chaos, the despair he's wrought upon the royals he loathes. But a flicker of irritation crosses his face when Wazoo interrupts his fun. Suddenly, the ground trembles as monstrous creatures materialize from the very air, their claws and fangs glinting with unholy light. The knights of Mobando Kingdom, their faces grim with determination, form a protective circle around Navirio and his siblings. But Kathy and her comrades, their eyes flashing with fierce resolve, charge towards the demonic horde and the red-armored knights, ready to meet the enemy head-on. Navirio, Niralina, and Namanisa stand shoulder to shoulder, their eyes fixed on Denoga, the true usurper of the throne. They know his usual tricks won't prevail against Namanisa's prowess, so Denoga makes a desperate gamble. He throws back his head and swallows the red orb whole, the crimson glow engulfing him as he begins to convulse. Wazoo, a whirlwind of determined fury, lunges towards him, desperate to stop the transformation. But Flugel, the S-ranked titan, stands in his way. A thunderous blow lands on Wazoo, sending him reeling, his C-rank body aching in protest. Frustration burns within him. How can this be? The guild card, a ridiculous testament to his absurd strength, promised immunity to even divine attacks. Yet here he was, battered and bruised by Flugel's relentless assault. Unfortunately, Denoga had already gulped the red orb, and the royal siblings could do nothing now but watch their enemy's transformation into a fearsome demonic beast. Denoga's sinister laugh echoes as he presents his new form, sacrificing his human appearance for an overflowing energy and strength that far surpasses the abilities of the prince and the princesses combined. Despite being oblivious to the exact improvement and changes his body has undergone, Denoga is 100% sure of one thing. His dreadful claws are more than enough to tear these insects of the royals apart. Enraged, Niralina swears to bring the enemy down, regardless of whether he's a demon with excessive chickenpox or whatever, and swings her sword toward Denoga's large hand. hand, ultimately shattering the blade instead of inflicting a fatal wound. While the first princess gets close to being devastated, Denoga maintains his devilish smile and mocks Nerulina for showing the opposite effect of what she has confidently declared. Immediately after seeing Denoga's claws, Nemunisa puts up a defensive barrier to protect herself and her sister from the demon's attack, all while telling Nerulina to get a new weapon. Unfortunately, Denoga is already on his way to destroy the barrier, but Rilia luckily makes it in time to hinder his movements with her whip and prevent the demon from landing a fierce blow to their only reliable defense. Meanwhile, Navirio helps Wazoo to get up, ignoring his apologies for not being able to dodge the S-rank adventurer's punches, and instead asks if he can rely on his strength to keep Flugel occupied while they defeat Denoga and settle the royal family's problem. But rather than buying time, Wazoo assures the prince he will bring Flugel down, so the two wish for one another's success before continuing the fight. To Wazoo's surprise, Mi flies toward him and is strangely panicking as she informs the adventurer of her terrifying encounter with Shiro near the castle. Wazoo's ears are filled with Meru's frantic squeaks and cries, but the little dragon's message goes over his head. He's still processing the chaos around him, the monstrous creatures rampaging, the desperate cries of the knights, and the looming threat of Denoga's transformation. With a growl, he shoves Meru into a safe nook, telling her to stay put. Alone now, Wazoo turns his attention to Flugel. The S-rank adventurer stands there, a mountain of muscle and power, his eyes glinting with a mix of amusement and challenge. "Done warming up?" he asks, his voice a low rumble. Wazoo's lips stretch into a grin. He's been waiting for this. The previous blows, the pain, they've only fueled his excitement. This is the fight he's craved, a clash against an opponent worthy of his strength. He lunges forward, a blur of motion, his fist aimed straight for Flugel's chest. Flugel, with reflexes honed by years of battle, easily blocks the blow. He grabs Wazoo's wrist, his grip like iron, and with a swift kick to the foot, throws him off balance. Before Wazoo can recover, Flugel unleashes a heavy stomp, aiming for his face. Wazoo barely dodges in the nick of time, the wind of the blow whipping past his cheek. He retaliates with a kick of his own, but it's no match for Flugel's seasoned defense. The S-rank adventurer, bored by the predictable move, lets out a hollow laugh. He unleashes a spiral of magical energy, a shockwave that sends Wazoo crashing to the ground. Flugel raises an eyebrow, his gaze filled with a hint of disappointment. "Who are you, boy?" he asks. "You have the strength of an ancient oak, yet your movements are like a wild beast. All brawn, no finesse." Wazoo, bruised and battered but undeterred, scrambles to his feet. His eyes burn with defiance, his grin widening. "Fuger, the S-rank titan," he says, his voice raspy. "I'm Wazoo, and I'm just getting started." In the end, a monster will remain a mindless creature no matter how much they hone themselves, which is disappointing for Flugel as he concludes that Wazoo is not a worthwhile opponent, and joining Denoga's battle is more meaningful. Needless to say, Wazoo refuses to let him go, so he attempts to strike his usual one punch at his opponent, but Flugel swiftly dodges it again, devastating the C-rank adventurer as he simply listens to the enemy acknowledging his strength, yet emphasizing how weak his skills are, demonstrating the power of a real S-ranker. Flugel charges a ball of immense magic power and sends the life-ending wave directly to the S-rank adventurer, ultimately inflicting a critical hit that leaves Wazoo screaming in excruciating pain. The flow of magical energy that dramatically resembles a droplet falling in an abyss-like body of water becomes clear to Wazoo, but that's the least of his concerns right now, as the damage of the punch is undeniably unfathomable. Perhaps for the first time since he struggled in the mountain, Wazoo coughs the infamous red human juice, allowing Flugel to freely reveal that S-rank adventurers acquire their nicknames from the way they fight, which in this case is his power to release magic into the opponent's body and deal internal damage. Destroyer. The name Wazoo needs to remember in his approaching eternal agony that the S-rank adventurer will deliver, as Flugel has already damaged the boy's internal organs, so what's left for him is to suffer. On the other side of the battlefield, Denoga destroys the defensive barrier and takes hold of Namanisa, lifting the second Princess Madar with his dreadful large claws. Once again, Lyria uses her whip to limit the demon's movements and drags him away from Namanisa to save the princess's life. Denoga seems to hate it, however, so he focuses his attacks on the Guiltmaster and slams her to the ground until Lyria tastes the punishment she herself wants to deliver to the culprit who's doing that to her right now. Witnessing Lyria's state, Namanisa tells her sister to step back so she can be Denoga's opponent. although it doesn't look like the demon still feels amused by the events, as he irritatingly flies toward the first princess and strikes the troublesome girl out of the way. Fortunately, the first hit isn't enough to bring Namanisa down, but the same can't be said for the following kick that successfully sends the first princess to a not-so-far distance. When Nina's domestic draws near, Namanisa steps up to protect her elder twin sister from the demon that was once her fiancé. Amidst the grave situation, the princess uses this chance to reveal she was satisfied with suspecting Denoga from the very beginning, disagreeing with the engagement and refusing to marry him. Namanisa's heart swells with joy as she remembers Wazu's smile, a beacon of light amidst the surrounding chaos. She declares her defiance, choosing love over the treacherous Denoga. But before she can celebrate, the demon's claws hurtle towards her, only to be deflected by Navirio's blade, the prince finally returning in the nick of time to shield his sisters. Now injured, Navirio takes over the fight, his fury burning like a wildfire as he vows to vanquish their foe. Denoga scoffs, relishing the havoc he's unleashed. He promises to strip away the royal's grandeur, crushed Navirio's hold on the people, and witness their screams of submission. In a final taunt, he asks if Navirio will order his loyal knights to die for him. A murmur ripples through the ranks, but it's quickly drowned out by a thunderous roar. "We are Navirio's. We stand with him." Their voices boom, shattering the air. "Navilio is our prince, our leader, our friend. We will fight for him, for our kingdom, until our last breath." Denoga's smirk falters, replaced by a flicker of fear. The tide has turned, and the battle for the kingdom's fate hangs in the balance. In exchange, Denoga assigns a vicious beast for the female knight, and the prince is too little, too late to save the woman from being bitten by an exaggeratedly enormous dog with rabies. In the end, the demon maintains the privilege of laughing amidst the fierce battle, and he even advises the knights to run away and leave their precious prince behind before they turn into cat food for monsters. However, his prattle and brutality are getting too far, and Navirio arrives to the point that it's impossible to forgive this demon any longer, which leads to a raging power-up as he approaches the throne's rightful successor. While that's happening, Wazu recovers from his fatal internal injury with auto-healing, forcing Flugel to put a stop on his limiter and show no more mercy to the C-rank amateur. Unfortunately for Wazu, the S-ranker attack slowly becomes terrifying in his eyes, and the young man comes to wonder how long he can last being hit with an unknown magic power. Wazu's mind is in shambles, but Flugel gives him no time to think further and proceeds to slap the guy's face with his enigmatic ability. As he endures the one-sided trample, Wazu desperately ponders a plan to withstand and counterattack, but his auto-healing can't keep up, and the destroyer crushes his internal organs one by one, until Wazu arrives at a single tragic conclusion. This will be his end. Suddenly, Mir interrupts the fight, crying to protect her partner, which leads Wazu to remember his grueling days in the mountain and realize that what kept him alive at that time was his ability to eat everything. Despite the wounds and internal injuries, Wazu gets up to thank me and assures the dragon princess he'll be fine because of a good idea that enters his mind. Thus, Wazu tells Miru to go to a safe place. Now that his counterattack commences, he then finishes it off with a thumbs up, reminding Miru of his superhuman strength, which the dragon princess also approves with the same gesture as her partner. Now Wazu is brimming with motivation to take on everything that comes his way, confusing Flugel a little bit, because this cheerful boy was just a useless sandbag a minute ago. Still, the destroyer has no intentions of holding back, and he releases a more massive wave of magical energy that instantly becomes a direct critical hit. The rock cliff slams into Wazu, but fear has fled, replaced by a defiant roar. Still alive, he shouts. Even as Flugel's relentless fists pound the ground, each blow explodes with terrifying power, a stark reminder of the chasm between them. Wazu grits his teeth, face pressed against the earth, scrambling back as Flugel advances, his eyes cold and unforgiving. "No tricks, boy," Flugel boons, "you can't win." But Wazu, fueled by a desperate hope, crawls to his feet, ignoring the screaming pain. He needs time, just a bit more for his plan to unfold. Flugel, however, cares little for his schemes. A flick of his wrist sends Wazu soaring through the air, hurtling towards a potentially fatal fall. In his half-dazed slumber, the S-ranker doesn't even bother to defend. Wazu watches, the world spinning, as Navirio battles Denoga below, the prince battered but unyielding. Wazu's own struggle pales beside the prince's courage. The fight isn't over, not yet. He, the unlikely hero, will not stay down. The battle for the kingdom, for everything he holds dear, rages on. Filled with rage and frustration, Navirio strikes back with flame magic embedded in the prince's sword, and his determination undoubtedly reaches Wazoo, who realizes that everyone is fighting with their lives on the line. The memories of Navirio entrusting him to handle Flugel surface in his mind, and Wazoo also remembers Kathy calling him the hope of this war, as their plan relies on his strength. Evidently, frustration paints Wazoo's face because he's fully aware that his allies are counting on his power, resulting in deep reminiscing about his past since he lost to the hero, robbed of Aria's love, and almost perishing in the mountains. In those times when Wazoo can only depend on the power within him and his guild card, the C-rank adventurer gains growth, and this unquestionable realization triggers Wazoo to have an encounter with waves similar to those Fludel uses to subdue him. Using his pawns, Wazoo gathers the representation of magical power and slowly gulps the whole thing, devouring every drop possible. Eat before he feels the pain. This becomes the C-ranker's new plan as he once again eats the infamous internal organ ending smash from the destroyer and eats the magical energy in a split-second chance before the excruciating pain befalls him. To Flugel's surprise, Wazoo is completely fine, and he looks better despite the absolutely overwhelming power of his punch. Then top it off with a thanks for the meal, and the S-ranker is 100% dumbfounded as to what in the world is happening. After all, Wazoo is standing like nothing happened, and this guy is clearly sparkling more than ever as he credits his fortunate survival to his days eating weird things in the mountain. Nonetheless, Flugel's reaction is gold when he hears Wazoo revealing his gluttony skill and presenting himself as a gluttonous adventurer who can eat magic power. Oh, and you're right, commenter. Wazoo can give Ruto a run for his money, at least in that anime's first season. On the other hand, Shiro's excitement skyrockets each second he watches the battle from afar, especially after seeing Wazoo becoming more and more interesting, leading the peddler to wonder who come on top between the C-rank adventurer and a certain girl he knows residing in the north. Putting that aside, Flugel is having difficulty processing what his opponent says, so Wazoo repeats it for him. Confusion clouds Flugel's eyes as Wazoo gulps down the Destroyer Smash's magic, this kid who feasts on power like a starving beast. Convinced Wazoo's no human, the S-ranker throws another punch, his leg muscles rippling as he aims for the boy's gut. But Wazoo's quicker than he looks, slipping past the blow and catching Flugel off guard. A swift counter sends the destroyer crashing to the ground. Sorry for the payback, Wazoo smirks, his voice dripping with playful sarcasm. Flugel roars with laughter, a wild sound that echoes across the battlefield. The boredom's gone, replaced by a thrill he hasn't felt in years. He rips off his shirt, his chest bare and muscles gleaming. Not bad, kid, he bellows, a grin splitting his face. He spiced things up. Wazoo, let's turn this up a notch. And like a switch flipped, they're at it again. Fueled by the goddess's shield and his bottomless hunger for magic, Wazoo stands firm. He dances around Flugel's blows, devouring the energy that spills from each strike, his own fists infused with stolen power shaking the very ground. The air crackles with raw energy, a brutal ballet of iron and magic. The tide has turned, the amateur's no longer so amateur, fighting like a man possessed, his eyes blazing with defiance and newfound confidence. Even Flugel, the S-rank destroyer, feels a flicker of doubt. The answer echoes in the clash of steel and the roar of defiance, a melody played on the strings of fate. As the brawl continues, Wazoo slowly grabs the upper hand and strikes Flugel upward with his clenched hand, while proudly declaring himself as the strongest of all. With the destroyer getting utterly destroyed, Wazoo reigns as the victor. Although he looks more serious now compared to when he rains punches on his opponent in his weakened state, Flugel takes back his words calling Wazoo amateur and changes it with a terrifying nickname, Monster. Of course, the young man isn't pleased to be called that, because this adventurer blessed by goddesses has no intention of stopping being a human, regardless of how strong he becomes. Finally, Flugel admits his defeat and respectfully asks Wazoo to fight again next time until he suddenly stops saying a word. No, he's still alive. Maybe due to exhaustion, Flugel falls asleep, and his loud snores are a bit laughable for Wazoo, who eventually stands up because the war hasn't ended yet, and he's excited to get stronger and fight more challenging enemies like Flugel. Thus, Wazoo explores the Bond Plains and spots a vicious wolf on its way to devour a wounded knight and his companion. In the nick of time, Wazoo defeats the beast with one punch, saving the soldiers in the process before telling them to cure the injured while he deals with the monsters. Afterward, Wazoo heads to the horde led by a miner and spends quite a short time dealing with this group by simply playing around with the bull's horn, grabbing it and spinning along with the monster to eradicate the remaining beasts. With complete trust that Naviria will win the battle against Inoga, Wazoo decides not to join them and instead enjoys a not-so-peaceful game of tossing, smashing, and wrestling. The list goes on with the ferocious monsters from the ball to top it off. Wazoo warns the enemies to return to the mountains with those guys' tails between their legs, or else they will pass through the violent road filled with monster juices of various colors, mainly red. Speaking of red, the enemy forces wearing the same color in their uniform are engaging in a We Are Stronger presentation to show the Kingdom Knights how weak they are. Tensions rise as Orlando and Kathy bristle at the carrot sneers, ready to prove them wrong. A brawl seems imminent, but out of nowhere, Wazoo disrupts the scene, knocking the red-armored knight out cold with a playful knee to hand. Orlando, initially annoyed, sees the wisdom in Wazoo's move. Kathy and him can handle these goons, and Wazoo's intervention prevents their escape. Meanwhile, celebration turns to despair for Navirio, who stumbles to his knees, gasping for air. Inoga, the towering demon, mocks him, wise but powerless general. Let's settle this. With a savage roar, Inoga lunges, claws bared, but Namanisa's shimmering barrier flickers to life, deflecting the blow. "Narina!" she shouts, her voice a rallying cry. Niralina, the braver second princess, seizes the moment. In a swift, unexpected strike, her blade sings through the air, severing Denoga's hand in a clean sweep. The demon's scream echoes across the battlefield, but it's music to Niralina's ears. She stands tall, her eyes blazing with defiance, a warrior queen filling the void left by her brother's weakness. But now that Denoga has acquired a fatal injury, Niralina happily declares the beginning of their counterattack, which unfortunately triggers the demon to fly up to a distance where they won't reach him. So as not to give Denoga the time to commence his plan, Relia ties his foot with her whip, allowing Niralina to eliminate the devil's wings and finally get that hindrance out of their way. Unable to fly, the pitiful true successor of the throne desperately runs away, unaware that the prince's flames will not let him escape as they surround Denoga on all sides, ensuring there's no place to run for the devil. As in the Vireo as the lead, Namanisa and Niralina claim this moment as the victory of the Mobanda family, enabling the first princess to raise her weapon engulfed in magical flames, as she then swears to protect the kingdom from the malevolent creatures threatening their country. There's no such thing as the rightful successor to the throne the next moment, as Niralina successfully eradicates the previous king's son from this world, and ultimately destroys the ominous orb along with the existence that was once known as Denoga. Nevertheless, the war ends with his departure toward the nether regions, the underworld kind of place, and not the human body meaning. Not to mention, Wazoo grabs almost all of the credits for capturing the red-armored knights who tried to escape. To check if Wazoo gets stronger, Miru hands him his guild card, wherein the C-rank adventurer discovers the improvement of some of his skills, and the addition of one goddess to his heavenly harem collection. Apparently, Mother Earth increases her protection to help Wazoo recover from the internal damage in his duel against Flugel. But it seems like that's an uncalled concern because this guy's humanity percentage decreases to 62%. On top of it, there's the new battle deity who has also fallen in love with Wazoo, and the first goddess feels so jealous and annoyed that she assumes her boy is blushing from the new woman, even though the answer is a big no. But while Wazoo is preoccupied arguing with the goddesses, Shiru arrives and calls the familiar adventurer, asking if he still remembers him. The memory isn't vague at all, however, and Wazoo vividly recognizes this mysterious peddler as Shiro. The cheers of victory echo through the air, but a sliver of unease clings to Wazoo. As Namanisa and Nerulina shower him with praise for his role in their triumphs, his eyes dart to a seemingly harmless figure, Shiru, a merchant he vaguely remembers. Shiru, ever the gleeful peddler, congratulates Wazoo for slaying the trash of a demon king, Denoga, casually mentioning the ominous ball that fueled the terror. This sparks a memory, a hushed conversation with Orlando and Reagan about a suspicious merchant in Link, the possible source of the orb's power. The pieces click into place. Shiro, the unassuming peddler, is the true mastermind behind the demonic chaos. The culprit is you. Wazoo's voice cuts through the jubilant crowd, silencing the celebration. Navirio, the princesses, and the knights stare at Shiro, their faces etched with disbelief. Why? Wazoo presses, determination hardening his voice. What are these orbs? What is your game? Shiro, ever enigmatic, offers a cryptic response. Follow me, boy. You'll find out everything you want to know. And so, Wazoo, the reluctant detective, accepts. The trail of darkness leads to a showdown, and Wazoo, with a steely resolve, embarks on a new quest to unravel the mysteries Shiro has woven, to expose the true mastermind behind the demonic plague that threatens their world. Shiro thinks he'll still be the one who will go where Wazoo is, though, revealing his desire to learn more about the adventurer's abilities and determine if it's stronger than the one he's longing for, just like with Flugel. Shiro wants to see who will emerge victorious between Wazoo and the girl who possesses the sin of sloth. Apparently, the C-rank adventurer needs to face her next because he has already defeated envy and lust. But Wazoo, of course, refuses to grant the peddler's wish, as he has more important things to do at Mbondo. Unfortunately, Shiro has no intentions of letting him go, and he's driven by the desire to witness their battle. So he resorts to a forceful method using a forbidden item to absorb the dragon princess, leaving Wazoo powerless to stop the process with sheer strength that is absolutely useless this time. Seconds after the ominous spell traps Mirror inside a magical prison, Wazoo only yells and does nothing else in shock, while Shiro is on his way to the Devil of Sloth to bring the Dragon Princess and force Wazoo to go to a spa town in the northern parts of the continent where the demon girl lies in wait. Surely it'll be as enemies when these two meet again, as Shiro suddenly disappears out of thin air with a single snap of his fingers, and raging Wazoo, although all he can do is glare at the skies now that Meru is taken from him. Therefore, Orlando and Naviria rush to Wazoo with the latter asking if he'll go after Meru, which is of course an immediate yes, as the adventurer apologizes to the royal siblings because there's no time for a proper goodbye. Nonetheless, Navirio and the princesses urge him to return to Mobondo with his dragon partner when everything is settled. After all, Namanista and Neralina are planning to give Wazoo his promised reward as soon as they get permission from the king and queen. Reward. Clearly, Wazoo forgets that Namanista and her sister will join his harem, not to mention Kathy's plans to escort the princesses. Putting that aside, Lyria hands the adventurer a badge and advises him to show it to the guild masters and meet around the continent to enable his rank up, as she can't issue it herself right now because Wazoo is in a hurry. It turns out that Lyria initially thought that Reagan was exaggerating when he mentioned Wazoo, but now her opinion toward the young man changes for the better. The guild master, his voice booming with gratitude, thanks Wazoo for saving Mobondo. With a wave and a smile, Wazoo dashes north, Meru's rescue a beacon in his eyes. The royal siblings, the knights, everyone cheers him on, their faces etched with admiration and relief. Namanista, tears welling up, can't help but recall her love at first sight, the memory lingering even after a tearful reunion with her parents. Back in the palace, amidst the warmth of family, Namanista's thoughts drift to Kimia's chest, Wazoo's hut with Nerulina, a jumble of small moments that solidify her desire. With newfound resolve, she decides to become his reward, her heart set on joining his adventures as his bride. Nerulina, too, grapples with her own love at first sight. The traveler, a ray of light in her darkest hour, the hero who pulled her from the curse's grip with a gentle embrace. It was her first touch, the source of a peace she found only after their battles. Her heart, a tangled mess of gratitude and yearning, whispers the same wish as Namanista's, to walk beside him forever. The echoes of their declarations, unspoken yet undeniable, hang in the air, promising a future of adventure, love, and a kingdom forever grateful. Even though it's a surprise that Namanista shares the same feelings regarding Wazoo, Nerulina can't deny her wish to get attacked by that guy when they were sleeping in his arms. After all, the first princess loves Wazoo so much that she can't stop herself from wanting to protect the adventurer, no matter if he's absurdly strong or not. For that very reason, Nerulina prepares her armor and equipment to depart from the castle and go to where Wazoo is. Thus, the royal princesses assemble to commence their plan to grant Wazoo his well-deserved reward, determined to continue their departure toward the north, whether they acquire their parents' permission or not. What? Wazoo? Yeah, sure. To their shock, Gavirio is perfectly fine in letting them follow their country's savior, even retracting Namanista's marriage to Denoga because that was apparently decided amidst his slumber. Furthermore, Gavirio can handle the succession himself and choose his marriage partner while the king deals with the free bond prime minister and unseats him from his position. They're all serious matters to control, but it seems like Nerulina's wish is so simple and devoid of politics and such. She simply wants to see her grandchildren. Thanks to that, these maidens in love's excitement soars, contrary to their brother who's clearly troubled about who to choose as a wife. Before Namanista and Nerulina leave the castle, Kumiya suddenly tells the two that Lyria is looking for them, so they hurriedly head to the guildmaster's office, where Lyria reveals that the princesses received a message from someone. To everyone's surprise, the person the guildmaster talks about is the Saint Arya, who came to Mabando just a few hours ago. Apparently, Arya is traveling to look for someone, but the council assigns her a mission to investigate some incidents in the Southwest Kingdom and leaves this morning. Regrettably, the saint can't at least enjoy some tea with the princesses like the old days this time, but she leaves an important warning: stay away from the Southwest Kingdom. Speechless, Namanista and Nerulina wish that Wazoo is fine, although it's highly possible he'll save someone again and increase the number of girls whom he doesn't know like him. Speaking of those women, we then arrive at a dark alley in Link, where a horde of lawless men surrounds two girls wearing a robe, inviting the ladies to have some fun with them. In a whirlwind of fury, the mysterious figure in white unleashes a storm of razor-sharp air, punishing the brazen thugs who dared to steal from Wazoo. The spellcaster's hood falls away, revealing the fierce faces of Tata and Salona, guardians of Wazoo's privileges and ready to unleash their righteous wrath. But with this thrilling cliffhanger, the manga chapter ends, leaving us eagerly awaiting the next installment. And please don't forget to subscribe and like this video. Also comment Wazoo if you want for the next part. Thank you for watching.